श्रीमती वनिता मोहन जी, डॉक्टर C.A. वासुकी जी, श्रीमती श्यामला जी and श्रीमती स्वाति रोहित जी.
சின்னது வச்சுருந்தேன் அந்த லாஸ்ட் டைம் கேபிள் வாங்கிட்டு போனப்போ அதை வச்சுட்டு வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு என்னை அவசரமாக போயிருந்தாங்க. கிடையாது அந்த ஹோட்டலில் வந்து நிற்கிறதுனா பரவாயில்ல.
वनिता जी, स्वाति जी, requesting Srimati Shamala ji to please accept our felicitation. Thank you, Akka. We will now have an invocation by Shri Shankar Narayanan ji, requesting you to please come and begin this auspicious event with your soulful rendition. Thank you.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वदा देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा. गणनायकाय गणदेवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानो सुखमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदेवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यगणक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीतगोत्राय गीततत्त्वाय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश्रयाय गीतवाद्यपटवे गेयचरिताय गायकवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीस्तनन्धयाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गणेश्वराय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि श्रीगणेशाय
Thank you, Shankar Narayan ji. He's a disciple of KJ Yeshudas ji. So, once again, I request all of us to give a round of applause. It is fitting that we open with a voice that bridges words and purpose. Srimati Shefali Vaidya, the guiding force behind this festival, reminds us that writing is not merely expression, it is seva, an offering to the nation's consciousness. Her reflections on why we write, why we serve, awaken the deeper sankalpa of using knowledge in the service of Dharma. I invite Akka to share her thoughts. and deliver the director's address.
Vanakkam. Before I start my address, I think it is fitting that we have an offering to our ancestors. The salutation to the sacrifices and enduring spirit of Hindu ancestors. We offer our deepest pranam to the illustrious Hindu forebears, rishis, munis, siddhas, acharyas, gurus, sadhus, sons, warriors, leaders, farmers, businessmen, artisans, kings, queens, men, women, and children, who through centuries of unremitting foreign incursions stood as steadfast and unyielding sentinels of Dharma. With unwavering courage, they embraced sacrifice and martyrdom, confronted death with divine resolve, and rose in valiant defense of our civilization, culture, and people in the darkest epochs of our history. It is through their indomitable spirit, steadfast devotion, and supreme sacrifices that the eternal flame of Hindu Dharma was kept alive, so that we, their descendants, may walk today with dignity, identity, pride, and purpose. With hearts full of reverence and gratitude, we bow before them in eternal remembrance. Today is also the first anniversary of the passing on of Sri Vivek Devroy, one of India's greatest scholars and writers. We also have lost two great writers in the recent past, Sri S.L. Bhairappa, who was one of the greatest novelists that India produced, and Sri Gajanan Mehendale, who was the last of the great historians who only believed in primary sources of anything. I request the audience to rise and hold 1 minute of silence in memory of our ancestors as a tarpana to Sri Vivek Devroy, to Sri S.L. Bhairappa, and to Sri Gajanan Rao Mehendale. Please have a seat. So I am back, Kovai, for the fourth time as the curator of Western Ghats Literature Festival at Tamil. It was possible, right? Even my accent is not too bad, I think. It gives me great pleasure to stand here in front of you as a curator of the Western Ghats Literature Festival. The Western Ghats Literature Festival began as a small spark, a thought in the minds of the Veranda Club team that words still matter in a world drowning in noise. And what better place to host it than beautiful Kovai, a city that quietly builds more than it boasts, where entrepreneurship meets empathy and literature still smells faintly of filter coffee and rain on red soil. The city of Coimbatore is one of my favorite cities in Tamil Nadu. I keep coming here every year, whether Coimbatore wants it or not, but I love coming back here. The city of Coimbatore has always turned ideas into action, from its industrial prowess to its institutions and entrepreneurial energy. Kovai doesn't speak loudly, it doesn't shout, it builds quietly and then lets the work speak. That is the philosophy of the Western Ghats Literature Festival as well. We would like our sessions to speak. We would like our speakers to speak. We would like you to go back with the memory of some scintillating conversations. This year, in the fourth edition of the Lit Fest, we have two packed days. We have 15 book launches. Last year, we had 16 book launches. This is one literature festival that is actually about literature, and that is one thing that we are very, very proud of. We have panels that cover temple management, temple architecture to technology. We have panels that cover ecology to economy, from defense to dialogue. We have got some of the great defense speakers here, and you will hear them over the next 2 days. And we have a dedicated volunteer team that treats every author and every guest like family. When we dreamt up of the Western Ghats Literature Festival, we wanted more than just another annual event. We wanted a movement. We wanted a meeting of minds, a movement where authors and readers, researchers and rasikas, publishers and patrons gather together and ask, what stories will shape the next century for Bharat? None of this would have been possible without our patrons and sponsors. They didn't just write checks, they enabled conversations. And because of their generosity, we could invite so many great thinkers and writers to Coimbatore. Were there challenges? Of course there were. No event of this size can be organized without any challenges. It is not easy to organize an event like this without any government support, without any institutional support, or even big corporate funding. But Kovai smiled with generosity and everything fell in place. Because when this city loves an idea, it adopts it like its own, like it has adopted Western Ghats Literature Festival as its own. So for the next 2 days, relax, enjoy the conversations, ask a lot of questions, mingle with the speakers, celebrate Bharat in all her glory, and tomorrow evening, when you walk out of these doors, remember, festivals end, conversations don't. We have proven that a lit fest can be rooted yet rational, erudite yet emotional, cultured yet contemporary, memorable yet modern. Our mission from here? To make Kovai not just the cotton capital, but the consciousness capital of Bharat's literary map. We may never be the biggest literature festival of Bharat, we don't have the money for that, but we certainly aim to be the best, and we will be the best. We will return next year, louder in laughter, deeper in dialogue, and prouder in purpose. Until then, keep reading, keep questioning, and above all, keep the flame of Dharma and dialogue alive. Today, for the first time in 4 years, we have posted a QR code there, and I have to say this because there is no shame in saying that. If you would like to help us organize a function that's even better next year, please check the QR code that is stuck on the walls behind, and if you'd like to help, we would welcome all the help. Nandri, Romba Nandri.
Thank you, Shefali ji, for setting the context and the tone for the Literature Fest. Moving on to the next event for the day. Few voices carry the resonance of our Itihasa Purana like Sri Dushan Sridhar. Through the eternal echo of epics, he takes us beyond chronology into the living wisdom of stories that have shaped our civilization. Itihasa is not just about the past, it is the ever-present guidance of truth in time. Let us listen with reverence to the echoes of Itihasa that still guide Bharat's heart. I welcome Sri Dushan Sridhar.
सान्द्रानन्दावबोधात्मकमनुपमितं कालदेशावधिभ्यां निर्मुक्तं नित्यमुक्तं निगमशतसहस्रेण निर्भास्यमानम् अस्पष्टं दृष्टमात्रे पुनः उरुपुरुषार्थात्मकं ब्रह्मतत्त्वं तत्तावद्भाति साक्षात् गुरुपवनपुरे हन्तभाग्यं जनानाम्. Namaskars to all the Astikas who have gathered for this Lit Fest. It's been like 2 literary festivals of this genre that I've missed, and I'm very happy to be back. indebted to the organizers for inviting me amidst such a galaxy of writers, thinkers, and scholars. The word veranda club itself is quite unique. I'm sure when we had houses that were actually grounded, we had the luxury of having a place outside the house where people could gather and speak. But veranda, when it, instead of getting elongated towards the front and goes in the middle as a longitudinal portion, it's called as Dehali in Sanskrit. And in Tamil Nadu, in the 6th century, you had 3 great thinkers called the Poigayalvar, Budattalvar, and Peyalvar, who are said to have gathered in one such way, ale, and was born the Nalayana Divya Prabandham, the compendium of the 4,000 verses. So, veranda is just not a place where people take their filter coffee and chat. It can also give rise to a prabandham as rich as this. So, Veranda Club has been there and done that. I was wondering, looking at the name of the Western Ghats Literary Festival, where do you bring literature into the Ghat section? Right, you rightfully have elephants going through the Ghats. Where is literature? I was wondering. But then the topic came to me as from the epics. Itihasa Purana Bhyam Vedam Samupa Brahmaye Vibheti Alpashrutat Vedat Mamayam Pracharishyati is a shloka. Itihasa Purana Bhyam. So the solution has to come from the Itihasas. It happens so in the Kishkindha Kandam, because I come from the land of Karnataka where Kishkindha literally is. And Sugriva had to keep his promise up. There was a MOU signed between Sugriva and Rama. Both of them had lost their wives. And Hanuman and Lakshmana facilitated the both of them coming together, though none of them aspired for a Nobel Prize. Both of them still came together and nobody broke this ceasefire between the both. So, when each of them promised, there's a shloka, Sita Kapindraha Kshanada Charanam Rajiva Hemojjvala Nopamani Sugriva Rama Pranaya Prasange Vamani Netrani Samam Sphuranti, says Valmiki. So the pact was, I will help fetch your kingdom, Kishkindha, back to you, and your wife Ruma. In return, I am hopeful that you will help in the process of searching Sita. And Sugriva said, well done, I promise. Rama immediately sincerely helped that process where he said, go summon your older brother for the duel. And Kamban, the Tamil poet, says, Edutturappi vanduvor eduttiye radarpanan nadithalangal kottivar madithadutturangu tol urangu valithin sevi tulekkene. And he summons Vali, and Vali and Sugriva have a very bloody duel. If you go to the 9th century temple of Bantai Srek, which is in the outskirts of Siam Reap in Cambodia, you see a beautiful depiction of Sugriva and Vali fight. So, but Rama couldn't help that day. And Sugriva was badly bruised, and he came home and he said, Rama, I trusted in you and I went to see what has happened. And then that is when Rama says, you both look alike. So it would have been a grave mistake to have shot, and if I had shot at you, it would have been a bigger apachara because you have sought asylum in me, and it is wrong to have killed a person who has sought asylum. Then there is a beautiful garland of Gajapushpi which is garlanded around Sugriva after they attend to Saptajana Ashrama, Saptapsaras, and then the battle continues, the duel continues, and finally the arrow is shot at Vali, and Vali has a volley of questions to throw. You know, you can talk like T. Rajendra at times. Vali has a volley of questions to throw at Rama, and Rama patiently listens. Even before Stephen Covey said, listen first to understand and then be understood. Rama listened. He didn't need Stephen to actually teach him how to listen. So Rama listened very patiently, and then he answers every question with such clarity. Done. Then comes the period of the rainy months, Shravana, Bhadrapada, then Ashvayuja, and then Kartika. He says that the Vanaras who are under my control can't go. They catch sinus very fast, so they can't search for Sita during these rainy months. Hold your reins and let's wait for some time. They wait for some time. Sugriva hasn't replied. Then Rama gets really angry, perturbed. He sends his brother Lakshmana to go summon Sugriva. Why there has been such a delay? That time, Sugriva says, Lakshmana says, Goganaha, Brahmanagnaha. So he gives on the list of sins that have atonement, that have prayashchittam. And towards the end he says, there is no prayashchittam if a person has promised something and then doesn't deliver on it. So I'm sure he would have had the election manifestos in his mind. Because you promise so many crores of jobs and you know very well that it won't happen, but still you promise. So Lakshmana was a forethinker. He did say that. Then Sugriva comes. Tara gets out of the inner apartment. He was completely lost in those pleasures. Sapraskhalantim madavihvalakshim pralamba kanchi guna hemasutram salakshana lakshmana sannidhanam jagamatara namitangayashtihi. She has a staggering walk and then she comes in the forwards and she asks Lakshmana, Kim kopa moolam manujendra putra, how dare you get angry, Lakshmana? Lakshmana said, see, it's a promise you have made. You should be asking a question to yourself. And finally Sugriva was told by Hanuman, go freshen up and then help Rama. Now Sugriva lays a beautiful atlas in front of him. He says these Vanaras will go in the east, these Vanaras will go in the north, some in the west, some in the south. So he completes, he asks his father-in-law, Sushena, see, he has married Tara. So Tara's father now becomes his father-in-law. So Sushena is sent in one direction, Shatabali is sent in one direction, Vinata is sent in one direction, and towards the south, the young, the youth India, Angada is made the chief. Then he has to say from where he has to search. He begins from Narmada, Krishnavena, Mahanadi, Vardha. Varada is Vardha, the river in Maharashtra. Then he continues to Mahishaka. Mahishaka is the Mysore Prantiya. Then Andhra, Chola, Kerala. Then he speaks about the Western Ghats. That is where he says, in the Western Ghats, you will be coming across elephants. See, it's there. Then he has to talk about the literary festival. The elephant has come. Where he will talk about the literary festival, that is where he says, there is a peak that receives the rays of the sun, Aditya Sankasham, where Agastya sits. So Agastya Maharishi sits there. When Agastya is there, there is knowledge. How do we associate with the culture of this bhumi? See, it's a very tricky thing. In the Uttarakanda, it is said that Hanuman was born to Anjana Devi, to Kesari, and in a cave, and then he was tutored under Surya. That is when there is a word called Vyakarana. There is no mention of Navavyakarana. 9, we generally say is a Navavyakarana Pandita, right? There is no mention of Nava there. There is a mention of Vyakarana. To which the commentator asks, what Vyakarana? Because it could have not been Paniniya Vyakarana. Panini just had come 2500 years back. So he says, Aindram. This is the name of the grammar which is mentioned. So Aindram is the Vyakarana that Hanuman has mastered under Surya. How is that connected to this land? Immediately somebody will take a portion. Tamil Bhumiyil Parpaniyathai Tinithu Vittar Ivar. ஏன் சம்ஸ்கிருதத்தில் தான் கூற வேண்டுமா தமிழில் கூறக்கூடாதா but I am very hopeful that they get the pronunciation of Tamil right. So Tamil கூறக்கூடாதா. This is where Tolkappiyam says, see, we believe that Agastya crossed the mountain ranges of Vindhya. Agastya, Aga. He has crossed the mountain ranges and then he came from Maharashtra to Tamil Nadu and was going between this geography. He is said to have had a disciple, a Sishya called Tolkapiyan. Tolkapiyan, the student of Agastya, was the one who used to note the minutes of the meeting in the literary summits of Pandya Desha. Because before Madurai, the erstwhile capital of the Pandyas was called Kavatam. In our Tamil Grantham, we call it as Kapatapuri. And in the Ramayana, Sugriva says, go search for Sita in the Kavata of Pandyas. Pandyanam Kavatam, he says. Then he also says that this city has been guarded by the snakes. That is why in Tamil we call it Alavai. Madurai, Alavai means where the mouth of the snake touches its tail. So it's called Bhogavati. That time he says, Pandyanam Kavatam. So this Agastya used to attend to those Sangam literary summits, like literary festival. We used to have literary festivals in the Madurai region. And Agastya was a part and parcel of it. He used to lead it. The minutes of that meeting used to be noted down by his student called Tolkapiyan. And Tolkapiyan came up with a work called Tolkapiyam. In Tolkapiyam, it is said, Aindiram Arinda Tolkapiyan, the one who knew Aindram. So Hanuman knew the Sanskrita Vyakarana called Aindram. The one who wrote the Tamil work knew the Sanskrita Vyakarana called Aindram. So Agastya, Tolkapiyan and Hanuman are interconnected. That Agastya was the leader of the literary fest. He wanted to shift it from Madurai to the Western Ghats and then came the Western Ghats. Right. So that's it. The opening verse of this talk was the first verse in the compendium of 1034 verses, which is the quintessence of the Bhagavata Purana called Narayaniyam. Barely 2 hours from here, or 2.5 hours from here, is a beautiful kshetra of Krishna called as Sri Guruvayur. Guruvayur lies in the Western Sea. So Krishna stands there as the personification of unadulterated and blemishless beauty. When Krishna stands in the Western Sea as such a piece of beauty, one Tamil poet wrote, Arabic Kadaloram oru Alagai Kandeni. He is Alagai, right? So he is by the Arabian Sea. So this is the opening verse where Bhattathiri, the prolific writer, speaker, and of course a grammarian of the Kerala land, Sangama Grama school says, Purusharthatmakam Brahma Tattvam. I understand Purushartha through this Bhagavan. So Purushartha is extremely important in Sanatana Dharma, and that is the eternal echo of our scriptures. If you go through our scriptures, if you go through Srimad Ramayanam, Sri Mahabharatam and the Puranas, one thing that you will see is Purushartha, the ultimate goal of a human life. Of course, they are 4 in number. Anything in Sanatana Dharma has to be multiple. So you have 4. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Aram, Porul, Inbam, Veedu. Thiruvalluvar in Tirukkural beautifully exemplifies this by distributing all his kurals, his couplets in 3 categories. Arathupal, Purutpal, Kamathupal. Dharma, Artha, Kama. Dharmam is extremely a nuanced subject. It seems as if it is very approachable, very meaningful, very understandable, but it is very nuanced. That is why in the 124 questions posed by Yaksha to Yudhishthira to drink 100 ml of water. See, this man was thirsty. So he ordained his younger brother to go fetch water. It was such a simple human Homo sapien process. The brother went, he didn't return. So did the other brothers. Finally, leaving Draupadi alone, Yudhishthira goes to see 4 bodies lying on the ground. He knew something went wrong. He goes, takes the water for himself. That is when an ethereal voice says that you will have to answer questions to drink this water. And it is not 1 or 2, it is 124 questions. To drink 100 ml of water, I would have rather died thirsty. So, this man answers 124 questions. In that there is a question, what is dharma? That is where he says that ko apratishtaha shutayo vibhinnaha. There he says, dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhaya mahajano yena gatassa panthaha. He says, dharmasya tattvam nihitam guhayam. It is very, very tough to actually ascertain this is dharma. Because it depends on the way you interpret. You have such great advocates like MRV here. It's all about interpretation, right? How do you interpret? So how do we interpret? Certain areas are very clear. You have the Matru Dharma of advising the son right. Sumitra does that. Ramam Dasharatham Vidhi, Mam Vidhi Janakatmajam, Ayodhya Matavim Vidhi, Gachata Yatha Sukham. The boy comes and asks, Mother, my older brother Rama has been asked to go to the forest for 14 years. I thought it is my duty to go and serve him. What is your opinion on this? Sumitra says, you have committed a grave mistake. Lakshmana said, what mistake have I committed, mother? You should have left by now. Ramam Dasharatham Vidhi Mam Vidhi Janakatmajam. He is your father. You are no more D Lakshmana. You are R Lakshmana. From now on, you are Rama's son. Sita is your mother. Where you go and where you live shall be Ayodhya to you. Gachata yatha sukham. My dear son, I advise you go. Pinnum pagarval magane ivan pinchal tambi ennum padiyandru adiyarin eval seidi mannum nagarke avan bandidilva andrel munnam mudiyana palmulai soranindral, says Kamban. They left. So she followed the dharma of a mother advising the son. I'm sure we have to contrast this with something, right? In 1990s also, while I was growing up as a student, we used to have a lot of power cuts. My family members were the most selfless people on earth. When the power would go off, they would surely ask me to check if the power was off in the neighboring house as well. So we were good people from the bottomest of our hearts, however bottom we could get. So she says, you leave. What does Lakshmana do? Lakshmana has the dharma of a sesha, of a person who serves. So he said, I will leave. So it was such a simple process. But now there is, when we read through these dharma aspects, that is why I said it's nuanced. As you read such straightforward, very neat dharma aspects, there will be some nuanced portions. That is where you have this concept called dharma sankatam. Generally, we use this word in a different context. Dharma sankatam is not about choosing dharma over adharma. We use it in that context, that there is adharma, this is dharma. So then there is dharma sankatam. Dharma sankatam is when there are two dharmas and which dharma to choose. See, if you take up Lakshmana, he had a dharma of being the husband to Urmila. That was also his dharma, pati dharma. But he chose the dharma of serving his elder brother over being the dharma of being a husband to Urmila. Because this is a question, an eternal, I don't know whether it's an echo, but at least it's a question. People come and ask, what do you think about Urmila? She recently fought an election in Bombay. So, what do you think about Urmila? You know, see, it's all about the poise and the pauses that you take to make you sound intellectual, right? It's all about, what do you think about Urmila? What do I think about Urmila? Urmila had no worries. See that Lakshmana has left. So she was okay with him following his Sesha Dharma. But there are eternal questions that come in Dharma Sankata itself. For example, when Dasharatha has said, Sumantra, come here, make arrangements for the Yuvaraja Pattabhishekam of Rama. Bharata was not there. Any sensible father would say, send a message to Bharata, let him join us in this joyous occasion. Let him be a part and parcel of Rama's Pattabhishekam. You know what he says? Kintu chittam manushyanam anityam iti me matam. Sumantra, humans are very fickle-minded. So we will do it in the absence of Bharata. Why? Because in the 105th Sarga of Ayodhya Kandam, Rama reveals that Dasharatha had promised Kaikeyi's mother that the son born to Kaikeyi will be the Yuvaraja of Ayodhya. So he has made a promise. That's why he said it's an election manifesto. When you know this will never happen, yet you make a fool. Now Dasharatha has promised, so it has become dharma to follow that. But then now he says, no, the eldest son as per Article 54F and 94B. The oldest son has to become, then why did you make that promise? This is where dharma sankatam lies. There is a promise made earlier. There is a dharma as a raja that he has to do. Which one to follow? That is dharma sankatam. Between two dharmas, what you choose. A woman needs to be respected. Manu keeps on telling this. Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tasya devataha. Then why did Rama kill Tataka? Why did he have to humiliate Shurpanaka? All these are questions not asked of the festivals now. It has been asked in the commentaries itself. But there is an answer given. This is where it gets very nuanced. So to see dharma and dharma sankata. So but dharma has to lead you somewhere. Where will it lead? For example, Jatayu. Jatayu was a scavenger. Akshumya yoga patham agrahyatam Jatayum tiryanchameva bhavatam, says the Acharya Kuresha. So, Jatayu had no qualification to even institute a Brahma Vidya. But he gets, Rama says, I grant you moksham. I grant you moksham. So what made Jatayu get that moksham? So one purushartha leads you to the other. He followed the dharma of being a true devotee and a person who has truly served Rama, and that gave him the other purushartha called moksha. Not everybody who did this first purushartha had the entitlement to get the last purushartha. Dasharatha was the father of Rama. We never ever say Dasharatha moksham. He must have been reborn somewhere, or he must have got some place where Rambha, Urvashi, Tirotama dance. But we don't call it moksham because it is not essential that one dharma leads you to the one purushartha leads you to the other. Whereas in certain cases it does lead. Now coming to the concept of artha, because we often see the only purushartha as moksha and the other three purusharthas as inferior. Not essentially. In Sanatana Dharma, all four purusharthas have their place. And it is very important in what limit they are. When in fact Lakshmana goes taking the message of Rama to Sugriva, he says, Sugriva, you were expected to follow dharma, artha, kama. You were supposed to engage in dharma in the mornings. In the afternoons, you were supposed to be engrossed in methods to accumulate artha. In the evenings, you were supposed to engage in kama. But all through the day, you are engaged in kama. This is where it goes wrong, he says. So there is, when I speak about this morning, afternoon and evening, there is a prahelika in Sanskritam. Pratardyutah prasangena madhyahne stri prasangatah ratrau chaurya prasangena kalo gacchati dhimatam. Intelligent people spend their ways this way. What is that way? Pratardyutah prasangena. In the morning you gamble. Madhyahne stri prasangatah. You speak about women and exclusively about women in the afternoon. Ratrau chaurya prasangena. You speak about theft in the evening. And intelligent people spend their way. But this is a prahelika. It's a riddle. So how do we answer? Pratardyutah prasangena. Read the Mahabharata, of which gambling is an essential part in the morning. Madhyahne stri prasangataha. Speak and read about Ramayana that talks about Sita in the afternoon. Ratrau chaurya prasangena. Navanita chauryam of Krishna and the Dashamaskanda of Bhagavatam is extremely important. Read Bhagavata in the evening. So you have a timetable scheduled for morning, afternoon, evening. Lakshmana says you have dharma, artha, kama, but you have engaged in kama. So it is essential for us to understand that there is not one purushartha that is the best and the remaining three are inferior. They also need to be followed. So there is a dharma, artha. That is why, kings in the past used to do Rajasuya Yajna. See, Rajasuya Yajna was not meant to realize moksha. It was meant to accumulate wealth in a different way. That is why in the Uttarakanda of Ramayana, when Rama says that I need to do Rajasuya Yajna, Bharata consults. He says, Rama, please don't engage in Rajasuya Yajna because you will end up having many enemies. Rather do an Ashwamedha Yajna. And that is how Ashwamedha comes into picture. So there is a Dharma, Artha, Kama. This is another part, poor that Maharishi called Vatsyayana wrote Kama Sutras. He had a lot of things, such nice things to say. But today when we propagate his Kama Sutra, it is all in a way that we want it to be. But if you read the original book, it has so many nicer, finer aspects of life. So Kama is an equally important thing because it's always an assumption. He is a sannyasi, so he will get moksham or he has the ability to grant moksham. We are all grihasthas. We are all wearing a panchakacham of some brand. And so we are not entitled for moksham. Not essentially. In Sanatana Dharma, sannyasi, the meaning of a sannyasi is not only the person who wears kashayam. Samyak nyasaha sannyasaha, the one who surrenders the burden of protecting his jivatma to paramatma. So you can carry a Louis Vuitton, not hide it. You can still carry it and then be a sannyasi. So Kama is also an integral part of this Sanatana Dharma. So of this Purushartha. So you have Dharma, Artha, Kama. The most important of all, Moksha. How do we understand Moksha the way it has been seen? For that we need to go level by level. 1. To say that one needs moksham or one is granted moksham, one desires moksham, we need to understand what moksha is and why should one desire. So the presumption made for moksha is that this life is a cyclic process. Now how do we prove it's cyclic? Because when you step beyond a certain comfort level of audience and speaking, you will be bombarded with questions. How will you prove after life and before life? It's very tough. Then you have to say, read Brian Weiss's Many Life, Many Masters, read all that. So, how do we prove? This is where there is a method called Charuvaka Samayam. Charuvak. Charu means people who speak. Vak, very well. So, the Nastikas of those days were called well-spoken. Nastikas, atheists, were called Charuvaks, well-spoken, because the way they speak will convince you also to be an atheist. See, the way they'll say, I've been telling you for long. It's all about that energy. Because the moment you give name Narayana, that means you're becoming very mundane. You have to call it energy, momentum, velocity, mass. You'll have to be in that level to actually gauge this. So first they will try to tell this is an energy. Then beyond that energy they'll say there's no form. All this will come. All this has been tackled by our acharyas in a way. How a child drinks milk from his mother the moment, because we are trained for everything. But when a little child drinks the first milk from the mother, the child isn't trained. You don't train the child, keep your mouth here, So the child is so used to drinking milk for so many janmas, our acharyas say, that the child doesn't need training. So this is the first proof that the life is cyclic and not linear. So there are various aspects to which Charuvaka Samayam is handled, because I have to speak about how to handle Charuvakas in the state of Tamil Nadu. Primarily. Because how do you explain the concept of atheism now? Because today often people say, oh, there were atheists even during Ramayana. I beg to disagree. The atheists during the Ramayana, because they often quote Jabali, the atheists of those times were extremely conversant with the Vedas. They had to read the Brihaspati Sutras to even refute that there is no God. So, to compare a Jabali with all these people who rise up to the occasion and say something on the mic is not even a right comparison. Now, let's keep that aside. How to handle the Charuvakas? Because Charuvakas say there is life, but there is no concept of Atma. There is no concept of Atma within the Panchabhautika Sharira. There is no concept that this Atma leaves his Sharira and goes to another body. So they don't believe in the cyclic nature of life. This has been handled very well by various acharyas. There is a Sarvadarshana Sangraha by Sayana Madhava. There is a Paramatha Bhanga by Vedanta Deshika. How they have handled. And even Rama refutes it. When Jabali speaks all this, because why does Jabali speak first of all in the Ramayana? Bharata is bent upon that Rama has to reach Ayodhya. He says, you don't have to listen to my father's words and mother's words, you return to Ayodhya. And that is where he says, don't make me a parivetta. Can anyone tell me what is a parivetta? Guess. Who is parivetta? Atta we know. Who is parivetta? See, in Dharma Shastras it is believed that if there are two brothers and the younger brother gets married before the first brother and starts performing Agnihotra, he incurs the sin of being a parivetta because he has not waited for his older brother to marry. So in the Ramayana, Bharata says, don't make me a parivetta. But this is not apt because both were married. Then what did he mean? Because a king, by becoming the king, becomes the husband to Bhumi. So he becomes Bhupala. So you're married the moment you become a Raja. So if Bharata becomes a king before Rama does, that way he will become a Pariveta. That is when he says, Rama, you have to reach Ayodhya. But Rama says, no, I've made a promise. It's been reported to the media that I'll be there in the forest for 14 years. How do I go back? That is when Jabali comes into picture. He says, Rama, what is this Pitrivakya Paripalanam? What is this Idli Kadai? So why do you have to listen to your father? What is this all about? Father has gone. Do you know his Atma has left the body? How have you seen the Atma go? Do you think if you believe that you can offer pindams here and your father will get his hunger done, satiated, then for a person who's traveling, see that's the belief. Look at the way he says. He says, for your forefathers you offer pindam. What is your belief? That all their hunger will go away by me offering pindams in Papanayakan Padayam or whichever place you want. I will offer pindams here. Somewhere it will get, wherever that Atma is in, whether it's in Syria, Ukraine border, wherever it will get quenched. In that case, Jabali says, then for a person who's traveling, you can eat. See, somebody has left for the airport and they forgot to carry their food. They'll be hungry now and you eat. Then it should happen. Jabali says this in Ayodhya Kandam. Rama listens to all this patiently. That's Rama's, Krishna would have just killed him that moment. Rama patiently listens. Then he says, Jabali, I have an opinion. Can I state? Jabali says, of course. You have the freedom to express. Say. I thought my father was blemishless in his administration. He has committed a grave mistake. Jabali asked, what mistake did your father commit to have you as a minister? A Nastika should never be a minister, he says. What do we do? So, when we have the entire cabinet. Now, so the basis of moksha is to understand that Atma is different from Shariram. Atma is eternal, Shariram is Anityam. The Atma leaves the Anitya material Panchabhautika Sharira to go to another body. And this process continues. So there is a cyclic nature. Punarapi Jananam, Punarapi Maranam, Punarapi Janani, Jathare Shayanam. It's a cyclic process. So ultimately in one Janma, this Jivatma will realize, oh, this is a cyclic nature. I need to exit this vicious circle. This thought that I have to exit this vicious circle will lead him to the reading of the scriptures. The reading of the scriptures will lead him up to various instances where people have desired for this and obtained it. That concept where you want to exit the vicious circle and get out of it and then seek salvation is called moksha. That moksha becomes the fourth purushartha. Now, how do we realize this purushartha, which is the eternal echo of the scriptures? That is when the Upanishads come into picture. Because there has to be, see, it's all about the way you acquire that knowledge and how you tune your mind. How do we tune our minds? That is when the reading of the scriptures and thereby realizing what is there in the scriptures becomes very important. That jnana becomes very important. That is where the concept of Brahma Vidya comes. That Brahma Vidya is 32 in number. This is how Vyasa has detailed it in the essence of the Upanishads. So you have 32 Brahma Vidyas. One such Brahma Vidya is Bhakti Yoga. Bhakti Yoga is also called sadhana. How do I understand Bhakti Yoga in detail? Read chapters 7 to 12, which is a part of the Bhagavad Gita, because those 6 chapters talk about Bhakti Yoga. In that there is a 9th chapter called Raja Vidya, Raja Guhya, the secret of all Vidyas. That is again Bhakti Yoga. So this Bhakti Yoga is what will lead you. Now after understanding the details of Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Arjuna is a bit lost because his simple question was whether to fight or not. See, he had a question whether should I fight or not. Krishna, you seem to be, though we are of the same age, you are wise, you're wiser, you seem more intelligent, you know how things happen. So you advise me. Krishna should have just shown his eyes that looked like 1,000 smelting suns blazing together and said fight. Or he should have said fight. He went on detailing Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. Arjuna forgot what he asked. It was a simple question whether I have to fight or not, and this man is going on and on about Bhakti Yoga. Finally he said, Krishna, fine, I will fight. So because he was worried if this man will continue beyond 700 verses, because as such it is 18 chapters. So that is when Krishna finally says, Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam braja aham tva sarva papebhyo mokshamicha. Now when he says Sarva dharman parityajya, abandon all dharmas. Well, that's how English interpretation, our Grokacharya. He is also in the 4th Purushartha, it's Grok 4, right? Then there is another thing. You can ask, he is a Sadacharya, ask perplexity. The other one is Gemini. So you ask all these acharyas, they will translate. As of now they are translating, but let's see if some acharya drishti falls on them and they give the right interpretation. Sarva dharman paritejya, abandon all dharmas. If Krishna has explained with such attention and care for 1.5 hours, why will he say abandon all dharmas? So abandon all dharmas is not the way it needs to be interpreted. There he says, I have explained Bhakti Yoga to you. Forget that Bhakti Yoga for some time, and to accomplish that Bhakti Yoga, surrender. Mamekam sharanam brajam. So we began with the process of understanding the Sthala Mahatmya, this Kshetra. Then we went on to understand how Veranda Club is associated with Dehali and how Western Ghats Literary Festival finds an indirect mention in the Ramayana because you had the presence of Agastya in it. Then we went on to understand our scriptures. Then we need to understand the echo of our scriptures. What do they want to repeatedly say? That repeated saying is that of Purushartha. In the Purusharthas, we went through Dharma, Artha, Kama and finally Moksha. And Moksha led us to Upanishads, Brahma Vidya and Bhagavad Gita. And the last of all, what is eternal? See, this concept of Sanatana Dharma, the word eternal which is associated with Sanatana, itself is very intriguing. Because when we believe that creation began with Swayambhuva, Manu and Shatarupa, that means we are fixing a date. Then how do we say Sanatana? This is where the concept of karma comes into picture. When we used to learn Shastras, there used to be a pertinent question. We say if we are suffering now. You're all seated for the lecture, right? So, then what we often ask this question to the other person, assuming the neighboring person is wiser. You ask him or her, why are we suffering? The answer given is karma. Because of our karma, we are suffering. Then there will be another question. I'm sure you would have come across this question. Then what about the first janma where that karma began? Have you heard of this question somewhere? How do we answer this? So we had this question. Because somewhere it has to start. So there will be a first janma. That time, did we have an already deposited karma in our account? Or how do we answer this? That is why our Acharya state, it is anadi karma. There is no beginning. Then again it has a logical fallacy there. You have to say there is a beginning. This is where the answer is very intuitively given. It doesn't mean that it didn't have a start. It means that you are not aware of its start. There would have been a start. I don't know the start. Similarly, when we deal with this concept of Sanatana, we interpret it as eternal. But what we need to intelligently say is, there could have been a start, but I am not aware of that start. Until I am aware of that start, it will remain eternal. So this eternal echo of our scriptures simply talks about the Purusharthas, and that is the basic purpose of our scriptures. Last of all, when we deal with our scriptures, I've repeated this in many of my lectures. Pujya Sri Dayananda Saraswati used to state, how will a Hindu welcome his friends of other religion to his scriptures? He would say, welcome to my library. Because we don't have one book, we have plenty of books. The good thing about plenty of books is it offers you a variety. The difficult part of plenty is you have to read all of them. See, it's a tough thing, and the numbers just keep increasing. Vishnu Purana, 6,000 verses. Go to Bhagavata, 18,000. Ramayana, 24,000. Sapada Laksha Grantham, along with Harivamsha, it is said it crosses over 1 lakh for Mahabharata. Put all this together, it will lead you to 2 lakhs. Then you've got 18 Puranas. Barring these two, you will have the 16 other Puranas. It will lead you to 4 lakh verses. And all this is under the assumption that Vivek Debroy would have translated all of them. Right? Because so the thing is, how do we read so many books? This is where the shloka that I cited at the start comes to our rescue. Itihasa Puranabhyam. Itihasas dominate or have better prominence than Puranas. So Ramayana and Mahabharata are essential for us to understand. There will be another question. Sir, these are all stories. Rama went in search of his wife. His wife abducted. He should have been careful. His wife was abducted. See, Krishna had so many wives, none of them were abducted. That's another argument that's given to it. So, he had so many, none of them were abducted. Here, Sri Rama had one that was abducted. So, this will come in support of a lot of politicians who say, see, that's why we told. One wife means they'll get abducted. So, the problem is, when we understand the scriptures as just detailing somebody's life, we have lost the plot. Ramayana is not about one brother being asked to go to the forest for 14 years and then he goes, Sita is lost. It has a beautiful undercurrent of a philosophy in it. You will have to carefully unwrap the beautiful history presented to us to see the philosophy. The moment you start seeing that skeleton of the Ramayana and Mahabharata, your understanding of the Vedas and Upanishads becomes extremely easy. That is why the shloka says, Vedas and Upanishads were worried, it seems. They were worried. What if somebody of Sanatan Dharma reads us first, without reading the Itihasas and Puranas, he will misinterpret and misunderstand us. So the right way to touching the core of Sanatana Dharma, which is the Vedas and Upanishads, is to understand the scriptures, mainly the Itihasas, so very well. So, Itihasas and Puranas are just not stories. Those scriptures become the eternal part of our understanding of the core concept of the Vedas and Upanishads. That is why every language made sure that Ramayana and Mahabharata was presented to them. You had a Kamban and Arunachala Kavi who presented Ramayanam in Tamil. You had Tunjattu Ramanuja Eduttachan who presented Ramayanam in Malayalam. You had Mulla, Ranganatha and Tyagaraja and great acharyas who presented that in Telugu. You had Kumara Valmiki in Kannada. Every language, you will have a Bhanu Bhakta Acharya in Nepali. You will have a Jagan Mohana in Odia. Why? Because only when you understand the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, understanding the core of the Vedas and Upanishads becomes very, very easy. I can go on and on about the eternal echo of our scriptures. You will see a plethora of great writers, a lot of them whom I respect know. They will be talking to you. There are plenty of book launches, and I'm so happy to see very, very young school-going students who are a part of this lecture. Trust me, the other sessions will be interesting. So, this city of Coimbatore has been such a welcoming city to me as an Astika. Right since 2011, this is 2025, for 15 years, I would have rendered at least 300 plus discourses in 40 to 45 temples, sabhas, venues. So, literally somebody has to construct another temple. I wish they don't. Let's maintain the existing ones. That itself is a big problem. So let's maintain the existing ones. So this city has been so welcoming, and hailing from Bangalore, I don't sweat. So that's another way that it reminds me of my hometown. Very welcoming people, as Shefali ji said. Such a city that welcomes people with such love. And I'm delighted to be a part of this literature festival, and I would like to thank Jagannathan for being the one who will always ensure that there's communication in the right way. Thank you so much. And generally such addresses don't have a Q&A session, but if now it has become a part and parcel of every lecture, because we'll have to keep telling the world that this Dharma encourages questioning. Right, so your head will remain with the torso. So feel free to ask a question, but we'll just have one question and I will wrap, because I have 5 minutes. So we can take a question. Please make your questions short. And also remember, if I do not know the answer, I'll say I don't know. So don't expect that you will have an answer to your question. Please feel free to ask. Is there someone? Yeah. Is there a mic, or she can come forward if we can save time?
Hariom sir, it's such a bliss to attend this, first of all. Thank you so much. And I beg my pardon for my ignorance to ask this question. While talking, you mentioned that Rama told that I grant you moksha. Generally, it is said that Rama never claimed that I am Daivam. Krishna always said. So, how he can say that can a human grant moksha? That's my question.
Okay. So, I'll just make this question, I'll repeat this question. When we believe that Rama Avataram is a Manushya Avataram, and Rama in over 6 places has claimed in the Ramayana, from Balakandam to Uttarakandam, Atmanam Manusham Manye Ramam Dasharathatmajam. I am a simple human being like you all, 2 hands, 1 face, 2 eyes, 2 ears, and just a human being. So he keeps telling I am a human. So her question was, pertinent question was, if that be so, if he has stated that he is a human can't grant moksham. You see so many road kills in the highways of the US. You see an antelope dying. Oh antelope, I grant you moksham. Gachalokan anuttaman. The antelope will give a nasty stare at us and will ask, will you go? To even grant me, will you go? So her question was, if Rama says he is a human being, how can he see? All that he can do is, he can embrace Jatayu and kiss Jatayu and say you're very nice and all of that. I'm indebted to you, I'm grateful to you. Why did he have to grant moksham? How could he grant moksham? But he says, Gachalokan anuttaman. See, it is true that Rama claims in many places that he's a human being, and Krishna didn't have that worry at all. He lifted the mountain, he danced on a snake, he had 4 hands after Kamsa's. So he kept on telling that I am Vasudeva Sarvamiti. So the question doesn't come with Krishna, it comes only with Rama. But this has been answered in a beautiful work called Atimanushastavam. Atimanusha Shila Vrittaveshaihi, Atimrittamara Vikramah Pratapaihi, Atilanghita Sarvaloka Samyam Varaye Vaishnava Vaibhavavataram. There are various instances through others' testimonials we know that Rama has been proven divine. or through Rama's acts. 1. In Balakandam, when Rama is at the age of around 12, Vishwamitra barges in and says that I need Rama. Dasharatha asks, for what? Why do you need my son? He says, no, I've got some demons to fight, Rakshasas to fight, so send your son. That is when Dasharatha says, Unashodasha varsho me Ramaha Rajiva Lochanaha. My son is not even 16 years of age. See, you don't even see a moustache on his face. He's such a palvadiyum mugam. He will wake up in the morning, and even before the lotus closes itself after the rays of the sun are shut, he will sleep. So why do you call him? That is when Vishwamitra says, Aham vedmi mahatmanam ramam satya parakramam kakapaksha dharam veeram jeshtham me datumarhasi. I know about him. Aham vedmi. This I know. See, the way you stress is what matters, right? See, even in our family, when we keep telling something and somebody isn't ready to believe, we finally say, I know. Which means there is a lot of proof that goes behind I say I know. So he says, send your son. I know who he is. Aham vedmi. For this word called Aham vedmi, I know who your son is. A book was written by one Shastri in 1940. That book has 140 reasons why he said I know. Okay, so there is a testimonial coming from a Brahma Rishi called Vishwamitra, who has been the mantra drashta for Gayatri mantra, which is of Savitri, a Surya's descendant, to tell that I know. So an external testimonial has come. It's no regular passerby. It is a Brahma Rishi who has worked very hard to get that title, who says I know. Now let's come to the Aranyakandam. When Rama walks into the forest, the rishis do Sharanagati, Prapatti to him. That time, Rama says, see, why do you tell all your problems to me? I am myself, I have been asked to go to the forest. I am walking into the forest. You go complain to the king. Nagarastho vanastho va tvamno raja janeshwaraha. It doesn't matter whether you are seated on the throne or not, Rama, because you are our king. So the kingship aspired by all the rishis of Dandakaranyam is to state the divinity in Rama. Now comes Jatayu Moksha. On one hand, Rama has been crying, Sita! See, eternal echo, right? Sita! 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 So it echoes. So there's an echo. On the other hand, he says Jatayu Moksham. That is why the Acharya asks, the one who grants Moksham will know where Sita is. The one who doesn't know where Sita is cannot grant Moksham. You have to be Sarvagnya or Sarvavyapi to grant Moksham. You can grant Moksham, but you don't know the coordinates of Sita's kidnapping incident. That raises a question, right? The answer given is, Paramatma, out of his immense Shakti, Jnana Bala, Aishwarya Virya, Shakti Tejas, Shadgunya Paripurna, thought, I will remain a human amongst humans, by the people, of the people, for the people. He thought. But how much ever you try controlling the supreme power, in some corner there will be a small hole that will break open. That moment of Rama to have quietly gotten rid of that shield of humanness comes in Jatayu Moksha. So for that moment, he said, Gachalokan Anuttaman. Jatayu got Moksham. Lakshmana quietly said, Bhaiya, wrong dialogue. This is not supposedly, if you tell this man will talk about this in the Western Ghats festival. So Rama thought, see, generally the assumption made in religious lectures is, as people listen, they forget. It's like engineering semester. Like you keep reading, you forget. And so that's the assumption. But I'm sure we have such beautiful astikas in Coimbatore who remembered what I said and asked how Rama granted moksha. So the secret is, at one point Rama just broke open and he granted moksham, assuming that this would have not been detailed in our scriptures. But that one line of Valmiki was enough for Govindaraja and Bhushana of Maheshwara Tirtha and Tattva Deepika of Shiva Sahaya in Shironmani, of Nagesha Bhatta in Tilaka, of Trayambaka Makhin in Dharmakutam. All of them have written pages for that one line. That's all. Pages and pages were written. And Tyagaraja said, Mrigamadalama Shubha Nitila Vara Jatayu Moksha Phalada Pavamana. In Kanakana Ruchira, he says, like how you granted moksham to Jatayu. So, that Astika's question, how could Rama as a human grant moksham, is extremely valid. The answer is by mistake, by slip, by slop of the tongue. You know what is slop of the tongue? Slip of the tongue, Rama granted moksham. He didn't realize it will become such a big issue. So that is to prove that he is divine. Yeah. With this, I stop my Kavita Arpita Sinhaya Kalyana Vidankalini Srimate Venkateshaya Vedanta Gurave Namaha. Namaskar.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Sri Dushyant Sridharji for his illuminating keynote address that wove together the echoes of our Itihasas, the spirit of the Western Ghats, and the eternal rhythm of the four Purusharthas with profound grace and clarity. We request Srimati Swati Rohitji to please felicitate Sri Dushyant Sridharji. We have a very carefully curated memento in the form of the Shivaji Maharaj sword signed with Tulja. Also want to take this opportunity to request all our participants, audience here, to please keep your mobile phones on silent. We are amidst very, very interesting discussions and we would like to keep it silent and aware and attentive. Yes. We now move into an invigorating panel discussion. The sages of India taught that self-knowledge and world knowledge arise together. This conversation explores how understanding oneself is indeed inseparable from understanding one's duty, history, and even adversaries. A rich tapestry of intellect and insight awaits us in this next panel. I now invite Srimati Sumedha Varma Ojaji, Shri Pankaj Saxena ji, Dr. Sampadananda Mishra ji. This panel will be moderated by Srimati Sai Swarupa Iyer ji. The topic for this panel will be Swayambodh, Shatrubodh, knowing the self and knowing others. Please request everybody to be seated for the next session. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha, Shri Matre Namaha. So that was a wonderful explanation of Purusharthas, very erudite as well as effortless by Krishnan because we are now going to focus on a very important Purushartha and a very important aspect of that Purushartha, Artha. You know, Artha is one of the most important Purusharthas because in Purusha, Artha, there is Artha, right? We never called it Purusha Dharma, Purusha Moksha. We say Artha, the reason why humanity, what humanity pursues, right, is Artha. And in today's connotation, especially as the macro forces, the macro political, macro economic, macro social forces come together or converge and diverge in various factors. Those who we thought will be our friends did not remain our friends. Those who we thought may not be our friends may come to our help, or at the time of need we may be alone, and surprisingly we are good enough alone. That's what India proved during Operation Sindoor. We are also looking forward for the various addresses by people from the military on the topic. But now we'll be discussing with the erudite scholars beside me, Dr. Sampadananda Mishra ji, who has reinvented the pedagogy right from the Arsha Sampradaya. Pankaj Saxena ji, the author of Swayam Bodha Shatru Bodha, the title of our panel discussion today, to be self-aware. Only when we are aware of our own selves, we'll be aware of how to deal with the enemy and who is that enemy. Right? Who is the enemy and who are we? Right? That is the question that needs a continuous review. And Dr. Sumedha ji, who is scholar par excellence about the Maurya period of the history in Niti Shastra, Artha Shastra traditions, and you just keep speaking to her about Artha Shastra and the time just passes. So without much ado, let us jump into the discussion. So I open up for the opening remarks. So we are told that India is a very nice and friendly country which has never conquered anybody. Ajatashatru, Dharmaraja, Rama, nice people. We will never bear Shatrutva to anybody, which is true in some connotation, but were we always this goody, nice, people? Did we never have a Shatru Bodha? Were we never protected against the enemies? Did our ancestors not have that knowledge to protect ourselves? So,
Who would you want to start?
I think, yeah,
I think so.
Is it on? Am I audible?
Yes.
Namaskar to everyone. It's a pleasure being here as part of this panel with this wonderful erudite audience.
You ask backside because sometimes they are not hearing.
Can you hear at the back? Can you hear at the back? Yes, you can.
maybe volume.
Okay. So it's very difficult to follow the class act of Dushyant Sridharji, but we shall try to maintain your interest. So I think Swayam Bodh and Shatru Bodh can be considered from many points of view. I am going to look at it from the point of view of of Niti Shastra, of Arth Shastra, and I would like to say we have that famous promise of Sri Krishna in the Gita, Yada Yada Hi Dharmasya. So whenever Dharma is going through any crisis or problem, we have to fight for it. Vinashaya Chadushkatam. We have to finish off the people who are adharmic. So I don't agree at all that we were the proponents of ahimsa or not fighting, no yuddha, etc. Look at all our devis and devtas. All of them have ayudh. All of them are fighters. And Sri Ram is not some goody-goody, smiling and quiet person. He is the Yodha par excellence. Look at the Vibhuti Yoga section of the Bhagavad Gita. Sri Ram is exemplified as the best Dhanurdhar. And all the excellent things in the world are being described in the Vibhuti Yoga chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. So you see, Dhanurdhari was an excellent thing. Now, if I come to Niti Shastra, then the ideas of Shatru, that is, it's called Ari, are very, very clearly defined. There is a nation, that nation has to save itself, and what is the dhuri of that nation? The pivot, that is Dharma. So whenever Dharma is in danger, we have always fought. For that, we have had war, weapons, manuals for strategy. We have had from the Dhanurved to the Agni Puran to the Arthashastra. So we had the psychology of knowing our Shatrus, the reasons for when a fight was necessary, and the tools with which to fight. I'm sure we'll discuss all this later. Thank you.
So looking forward, now Pankaj Saxena.
Yeah, thank you, Sumita ji, and namaskar to everyone. I think this, when we became aware of this battlefield when social media came on, even the Hindu side, the so-called Hindu side, was very fond of saying that, we have never invaded anyone in the last 1,000 years or so. I mean, if that is true, that's your fault. Do not let your fault be your virtue signaling. We should have, if that was not the case, but we did. Because until it was the British era which made us forget who we truly are. I am currently studying the Northeast, and until 19th century, Hindu saints, Hindu swamis are very, very powerfully going to some of those communities which we had never reached before, and taking Vedic Sanatan Dharma to them, teaching them the best qualities of this marga. And apart from that, how did the Bali Hindus come to be? How did the Hindu temples get created in Vietnam, for example? One of the most ancient Hindu temples on the UNESCO World Heritage list are in Vietnam, also in Mysore. So how did we reach there? All of this never happened. We did invade. Of course, we had ethics. Of course, we had rules. Of course, we had a way in which we fought. We were better than others. But that did not mean that we did not have any sense of Shatru. Like when I wrote this book and they say your title itself is very wrong, And why I say so, these are very very well-known objections. So one of them wrote to me, it's not in our DNA, even if your argument is right, because they cannot argue with the arguments that are given there, the reasons that are given there, and they say it's not in our DNA. So first of all, I say this manner of speaking, it's not in our DNA. This is a cultural thing. You don't need DNA to change for it. You can learn it in a lifetime. You can learn it in a matter of few years. You don't need DNA to change it. And if you are talking about that, then you have to excise Gita and all of it, like she said. Then you have to forget all our gods and all our deities, all our Puranas, all Itihasas, even Vedas, even in Upanishads, you will find some references where there is ayodhya, where there is a fight. So you have to forget your entire tradition, believe in a wishy-washy thing which was created in last 50, 60 years, when we turned our sense of defeat into something morally, intellectually defensible to our own. It was an ego defense mechanism. A defeated society, defeated civilization, for some times it shields itself from the fact that it is defeated by these things that, it's not good to fight. So now the time has come for us to recognize ideological Shatrus. When I talk and I make it clear in my book, I'm not talking of people, of individuals. Sitaramji said that if you do not fight at the level of ideas, you have to fight in the streets. And so you have to take the fight ideologically. So those ideas, and just to sum up in the first volley of these questions, who is a Shatru? I will try to enunciate in just a few, one or two principles. A civilization which has a practice to accompany the truth statements that it is making. For example, there is something written in the Vedas. Vedas claim something, our Upanishads claim something. They state something. Now, what is the accompanying practice to prove and test that truth? Is there an accompanying practice or not? So, in Bharat version, Sanatan Dharma, meditation, dhyana, yoga is the way in which you can test the knowledge that is given in the Vedas and the Upanishads. However, if you read the texts like the Bible and the Quran, there is absolutely no way you can test them. You have to believe in them. The Bible and the Quran, not Quran, yeah. The Bible and the Quran, if you read them, there is no way to test them. It's a belief system, you have to believe it without any means of testing it. So civilization, which gives you a means of testing the truth statements that is given in your text, that is claimed by its wise men, it's a dharmic civilization, and those ideologies which claim that it cannot be proven and you have to believe it as it is, because that will necessarily create violence. If I am saying I am right and there is no way to prove it, in order for you to come over to my side, there is no other way. If you don't agree, I'll have to commit violence for you to come over to my side. So that creates all the trouble in the world. That is those ideologies which generate with this, which are dogmatic and which have no means of proving the truth. Those ideologies are Shatru, those ideologies are the enemy. That is what I would like to say last. Thank you. You want to say?
Namaskar to all of you. Whether we conquer, so whether we conquer or not conquer, whether we were passive or a very active, dynamic civilization, this is the question. Now it's up to us to accept whether our narrative is really strong or we are apologetic. Now the question comes, India never conquered. If this is the question, this has been injected into the minds of Indians by the colonial, post-colonial, it's a construct. But if you look at our civilizational story, it has always been that dynamic, forceful civilization or martial civilization, not a passive civilization. Otherwise, we would not have celebrated the hero warriors. We would not have this concept of Chakravarti, Digvijayi. We would not have a Ashwamedha Yajna. But it has been forcefully injected into our minds that we were always passive. Going ahead, we will be discussing more about the passivity of or the dynamic aspect of our civilization. So with these words, I will just, I shared my own idea of how it is a colonial and post-colonial construct, and it has not been there in our civilizational ethics.
Wonderfully opened, and in fact I want to quote the incident from the Mahabharata where Yudhishthira gets this desire, of all the people Yudhishthira gets this prompt from Narada. So Narada has gone to, he roams around Swarga, Antariksha, Bhumi, and even the nether worlds. So Yudhishthira asks him, you might have met our father, Pandu. So how is he? Narada says, yes, he is happy, he is in the Swarga. He was a great king, so he is in Swarga. But he told me something. And he went, what did he tell you? So, your father Pandu met Harishchandra in Swarga. And in today's parlance, your father was given the silver room and Harishchandra has given the presidential suite in that 5-star hotel called Swarga. The kind of services that Harishchandra commands and the kind of riches and pleasures that he has. Your father says, why don't, he asks, why am I not entitled to these kind of, pleasures, right? I have been a conqueror, I have been a just king. I might not have had a very long rule, but whatever I have done for Dharma. So what is the difference between Harishchandra and me? And then Indra told me Harishchandra performed the Rajasuya Yajna. So
you died without performing the Rajasuya. So if your descendants, if your sons, grandsons, whoever, if they perform a successful Rajasuya Yajna, you will get these privileges. Which is why Yudhishthira wants to perform a Rajasuya Yajna, and it's beautiful because here you are not doing it for self, but you are doing it for your ancestors. Right? And you are doing it for your progeny. So here that brings me to the definition of self, Swayam. Is it the individual, Vyashti, is it the Samishti, or is it timeless? So shall we dwell on the concept of how do we evaluate the self? Forget about the enemy. Before defining what is the enemy, we need to define our own self, what we stand for.
I think you should start this because you'll start at the individual level. I will go a little beyond that.
Actually, I want to start at individual level. I will keep it to society, so you can start.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I am a lifelong student of the Arthashastra, and I would like to definitely explain understanding yourself, not at the level of self, but go beyond to family, community, and finally the nation. So I will be speaking from the point of view
I think
of
the concept
state.
of self is never so
Yes.
narrow
Yes.
in the Indian this one.
So
When I
self
think for myself,
actually,
it is
it becomes the entire universe. But of that universe, I will take the unit of the kingdom and the unit of the state, the nation, of which the leader is said to be the Vijigishu. What is the Vijigishu? That is the world conqueror. So there you have it, conquering again. But how do you understand this state? This state has that famous theory, the Saptanga state, the 7 Prakritis, which most people must be very familiar with. You have the king, that is the Swami, Amatya, Janpad, Kosh, Dand, Mitra, and these 7 Prakritis make up, these are the elements of the state. By analyzing each of these Prakritis, and in the Arthashastra, in
Sunitaji, maybe you want to tell the meaning of each word.
So,
Saptanga is very important.
Okay. So, Swami is the king. He is the first amongst equals. He is not identified with the state. That is a crucial difference between sovereignty in the Western sense and how we understand the power of the king. He is the first amongst equals, but he is not the state. The state has 7 elements. The second is Amatya or administration, which means all the ministers, the bureaucrats, today's bureaucrats and ministries and cabinets, etc. And we had them during the Mauryan period also, not just from the Arthashastra, but triangulated from the so-called Ashokan edicts, which I would like to call the Mauryan edicts. It's triangulated from there. So you have administration. The third is Janpad. Janpad is the land and the people. So it includes both history, geography, culture, society, people, everything. That's Janpad. Then you have the, after that you have the Dand, Kosh, Mitra and Durga. Yes, Durga has become a little less important for us today, so I think that's why it slipped out of my mind. We don't have forts like that today, but I would take it to mean, a symbol of security, symbol of internal and external security. Defense fortifications, and now with technology, when you have fortifications in the sky, so it's you have to really change the concept of Durg. And of course you have Kosh, which is the treasury, Kosho, Mula, Danda. I come from the income tax department. That is our absolute motto, that it's money which makes the world go round. And then you have Dand, which is the army, and there you go again. If we were a state with ahimsa, ideas of not fighting, why would we have an important prakriti called Dand? There would have been no reason for it. And in fact, Niti Shastra is often called also as Dandaniti, as Sai Swarupa and I were discussing in the morning when we were talking about this. And the last is Mitra. Mitra is international relations, your relations with everyone who's around you. Now these 7 prakritis, if you understand these, if you analyze these, you can get a kind of index of power. Today it is done after people like Hans Morgenthau, or you look at the CIA power index. But what are the elements of these indexes? These elements are the same from these 7 prakritis. So what Kautilya has done is given us tools to define, analyze all these 7 prakritis and come up with your own SWOT analysis. This is not some kind of blind thing that we are the greatest in the world. It is a SWOT analysis of yourself as well as your enemy. So you recognize yourself, then you recognize your enemy. That enemy is the Ari. There is also a very good definition of who and what the Ari is. Who is a good Ari, who is a bad Ari. And there is also a good definition of yuddha, of fight. Why do you fight? Why do you not fight? What are the reasons? What kind of... and remember, yuddha is the best yuddha is dharma yuddha. You can have yuddha due to greed or some other reasons, but the best yuddha is dharma yuddha. The point here is that at the level of that unit which is called the state or the nation, which is an inescapable, essential part of the world order, either in the past or in the present, we have tools, we have manuals to recognize the strengths, weaknesses and characteristics of our own kingdom, of those who are opposed to us. And those who are opposed to us are also opposed in 2 ways. You know, the aim of the kingdom and the Vijigishu is Palan and Labh. So if any state is harming your Palan, that is the Yogakshema of the people, or Labh, that is the prosperity and future prosperity of your people, and if it is attacking the Dharma of your nation, then it is yuddha all the way. But it has to be considered very, very carefully. Now this is a long topic. I don't want to go on and on myself, so I will pass it on to.
Thank you, Samitaji, for giving that clarity from the Shastras. In my book, I make it absolutely clear I'm not talking of Atmabodh, about the self, because simply it's beyond my capacity to talk about that. So I'm not talking about that. When I say Swayambodh, it's the sense of Hindu society, how Hindu society sees itself. Because in the journey of every civilization, there come many times when they have to think on it. Because an incident triggered this in my mind, that we have to define once again that who we are very clearly. There was a video by Manoj Muntashir, a few years ago, where he said, agar aap ye bhi nahi hai, to bhi Hindu, if you're not this, then you're Hindu, if you're not this, then you're Hindu. So then it was basically a non-definition, that you are a Hindu, kuch bhi nahi ho to aap Hindu ho. You are nothing to, then you are Hindu, you are everything, then you are Hindu. So I thought that this cannot be the definition. There has to be, if not a definition in the sense that certain other religions can define themselves, because we are a practice-based civilization, so it has to be more nuanced. But there has to be some ways to tell that you are apart, you are different from others. So what are those ways? I try to define some universals, because someone in Kashmir, if he says he is a Hindu, someone in Tamil Nadu, if he says he is a Hindu, there has to be something common between them. If there is nothing common between them, then at least one of them is not Hindu. So what is that sense of being Hindu is what you try to define. In 30 seconds, if you say, I learned it all from my guru, and the first part, Swayambodh, is all, even the Hindu society and its sense of itself is taken from him only. That the concepts of karma, prarabdha and punarjan, which are very central to us, all Hindu cosmology cannot exist without this. So the sense of karma, prarabdha, punarjan, the practice of meditation, yoga, dhyana, which are given in a text and which have been practiced all over, the concept of pancharana, that by the act of being born, there are certain rinas, debts, for the want of a better word, on us, and that decides the kartavya bodh of a Hindu, that how should the Hindu, duties of Hindu shall be defined based on the rinas that are on him. Those are Pancharinas, Devrina, Rishirin, Pitrarin, Narrin, Bhutrin. There are different enunciations, but this, in essence, the centrality of Vedas, not that we have to blindly believe in them, but this is the civilization. What is the marga? There are many desas, and we have always respected them. One of the greatest things of this land, Bharat Varsha, all over, if you go to any civilization, there is this constant conflict between classical and vernacular, between the centralizing force and the secessionist forces. And one oppresses the others. We are the only civilization where actually the marg has nourished desas, various desas, without destroying their individuality, their diversity. They have nourished them and connected them to the marg. So that marg is given in the Vedas and the central scriptures. So that respect of that, this constitutes basic template. And apart from that, there are so many differences which we have always, diversity which we have always appreciated. But my guru used to say, and at that time I thought that it's just a spin of words, that we are very fond of saying, unity in diversity. So he said it should be opposite. It should be diversity in unity. Why? Because unity is most fundamental to us. We come from the civilization which gave the concept of Advaita. Unity is fundamental, it's basic, it's original, diversity is emergent. And it is that unity, that sense of spiritual unity, highest unity, which informs all diversity so that they do not fight against each other and nourish each other. That is, in essence, it was not 30 seconds, I'm sorry, 2 minutes of what the Hindu society is. Thank you.
In this world of binaries or dvandvas, there has been no time when one, it's free from shatrus. The existence of both negative and positive, shatru and mitra, will always be there. Now the question is, when you have binaries, so there has always been, and it's bound to be, one set of binaries will be privileged, the other set will be suppressed. So sometimes the shatru will rise, sometimes the mitra will be subdued by the shatru. Now here the Brahma Vidya comes to our rescue. How to handle this situation when we are a part of, an integral part of this dvandvatmaka jagat. One can never, whether, in the matter of oneself, or one is dealing with the outer world. The shatrus and mitras, so both will always be existent. Now the Upanishad says, it's a very beautiful sentence which says, Swarat Samrat Bhavati. How a king is defined is that a Samrat, the one who wants to rule over the world, first he has to be Swarat. He has to conquer himself. Without conquering the self, one can never rule over others. Atma Jnanam, Atmanam Vidhi, Atma va are drashtavya, shrotavya, mantavya, nididhyasitavya. This is fundamental to our Sanatana Dharma, our civilization. I will explain that one has to see oneself. Hear the voice of the truth from within. Shrotavya, mantavya, think about it, contemplate on it, be meditated upon it. Nididhyasitavya. So unless and until one conquers oneself, because the enemies are both within and without. The inner enemies have to be conquered. Without conquering the inner enemies, the outer enemies can never be conquered. So this is the Brahma Vidya. That is why it gave focus, it gave always stress on the Swayambodha. Swayambodha has a, the meanings at different levels, you can say, but essentially, so what the Shastras have done, who is Shatru, to define that, it says, say for example, you go to Bhagavad Gita, the Daivasura Sampada Vibhaga Yoga. So it clearly defines what we are essentially. He says, Krishna says to Arjuna, that you are born to Daivi Sampad. This is your essential character. Then it says what goes against it is the Asuri Bhava, the Shatru Bhava. So unless and until we know ourselves, our essential nature, it is even difficult to understand the Shatru, control the Shatru, or conquer the Shatru. So this is where comes the importance of knowing oneself, becoming the Swarat before one becomes the Samrat.
Wonderfully elucidated. So that actually defines how the king should be, right? And as long as the king is not selfish, the ruler is not selfish, the leader is not selfish, we can trust him, to take the country, the society with him, right? And that just reminds me of this shloka, when we are defining ourselves. The diversity element is beautifully explained in Vishnu Purana when the Purana describes India as the land to the south of Himalayas and to the north of the sea. And there are so many rivers, so many kingdoms, so the diversity is described there. But why are all the citizens of so many kingdoms called as Bharatiya? What is the commonality? So this shloka says tapas tapyanti munayoha. Along with so many civilizations and so many kingdoms, this land, the munis do tapasya. Juhyate chapi yajinaha. The yajnas are performed by people who can afford them, people who can visualize them. The yajna is something which is done as a, not for a selfish purpose. Basically, it is the, you do a tyaga of your punya karma for a greater purpose. That is a yajna. The Litfest also is a yajna because it brings together so many thoughts. And even those who cannot do yajna, danani chatra diyante, people give dana, paralokartham adarat. Right? For the paraloka, for the loka which is beyond what we can see, these three things people do across the land. Right? And now that gives us some kind of a swayam bodha and any, and so in this dynamic, how do we define a Shatru, especially in the recent connotation where who we thought will be our ally overnight turned hostile?
So, I will again go back to Cotilian thought because that is where I normally focus. In Cotilian thought, defining the Ari has been done not only in the book on Prakritis, which I just explained to you, but there is a section on Mitra. There is a section on how to relate with all the people, all the nations around you, and you must have heard of the famous Mandal theory. So the Mandal theory says, Kautilya says that the whole world is divided into different mandals. So there is you, that is the Vijayishu, remember, the world conqueror. And then there is the Ari, that is your enemy. And then you have the Madhyam and the Udasin, who are also two very strong, powerful conglomerates. Now all these categories are not single nations, they are conglomerates. The Ari is a group of people who are not your allies. Now in the context of what Sai Swarupa just said, of today's very quickly shifting sands, the Mandal theory provides us a very good mapping of understanding the international relations and who are the kingdoms, who are the nations today, nation states which become our enemies and our friends. So the Mandal theory can map this out. The advantage is that it gives you groups, it also gives you individuals. So if you are looking at China, then China's relationship with the USA, China's relationship with Russia will also be included in this Mandal system. So from the point of view of nation states, to recognize that those nations which are harming the welfare of your country, remember the Palan and the Lav that I spoke of, if anybody is harming the Palan of the constituents of all the 7 Prakritis, especially the Janpad, they are your enemy. And if they are not letting you prosper, they are your enemy. And there are so many ways in which you can actually deal with them. I think maybe you will have a question on that later, right?
I think
but I will just quickly say that he has many methods of dealing with them. Outright war is one of them, but there are many other methods which are before that, which are encapsulated in the 4 upayas and the Shadgunyam. Maybe we'll get a chance to discuss that.
You can,
Shall I explain?
Yeah.
Or shall
I'll quickly explain.
Okay. So the 4 upayas are some of the oldest ways of negotiating and understanding the conflict between people and finishing or making some kind of harmonious conclusion to that. Sam, that is in effect, trying to conciliate people. There are 5 types of Sam and 5 subtypes of each 5 of these, so it's huge. The main focus of the Arthashastra is on Sam. Although we have this in many of the other Purans, and they have been explained in certain different ways, and our Dharma Gurus have also said that these are ways in which individuals can with their own enemies. So, perhaps when we have the Shatru Bodh and we have a Shatru, we can try some. The other is Dan, which is, bribery, let me put it that way. And then you have Bhed, and then you have Dand. Bhed is using of confusing tactics, confusing people, maybe using a little bit of deceit, and throwing them off balance so that you can push your own view. And Dand, of course, is using force. That is what the subject of this is all about. Shandagunyam is something developed by Kautilya, especially separately, because the 4 upayas come from a very old holy tradition. Shandagunyam is especially developed in the Arthashastra for relations with other countries, and over there you have something called Sandhi, which is friendly relations, Vigraha, which is hostility, Asan, which is quiet, neither here nor there, it is a kind of loaded indifference. Then you have Yan, which is actually war, and then you have something which is called Dvairi Bhav. Dvairi Bhav is the most interesting one, where you can use 2 of these together to confuse your opponent. So all these are ways in which today I think Hindu society can actually use these methods to deal with people who are inimical to our civilization and our way of thinking.
Thank you. I will go on what the other kinds of enemies are, because in my book I have focused on the ideological enemies that you do not face them only outside your borders or at the borders, which you also face within the borders. So there is a famous incident which Sitaram Goyalji, one of the greatest historians and thinkers of last century from the Hindu side, he based his book, he wrote a book in Hindi, Saptashil, in which he starts from an incident from the life of Buddha. Now when we think of Buddha, we all only think of, we have been made to think only of ahimsa and all. But here what happens is that a general in which Buddha is sitting and meditating, in the land in which he is sitting and meditating, the general of that land comes to him and says, look, oh great one, I have been trying to conquer the neighboring kingdom for last 10 years or so, but I have been unable. So can you tell me how to do that? So Buddha asked 7 questions to him. So does that society follow this Shila, that's it? Do they respect women? Do they respect temples? Do they respect rishis? And when he answers in affirmative to all of them, he says that you cannot conquer that society until they maintain these Shilas. So what you have to do is to send your spies in that kingdom, send ideas, corrupt them at the level of ideas, so that when they are corrupted from within, then it is easy to conquer them. So that is what has happened with us, because Sitaramji once again wrote a wonderful book around 42 years ago, Hindu Society Under Siege, in which he starts saying that Hindus are not aware that they are under siege. The thing is that I have seen this movement move forward 23 years ago when my guru put me on this path. Till here there is a great progress. Right now we have Litfest where we can talk about these things. At that time, if you were to shout at the top of your voice in your city, people will call you Pagal and nobody will pay attention. So we have come a long way.
When police will come to arrest
Yeah. They did.
Sitaramji was arrested also.
Yes. So that was the stage, and now we have come where we can talk about these things. But the thing is still enough number of Hindus do not realize that they are under siege, because the enemy at the level of ideas is a very different enemy. What we are used to traditionally, that's why I say that the Swayambodh is not enough. Because when you encounter an enemy which you never have before, so lest it becomes controversial, but it could be, for example, in COVID, what happened, when a new virus comes, there is no defense in your society, everyone falls sick. And most of the people fall sick. But over the time, you study them, you study those strains, and then you develop defense and also vaccines. Vaccines and internal defense mechanisms. So both for natural and cultural vaccines to evolve, it needs some time, it needs some study. That is why specifically studying Shatru is very important. These ideas which actually invaded our civilization corrupted many minds, where what we know as religion, it was weaponized. Politics weaponized religion, turned it against us. So we need to know what those ideas are. Ideas which believe in, because I start my book with one idea and I will end it there also, that I was going in Vidisha to a temple and my driver was there. Now there was a huge rally in Vidisha, and mind you, MP is not known for its minorities. And there was a huge rally of Muslims, they were protesting for something which had happened in Palestine. So my driver asked a very pertinent questions. How were they able to unite across national, international boundaries? And why are we divided on the issues of land, language, and all of that? So what is that idea? We need to study that. And in my book I've done, I will not elaborate it here. That what are those ideas which makes them united across all borders of land, language, ideas, which we need to study. Only then we will be able to make a difference. Thank you.
So Pankajji's book, I guess, is available outside. Yes, we will. Okay. So the static and dynamic nature of the enemy, right? We have discussed the external, we have discussed the internal, but enemy may turn friend, friend may turn enemy, and something about that,
So the best way of explaining the static and dynamic aspect, we know the Sankhya Darshana, the Purusha and the Prakriti, the static and the dynamic. So there has been nothing like always static or always dynamic. So there has to be the static element as the force behind to support. And the Prakriti has to continue with the action, the dynamic action. There's a beautiful verse in the Gita which says, Karmani akarma yah pashe, akarmani cha karma yah. Seeing action in inaction and inaction in action. This action you translate as Prakriti and inaction into Purusha, then you can understand the verse in a better manner. And who is our enemy and who is our friend? Gita has a clear answer. Atmeva bandhuratmana, atmeva ripuratmana. You yourself are your enemy, you yourself are your friend. What is the solution? Uddhared atmanatmana. And it says, deliver yourself by yourself. And how this dynamic aspect of Prakriti in the context today we are talking or today we are facing, or the civilization has been facing. So I put it into the fourfold force, the Atma Bala, Buddhi Bala, Sarira or Sainya Bala, and Artha Bala. These four forces together, they keep our civilization dynamic. And we always have actualized and then put into force every aspect of it, not one of these, Atma Bala, Buddhi Bala, Sainya Bala or Sharira Bala, and the Artha Bala. So when these four we concentrate together, these four forces are active and dynamic always, then the civilization moves forward, rooted within its own values. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful discussion. I think each topic warrants a lecture, but we are unfortunately running out of time. And
Any question? No, during the break.
Yeah.
We'll do the book launches now. You can interact during the topic break.
We will now have book launches of both Shri Pankaj Sassenaji's book as well as Dr. Sanatan Rameshwar's books. Yes, we request Puja Swami Vidyanandaji to please come on stage and release Shri Pankaj Sassenaji's books.
Yes, इधर आ जाओ बाहर. That time you have used the word Hindu, otherwise many people run away from this word. And many will find refuge in Indic, Pindic and Sanatan also.
We now request Puja Swami Vidyanandaji to please release the Rishi tradition of Bharat by Dr. Sanatan Rameshwarji. We request Shri Harish Karatji to please felicitate the speakers of the earlier panel. Harish Karatji, please felicitate Dr. Sampadananda Mishra ji. Air Vice Marshal Vijay Kumar ji, please felicitate Sai Swarupa ji. Krishnan Chuk ji for Sumedha Oja ji. And Shri Ramachandra Prasad ji to please felicitate Pankaj Saxena ji. We will now go into a small coffee break, and we request all of us to come back sharp in the next 15 minutes. We have many stalls which is being arranged by Sugu Publications and others. Please do have a look. Please do come back in the next 15 minutes sharp.
एक मिनट आप लोग एक नाम बुक होता है एक
by Shri Venkatesh ji, and I request Shefali Akka to speak a few words and do the launch of this upcoming book.
It's a great honor for me to do this, to unveil the cover of M.R. Venkatesh's new book. As I said, this literature festival is actually about literature. We not only launch books here, we also launch the covers. The book is called Discovery of Bharat, Christian Constitution in a Hindu India. And if you see the cover, it's a remarkable cover actually, if you look at it, the kind of symbolism that is there. You can see the parliament building, the circular parliament building, and inside it is the constitution. And if you can see that on one of the vertices of the constitution, what do you see? Do you see anything? Do you see anything on the front vertex of the constitution block, of the cube that's inside the parliament? Yes. So that symbolizes the Christian constitution in a Hindu nation. And what is that symbol of the Hindu nation that has been kept out? Who can tell me? What is it? Come on, look at it. What is it that's been kept out of the parliament? Lamp. What does the lamp signify? Light, inner light, Hindu Dharma. So this is what the cover suggests, that the Christian institution has been imposed upon the civilizational state, that is Bharat, and that is why what we are trying to do is basically fit a square peg into a round hole, and that is basically the reason of majority of our problems as a civilizational state. I am sure that we will all be looking forward to read this book, and all the best to M.R. Venkatesh ji. It's a remarkable idea, and I'm glad somebody is talking about it, because so far the only discussion in India, it's become like that if you criticize the constitution, oh my God, you are a traitor. But a constitution is a book, it has been changed many times, and if this book talks about how the constitution was framed, what were the ideas and what were the thoughts behind it, I think it's a discussion that should be welcomed. All the best, Himanshi.
Who created this picture?
Keshav ji created this picture. Give a big round of applause for Keshav.
It took him almost 1.5 years to actually come out with this concept. Almost 20 designs were made before we zeroed in on this. And I must thank Keshav ji for a painstaking effort. Thank you. You can start.
Okay. I don't know if this is working. Is this working? Am I audible?
You can take this.
So, namaste again, hello again, here I am. Maybe you're getting too much of me, but I promise you this is the last one. And Venkatesh ji will be there to keep your interest. We are going to be discussing statecraft. And as you may have guessed, my all-consuming interest in statecraft comes from reading not just Kautilya's Arthashastra, but all the Purans, which have this element, also the Kural, and also other people who have written after Kautilya. So I think what will happen here is that I will talk about the past, Venkatesh ji will talk about contemporary reality, about India today and in the past 70 years or during the British period, and in the end or during the discussion you may be able to see a kind of melding of the past and the present, at least that is what I hope. So I will just start a little bit, just some opening remarks before I throw the ball in his court. Statecraft or Niti Shastra is one of the most important shastras that all rulers of India had to learn. And Niti Shastra is supposed to have come from Brahma, then it came to Prajapati, it came to Lord Shankar, and it was done by various different intellectual rishis, and it became smaller and smaller and honed to greater focus on humanity, and then we have the different Arthashastra manuals. There are 14 of them mentioned in Kautilya's Arthashastra. He mentions 14 teachers. So you see that the tradition of Niti Shastra, statecraft, is a deep, wide and intense one in our own Vedic Hindu tradition. And I will also say Indic tradition, although the word was just dissed some time ago, because the Buddhists and the Jains also have a very strong tradition. We will perhaps start with a discussion of democracy. Democracy in ancient India, democracy at the present. But since I think it would be good to have Venkateshji's ideas also, perhaps let's start with talking about democracy today in India, and then I'll talk a little about the past.
You talked about so much of literature available in the Indian traditions about statecraft. My mind goes to Friday the 13th, December 13th, Friday 1946. And Friday the 13th has got a Christian connotation. That is the day on which Nehru brings in the aims and objectives resolution in the Constitution. That is why we are all suffering from what is called as perestroika triophobia, the fear of Friday the 13th. And in that resolution, not one word about all that you spoke. Wasted breath, I would say, for you. Because right through the next 3 years, when we made the constitution between 1946 to 1949, November 26th, when it was closed, we said, look at France, look at Ireland, look at Germany, look at Italy. I don't know why we started looking at Italy so early. Okay. Then look at America. So we said, we the people from America. Then liberty, fraternity, equality from France. Then the Constitution had this whole issue about democracy being from Greece and wherever. And nothing was even referred to in passing for this civilization which has existed for a minimum of 5 to 10,000 years. Not even in the past. So, answering your question about democracy, it was as if it came from the West. And I stay in a place, my home is in a place south of Chennai, Nilagare. And as the crow flies 60 kilometers to a town called Uttarameru, the inscriptions of Uttarameru, of which books have been written, show the level of democracy that was prevalent in Tamil Nadu some 2000 years back, 1500 years back, the level of democracy. In fact, the Election Commission can borrow the entire manual of Uttarameru inscriptions and put it in its website. It will be so contemporary. But what we are taught in the first year of law colleges is demos comes from Greece, and democracy was given by the Greece, and but for democracy the world would be still a jungle. The problem is not, the previous session was about the enemies without. The problem is the enemies within. And holding, as Kandariji said, holding powers of high eminence in this country. That is the problem.
I will just add a little bit more to that. He very rightly mentioned the Uttarameru inscriptions. But the roots of democracy in our country go far, 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 far back. And the whole idea, if you remember, I explained the Saptanga state and the role of the king. Now, to untutored eyes, it seems as though it was a monarchy. But what was that monarchy like? Was the king some kind of whimsical person, you know, like in Alice in Wonderland, you have the Red Queen, off with his head if I'm angry with him. Was it that kind of whimsical, totalitarian, autocratic rule? Absolutely not. The conduct of the king is written down in various manuals and was also explained to him through oral as well as familial methods, and there was the injunction on the king to consult with all his amatyas, that is the administration, everyone important, and not do anything without consultation. And here in passing, although it's not the subject, we must remember that the Queen Mother and the Queen were also part of that internal consultation mechanism. So you had the voice of women too. The king was in effect a person who ruled for the people, by the people is very late. We have that shlok from the Arthashastra which says, in the happiness of the people lies the happiness of the king. What pleases the people pleases the king. It's not his own self-interest which are important. So what does this encapsulate? In monarchy itself, it encapsulates the tenets of democracy, which is the welfare of the people. So this thinking, this Western thinking of monarchs, democrats as separate is something that our thinking has not agreed with. Again, I could go on to telling you how democracy has been mentioned in Panini, in so many of the earlier texts that we have. I won't do that. I'll just tell you one story. The story is of Amrapali. You may have heard her name. She was one of the most beautiful women in history. And she was a courtesan, a Ganika. Please don't think of her as a sex worker. She was much more than that. She was a Ganika. You can Google that word and find out what it means. And she was a Ganika from Vaishali. What was Vaishali? In around the 6th century before the Common Era, Vaishali was the leader of the democratic kingdoms of India. And their fight was with Magad. What was Magad? Magad was the one which espoused monarchy. So the Gana Sanghas, of which there is a whole list of Gana Sanghas, which is democracies, mentioned not just in the Arthashastra but also in our Itihas. These Gana Sanghas were, the most important were the Lichavis. Their importance remained even till the time of the Guptas. But anyway, she had a romance with the king of Magad, and in this romance was encapsulated the fight between the Lichavis of Vaishali and Magad. That means democracy and Ganasangha versus monarchy. And it was the way that Magad won which gave our political institutions the turn towards monarchy, although it was a very democratic monarchy. Otherwise, Gana Sanghas, where people were chosen from the tribe itself and together ran the tribe, ran the kingdom, was a very important institution in ancient India. So all this stuff about democracy coming from outside is absolute nonsense. And it has only, you just have to study a few of our texts to understand that democracy is so rooted in India. Coming to 1947, when the British left, so India's demise was predicted, that this country is going to fall apart. How come all of us adopted and adapted to voting and to this kind of setup so quickly, so easily? What was it? That's because this kind of voice of the people is in our very genes. So that is something that is food for thought. And now moving on, maybe you would like to give us some contemporary ideas about the constitution, maybe from your book, and this whole idea of a Christian constitution in a Hindu nation, and then we'll go back to discussing statecraft of it.
Thank you. When the British left, yesterday was the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Patel. And when the British left, there were around 565 states, princely states. So if ladies can pardon me, India looked like a rava dosa, torn in between, perforated and looked completely broken and had no shape or size. And it was to the eternal credit of Sardar Patel that he brought 565 Sanastans and welded into a nation. That is politically, not otherwise. Politically, he gave a contour and he brought it all together. And of which two, Junagadh and Hyderabad, played trot and he had to raise his little finger and flex it to bring them online. That's part of history. But the point is, none of the kings or any Hindu Raja, Maharajas had a problem aligning with India. The accession document, if you see, it's very uniform. It is as simple as a rental agreement between a landlord and a tenant. You know, I'm giving my whole samsthanam to this country and I'm aligning. The reason for that, despite the fact that there were several tumultuous happenings in the political sphere, the sociological order was by and large preserved. The society was well and truly preserved for a variety of reasons. And I ask always a question, that nation was so predominant, that Bharatvarsha was so predominant, that coming from deep south, nobody took a sankalpa. The Bharatavarsha Bharatakande is the sankalpa that we took. Never we said Chola Rajya, Kanishka Rajya, Harshavardhana Rajya. Okay? We always said Bharatavarsha Bharatakande, and for me, the Kedarnath is as important as Tirunelveli. And Ma Kali at Calcutta is as important as Ma Meenakshi. So this was what welded the nation into, the geography into a nation. And with just 25 or 30 such small kingdoms, which were predominantly Catholic and Protestant in Germany, speaking the same language, Bismarck found it difficult to make Germany out of it. Now think about it like what we are, broken into several languages, several difficult geographies, customs, religion. To weld it into one political unity just took 2 to 3 years. And that 2 to 3 years was predominantly because two people played truant. One was the Nizam of Hyderabad and one was, of course, Sheikh Abdullah. And both were not following the Indic traditions. And see how we welded it. And that is why I find it amusing when people say that nobody says, India tere tukde tukde kar denge. Bharat tere tukde honge. Inshallah, inshallah. March, December 2016, that was the famous statement made in Jawaharlal Nehru University. And Nehru himself, in the Tryst of Destiny speech, says the soul of a nation long suppressed will finally find its utterances. He sees this as a nation. Nehru, who is supposed to be an agnostic,
Who was discovering India.
Discovering India, and who in Discovery of India says there is nothing called a soul, nothing called a nation, on 15th of August himself becomes a convert and says and plays rich obeisance to this country, this nation, and the soul of this nation. So to put this nation into some box and box it and try to define it in the Westphalian sense or the Western sense or the American idioms is going to be extremely difficult unless we start speaking in Indian idioms and Indian languages. And for starters, you asked me about my book. I have said that it must be written in any language but English. When you rewrite, you start writing in Tamil, Kannada, Urdu, any Indian language, I have no problem. But when you write it in Indian language, you will be able to focus on words like dharma, karma, all these things which have got absolute resonance with the audience. You will become Bharatiyas. You have seen that movie, no? That multiple personality disorder of Onion, where he suffers from, we Indians suffer from multiple personality disorders. So we are Indians when we speak in English, and we become Bharatiyas when we speak in Tamil or Marathi or Kannada. So we are constantly trying to find our identity. And this is where I think I have I pitched in my book as to why we are duty bound for the next generation. We are duty bound to the next generation to rewrite the constitution.
So very interesting that you said that, Venkatesh ji. Pankaj ji also mentioned the centrality of unity, not unity in diversity, but diversity in unity. I think the same ideas are getting echoed over here. So in this too, we can see that all of us go back to the same substratum. The topic of this particular discussion between us is statecraft. So I will go back to a bit of statecraft and talk about statecraft in the sense of how states come into being. So you have the Hobbesian bargain where you give up your freedom for security. What is the Indian idea? Why did a state come into being? So the Indian idea is much more welfare in it. It is to save the weak from Matsya Nyaya. The big fish should not eat the small fish. That is why you have to have somebody who can wield the dand. And the dand here means justice rather than just the army. The dand is in the concept of justice, and it was very much in the news with the Sengol. And I remember writing a lot about it, both from the Arthashastra and from the Quran, where the ideas of dand and the Sengol and justice are all the same. So our statecraft is based on the welfare of people. What is Western statecraft based on? One very famous book is The Prince by Machiavelli. This is, there's a misnomer that Kautilya was the Machiavelli of India. This was said first by Max Weber, echoed by
just like Shakespeare is the
no, Kalidas is the Shakespeare. Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely ridiculous way of putting it. Yes. So, in the Western ideas of kingship and sovereignty, it's all about power grab. It's all about control. It's all about ownership of that piece of land. And states came into being, according to many theoreticians such as Michel Foucault, when people became, there was a critical mass of population, there was some technology increase, and people refused to accept the sovereignty of the prince as the owner of everything. And they did some kind of negotiation, and the modern state came into being, the Westphalian state as you were mentioning. For us, it's not like that. Again, as I had mentioned last time, the whole idea is in the last discussion, the whole idea is the welfare of the people. It is in that the happiness of the king lies. All the 7 prakritis must work together for the welfare of the people. This basic tenet of statecraft has stayed with us, whether it be Mauryan times when Kautilya was guiding Chandragupta, or whether it be Shivaji Maharaj, or whether it be the Vijayanagar kingdom. This was very much there. Western narrative says that the Arthashastra and all its ideas were lost and then only discovered in the early 20th century. Some research will tell you that it was not so. It remained very much a piece of our statecraft. Now that statecraft has been completely ignored in making the constitution as it was. So would you like to shed some light on it?
Yeah, I believe there is a project called Project Romanization. Now, Project Romanization, or what I call as the discovery, is basically an idea that flows from a papal order of 1494, where the Pope orders Christian kings in Europe to discover new lands. I do not know whether Nehruji had an idea about discovery when he thought about discovery of India. But discovery meant discover new heathen lands and convert them into Christian lands. And that is why we had discovery of America by Vasco da Gama. And that's why Portugal, we have East India Company by the British, by the Portuguese, by the French, by the German. But there are at least 7 East India companies that I could actually figure it out, who all came trying to discover India. And when they discovered India, what we are taught is that they came for trade. That is the biggest nonsense that we have to pretend. They came to propagate Christianity.
So it's called God, Glory and Gold.
Yes. And then that remnant of Christianity, which has been firmly embedded into our system, education, thought, legal, it's massified. That, believe me or not, we are all Christians. Hallelujah. Okay? It's not a laughing matter. It's a very serious and a sorry state of affairs that we don't even realize that we have all become Christianized to such an extent that we don't even a judgment like Shabrimala doesn't revolt the people. And it has been termed as constitutional morality. The words constitutional morality figures prominently in that judgment of how a civilization which had its own restraints on female women from entering a temple, a shrine, for thousands of years is sought to be broken through a constitutional mandate. Now, this is what I call the colonialism at play, Project Romanization well and truly at play, and the worst part is that we don't realize it.
So maybe two more points that we will discuss. India has been for the past 1,000 years land which has been invaded, which has been colonized, and a lot of its own institutions have been in fact either destroyed or modified, but at the base something remains. There is that something which ties us all together. Again, I will refer back to what Pankaj said. There are some commonalities. That is how all of us identify, no matter which part of the country we come from, and that is what still makes us come together. So what have been the results of this kind of invasion? They have been quite a few. Sometimes the nature of the kingdoms has changed, although they still try to retain the old ideas and the old frameworks. And if even you look at the way cities were made, look at the city of Jaipur. Jaipur is perhaps the only existent city today which is being designed the Hindu way. Otherwise, look at all other cities. They are not designed the Hindu way at all. There is a way of designing it which is again given in my favorite book, the Arthashastra. There's a total blueprint of how a city should be designed. So the invasions have had a very negative impact on the whole on our statecraft. What is your opinion on this interpretation?
See, as I said, the constitution is a patch magic. Actually, had there been a Word, Microsoft Word were available, we could have written the constitution in 2 or 3 days if you had a good typist. Okay.
Control C, Control V also.
In fact, one of my chapters is Control V, Control C. Because if you take the 1935 Act, and I have done that on purpose, 1935 Act I have quoted verbatim on left hand side and the constitution on the right hand side. It mirrors word for word, except that there has been some changes. Like the president now was formerly was called the Governor General, now it is the president. Formerly the Advocate General was called the Attorney General, Attorney General was called the Advocate General. So they have made some cosmetic changes. They have put a lipstick on the chimpanzee, that's all, and pass it off as some beautiful woman. We are not impressed. But the problem is we have elevated this constitution to the level of Bible and Quran. Single book, no discussion. Oh, this is Ambedkar's constitution, and Ambedkar in 53 said, I will burn this constitution. Nobody quotes that. Ambedkar was very clear, he would burn this constitution. It is in the records of the Rajya Sabha. Now, unfortunately, what is happening is we are stemming all debates on the constitution across political lines. On this, I find almost a near perfect unity amongst politicians that the constitution should not be disturbed. The constitution has also put us in good stead in several spheres. Let us be very clear. The constitution has been working tremendously well in certain places, but when it comes to civilizational aspects, it has been an abject failure. So the bell rings, that means yes.
Also, the last thing before the Q&A is just to think about the way forward. So I would again succinctly put it as putting Dharma back into our statecraft, and constitutional morality can be substituted by Dharma. Dharma is not religion, as all of us here know very well. Outside is the book Your Dharma and Mine by Shatavadhani Shri R. Ganesh ji. Anyone who has any doubts can read that book and understand the description and the exactitude and the minuteness with which Dharma is described in all its 5 aspects. So according to me, that is the way forward. Constitutional morality should melt or go away into Dharma. What do you say, Venkatesh ji?
It will be drinking whiskey with lassi. I am very clear about it. The dharmic way can probably have parts of constitutional morality, but dharmic way is independent of it. The dharmic.
So shouldn't we change the idea of constitutional morality? That is what I meant.
Obviously, but that we have been trying, though I just put it very lightly. What I intend to say is that it is so much etched, and constitutional morality is Christian morality. Christian morality is now Western morality. Western morality is probably American morality, which we all follow. We don't even understand what we are talking, the idioms, the phrases that, let me be very blunt with you, that most of our elites, the judges, the media people, want endorsement from abroad. And I tell you, you are seeking an endorsement from abroad. A Shabrimala judgment was written not for the Indian audience, it was written for a Western audience. Let us be clear about it. To get Sabashi from a Western audience, if you start doing all these things, this is where you will end up. So, to answer your question, unless we start cleansing from below,
yes,
it's not a top-down approach, it has to be bottom-top approach. And say that all of us rewrite certain things and understand that this is where it should be. The benchmarks has to be changed. The coordinates of our destination has to change completely. And then only we start ending up with something bigger and better.
Thank you, Venkatesh ji. We draw to an end of our discussion, but the floor is open for questions, if any. If anyone would like to ask questions.
Hello, check. My name is Srinivasan. I have come here with my wife Shardar, and incidentally, she is an advocate herself.
God bless her and God bless you.
But fortunately, she is no more practicing in any courts. Just read that.
God bless the courts.
Okay, and we have been enjoying this Western Ghats Links Festival, and it has been a very enduring experience. See, we have been talking so much about, say, Christianization and whatnot, Hindu Dharma, say, dharmic. See, why is that still we are, say, thinking or not even thinking to announce boldly that Bharat is a, say, Hindu nation? Why is there so much of, thoughts is still going on, and why we are not, say, very bold and stubborn? See, what is stopping us?
Since it's a very, very easy question, I pass it on.
Not so easy. I'm going to say one line and pass it back to you. So I think it's because of a lack of consensus. If you took a vote on this, I don't know about the city of Coimbatore, but I'm living in Delhi. You would not get a vote in favor of this. So there's a lack of consensus, understanding, awareness amongst people, and I think we have to work on that first before we announce any such thing. What about you, Venkatesh?
If I clap a bit louder, you don't have to be hesitant. So I endorse your views, but my understanding is we are a Hindu nation. Let us not have that doubt. What we have a doubt is whether the constitution adheres to the needs of a Hindu nation. There are two different things. We are a Hindu society, we are a Hindu nation, and we have all the trappings of a Hindu nation. Of course, it has its own challenges, problems, it has 1,000 years of history, psychologically it has a problem, so many things are there. But let us not say we are a cosmopolitan society or a leftist society or society which is denuding itself of its Hindu past. Or secular. But we are, sir, let us be clear, we are a Hindu nation. We have not made the declaration. But where do you want to declare, let me know. Constitution. So read my book and distribute it.
We thank the speakers for their thought-provoking discussion and bringing to light that governance has always been rooted in Dharma, not dogma.
Thank you, Ji.
They reminded us that democracy is not a Western import, but part of India's very genes. That Danda and Sengol alike stand for the welfare of all, and that reclaiming our idioms and statecraft is essential to rediscovering the true spirit of Bharatavarsha. We request Shri Tamil Kumaranji to felicitate M.R. Venkatesh.
One picture, please.
The conspiracy is complete.
Thank you.
We move on to the next event for the day. Sharp, fearless and rooted, Priyam Gandhi Modi brings us a mirror to contemporary Bharat through her keynote address on No Congress, No Nonsense, chronicles from political Bharat, interlacing fact, history and national sentiment and tracing how modern political narratives must reclaim clarity and courage. We welcome Priyam Gandhi ji to the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. My keynote is before the lunch break. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing, but I promise I will not keep you away from food for very long. So, the topic of my talk is No Congress, No Nonsense. Chronicles of a Political Bharat. So when I read the topic, I said an entire day will pass and I'll never be able to finish this conversation. So where do I start? And that's where I started thinking that what is it that I want to say that will encapsulate the current worries in my head. So in that context, Bharat for me and Bharat for us is not just a piece of land. सिर्फ एक भूमि का टुकड़ा नहीं है. This is our mother with a heartbeat. For any living being that has a soul, जिसमें प्राण है, has to go through a karmic cycle. And perhaps because of that cycle of karma of our motherland, we've seen such a long 70-year Congress rule by the Nehru-Gandhi family. Only now we see the cycle of karma turning. Now we see Bharat and our mother reclaiming some of her lost glory. So I want to focus on the most pressing worries we have as a country today. and that is national security. So, people ask कि तुम right wingers जब देखो, whenever you talk to, you guys, you're always criticizing the Congress, always criticizing the Gandhis, why you're talking about history, talk about the present and all of that. But a nation that does not learn from its history, does not move forward, continues to make the same mistakes and goes in a loop, and an unending loop. So we have to learn from history. So in that context, let's look at the last 6 months that we have experienced as a country, that we have experienced as a nation. What have we seen? We have seen Pahalgam attacks. Okay, what happened in Pahalgam? People were asked, are you Hindu, are you Muslim? If you're Hindu, you're killed. Yeah? Why did these attacks, why did the Pahalgam attack happen? Again, the answer lies in history. So we need to understand. Jammu and Kashmir has always been kept boiling. Okay, not just by our neighbors, but also by our internal enemies. They like it to boil. Okay, they use it as an excuse to attack us. So now, let's go back even further into history. Yesterday was Loha Purush Shri Sardar Patel ji's 150th birth anniversary. The great unifier of Bharat. But like Advocate Saab also mentioned, and even before that, Kashmir was a problem. And why was it a problem? Let's look at that. Maharaja Hari Singh repeatedly communicated to Sardar Patel, to Acharya Kripalani ji, and said, I want to join the Union of Bharat. I am willing to sign the accession document at the same time that other princely states are signing it. Please let me sign it. Panditji sent Mountbatten to Kashmir, and Maharaja Hari Singh went in his little open car to pick up Mr. Mountbatten. And in that 5-minute conversation, Maharaja Hari Singh understood that Mountbatten here is pitching for Jammu and Kashmir to join Pakistan. So he kept his mouth shut. He said, I have diarrhea. He sent Mountbatten on a hunting trip and he didn't see him for the rest of that visit. What happened after that? Again and again it was communicated that please, accept my accession. Kashmir wants to be a part of the Indian Union. And he was denied. Why? Because Panditji wanted to make his friend, his very good buddy, Sheikh Abdullah, the Prime Minister with a separate constitution. Alag Desh, alag constitution. Right? So, this is why it has always remained a boiling pot. He got his way. Sheikh Abdullah did lead Kashmir. We saw that he divided it on religious lines. And what was the thinking? What do you think was Panditji's thinking behind doing this? He said that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are not Hindus. They are Muslims. So they will not be able to integrate with Bharat. Hence, Kashmir cannot become an integral part of Bharat. That narrative is used even today by our own people. There are voices that arise from Bharat saying that POK ko wapas le lo. But then there are same voices that say POK ko wapas liya to problem ban jayega because these are not our people, they are not Hindus. This is our land. These are our people. It is ours. So wapas le lo, it has to be ours. So this is not an argument that one should be making. Let's move forward once again and why this remains a national security concern for us even today. Panditji took the whole Kashmir issue to the United Nations after Pakistan launched their attack with the help of the British. Under the wrong section, experts here will understand, he internationalized this issue. He went to the UN saying that this is a case of disputed territory. This is not disputed territory. This is an aggressor coming on our land, forcefully taking it. It is not a dispute. We have to fight the aggressor and kick them out. If we took it under the correct section, India could have been able to continue to use its army and its armed forces and throw out the aggressor, which was Pakistan, who had no business in being on our land. So that is your historical context as to why Kashmir continues to simmer today. Now, let's move forward. What happened after Pahalgam attack? What happened? Operation Sindoor. India went into army territory and we conducted Operation Sindoor. What happened during Operation Sindoor? I'll leave this to the experts to discuss this, and I know there are many interesting conversations on Operation Sindoor today and tomorrow, which I'm really looking forward to attending. But what happened during Operation Sindoor? We had to repeatedly state that our actions are not escalatory in nature. Why? Why did we have to do that? Why did we have to repeatedly say that our actions were not, they were escalatory? We did go into enemy territory. We did want to hit them. We did want to hit their army bases, air force bases. They were escalatory in nature. So why did we have to put on this farce? Because we are trying to show ourselves as a nation that we aren't. Okay? And especially between India and Pakistan. With Pakistan, very early on, it has always had this client state mentality. Whoever pays it money, it dances for them. So, because of this client state mentality, and now we know that it lets China, it lets the United States, it lets the Middle East use its strategic assets. So we knew that if we build the narrative that no, we are going into Pakistan and we are attacking Pakistan, Pakistan has all these clients that will come to its defense, some which are visible and some which are acting under an invisibility cloak. So we had to continue to maintain that no, our actions are not escalatory in nature. Why do you think Pakistan got this favoritism with the world? Of course, it dances for who pays it money. But for a very long period of time, Bharat and its political leadership, the Congress, chose to maintain and keep us in this bubble of being isolated under the garb of non-alignment. Non-alignment was not the way to go. Multi-alignment was. We had to be talking to all parts of the world repeatedly, but we chose to isolate ourselves, isolate our markets, right? We use license Raj and all kinds of tools to completely isolate ourselves. And using that as an opportunity, Pakistan made all these clients and these friends that come to its defense. What happened after Operation Sindoor? President Trump swooped in and announced that he has brokered a ceasefire. Who is President Trump to swoop in? And why? Right? Now let's look at decades of the India-US relationship and how Congress chose to build it. India-US relationship was absolutely not consequential for the Congress leadership for many, many, many decades because US had chosen Pakistan as its client state. Somewhere in the middle with John F. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy met Mr. Pandit Nehru, developed some kind of a personal affinity, and then the 1962 China War happened. Just when some relationship was starting to be rebuilt, Pandit Nehru asked the United States to send in American planes to fight the Indo-China war on India's behalf. And that killed the growing relationship for many decades. It's only over the last 15 or so years that we're able to start building this relationship. I'll come to why this relationship is consequential a little bit later as well. So only over the last 15 years have we been able to truly follow what we say is strategic autonomy and talk to all parts of the world and rebuild this Indo-US relationship. Before Operation Sindoor, President Trump had announced multiple times that we are going to sign a mini trade deal. After Operation Sindoor, not only were tariffs shot up to 25%, but he also applied a 25% punitive sanction on us for buying Russian oil. So 50%. Anyway, 25% you are out of the competitive market to sell your goods. 50% is ridiculous. You can make it 500, then it doesn't matter. Why did he do that? Why did he hike up and punish us? Because we refused to tell him that yes, you mediated this war. Yes, you deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. Yes, you are a architect of global peace. Right? Why did he have that expectation from us in the first place? And how do we need to handle the Indo-US relationship? Were we wrong that we built it over the last decade and a half, or are we wrong now that we think that we don't need the United States and let's go sit with China? Right? There is so much distrust because of this decades of the Congress political relationship between the Indo-US relationship that every time there is progress, there comes a hit. And right now, let's look at our economic size. Since we're talking about trade deals, we are a $4 trillion economy. China is an $18 trillion economy. The United States is 37 trillion. Right? 37 trillion. We are moving to a world which used to be from a unipolar world which was US centric after the Soviet Union collapsed to now almost a bipolar world between US and China, where China sees itself as a regional player here and the US itself sees itself as the big boss of the entire world still, and we're trying to say that we're still finding ground. Sometimes I feel that the enemies are within us. We have to realize that there is a big difference between 4 trillion, 18 trillion and 37 trillion. Can we pick up a fight? What does our Shastras teach us? Can you pick up a losing battle? No, you can't pick up a losing battle. Had we made these kinds of arrangements and opened up markets long ago, we had the potential to grow much faster. Finally, we've come around to that. Now, what happened after that? We went to the SCO summit and we became friends with China again. Right? Now let's look at China. Is China our friend? Can China ever be our friend? It can never be our friend. Let's look at what it did in 1962. Since yesterday was Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's 150th birth anniversary, I was going through some of his letters. And I read a letter of him warning Pandit Nehru on Tibet in, I think, 1950. And he said, you're mishandling Tibet and it's no longer a buffer. You're giving it away. You're letting China take it. It is no longer a buffer between us and China. The Himalayas are not going to come to protect us. The fact that you have used all of your international standing to lobby for China to get it the UN Security Council seat, to show your goodwill to China. This is your mistake. Don't do that. Lobby for yourself. Lobby for India. Lobby for Bharat. Why are you lobbying for China? And this is a very big mistake. However, Panditji chose to form his friendships with China and was completely taken for a ride. China has always had an expansionist salami slicing policy, where it thinks that it'll take a little bit of your land that nobody notices, then a little bit more, then a little bit more. That's salami slicing strategy, and it was always going to use this with us. We were completely taken aback. Panditji was so surrounded by his family and friends as advisors then that they said, you know what, just to show that we are also capable, let's build some forward posts, on our border with China, and we can say that we are prepared for war. So they built these little shacks on the border, which were destroyed in one day. In one day, China destroyed us. Okay? It came to a point that not only was our chicken neck cut off, the entire northeast China was going to take over. All of the northeast. That's when we wrote that desperate letter to President Kennedy, that please send the US planes to fight for us. It was out of China's goodwill then that they decided that they are going to retreat again and the northeast is going to be part of Bharat. So again, China continues to remain a concern. When I say that I'm very concerned about our national security situation today, and the roots of that lie in historical realities since we've gained independence. So now the second, the second chronicles from a political Bharat. We, especially the right-wing universe, we think that we are the third pole of the world today. Are we the third pole of the world today? No. Can we be the third pole of the world? Yes. But can we be that today? No. It will take strategy. You will have to be the third pole by selling your products to countries that have the power to pay you. That's how you be the third pole. That's how you strategize. Countries who aspire to be poles of power create institutions and international orders. When America aspired to be a pole, it created NATO. It created institutions like the international institutions, okay? And then they create these institutions that are either economic institutions or they are security institutions. China did the same thing. China created an SCO, right? US created the NATO. US created the European Union, which is an economic institution. Is Bharat creating those institutions? Yes. We foresee that the global south is an institution. But is it a powerful institution today? Our country is going to go to war for us? No. So, this type of strategic thinking never existed in Bharat after independence. It is only now that we see that we have a dream, that we have a collective dream, that we can become a third pole of power. And to achieve that collective dream, we continue to take those steps. But are we there yet? No. Can we pick up the fights? Can we pick up fights with the big two poles of power in the world today? No, we can't. So that is the reality. When we see the political opposition, yesterday the NSA, National Security Advisor, made a very interesting statement on democracy. He said that you don't need to enjoy majority to come to power in this country. You just need to divide the rest. And he said, and follow the money. So you'll come to know how the divisions are happening. That's what the opposition is doing. Dividing the country. That's what it has always done. It divides us. Because that's your road to political power. And that is the reality today. We see on one side the Bharatiya Janata Party, you see a center of right ecosystem that has a vision for us, that has a vision where India needs to stand, where Bharat needs to be in the international order and is taking steps forward. And on the other side, and yesterday on a panel, a congressman got really livid and angry when I said that, you had Panditji who was a Nepo kid. First he had his father lobbying for him when he was alive to make him Congress chief, took away that from Sardar Patel, so there was no merit there. And after he passed away, after Motilal Nehru passed away, Panditji continued to tell Gandhiji that you are only my father now. All my decisions you make, and think that you are my father and think like a father and make my decisions. He used emotional blackmail as a legitimate tool. So I said, Panditji was a Nepo kid, and the entire family, that Nepo kid attitude of entitlement continues to persist in the Congress ecosystem today. Thank you. So that is the other side of the political reality of Bharat today that we have to fight. And it's this side that has this privilege and this entitlement that Nepo children have, that this land is ours to grab. This land is ours to divide. We will tell you what to say and what not, how to divide and on what lines. That is what we have to fight. So unifying the country remains a challenge, and just like our previous panelists have said, what is the one unifier? Hinduism. Being Bharatiya languages, they don't divide, they unify. Bharatiya culture doesn't divide, unifies. Maharashtra can have Shivaji, in the south there could be multiple languages, but those are what is unifying us. So we must look at our differences as unifiers and continue to remember that the political opposition today, like they always have, are divisive. There was a question in the last panel that why aren't we declaring ourselves as a Hindu nation? Nobody asked me to answer this, but I'm going to take a shot. Why don't we declare ourselves as the Hindu nation? There is one answer: vote bank politics. So the way to political leadership is division. So how can you declare that you are a united nation? What will the opposition do? How will they come to power? That is the answer to your question. With that, I will end my talk. Thank you very much for listening. And now I will let you go to lunch. Thank you. Before we release a few books. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can we take a few questions?
Of course. Go ahead.
So the floor is open for questions.
Yeah.
Hariom ma'am, amazing speech, thank you. And
Namaste, thank you.
And my question, and some of my peers also might have thought of the same question, is in your speech you mentioned that goodwill of China, it was goodwill of China that resulted in India still having the northeast for ourselves. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes. So in 1962, like I said, all of the forward posts that we had built as little shacks along the border to instigate China were literally wiped off in less than 48 hours. At that time, Panditji requested President Kennedy and said, please send US fighter jets to fight on India's behalf. And that time there was negotiation going on a ceasefire. And China retreated, did not take our northeast, but also they claimed that 40,000 kilometers of land, in the heights, and also came forward towards Arunachal and made it the new line of control. So it took some of our land, a lot of our land permanently in order to retreat and kind of show the world that it has agreed to let Bharat keep our northeast.
But Priyamji, they also had some logistical problems of support for its army. Therefore, it was not able to maintain its positions and it had to go back because they didn't have logistical support. That was also one angle.
Correct. Absolutely.
General Kaul and V.K. Krishna Menon spoiled the party.
Yes, absolutely.
Mike, you have mentioned that India lobbied for China's place in the United Nations Security Council. Was an opportunity there for India to become a member of Security Council, which India gave it up?
Of course, we had built these. Absolutely. I mean, we could have. There are so many letters and interactions that Panditji has had with all of the Western leaders to lobby for a place for the UN. And we wanted to show China that Indo-Chinese bhai situation. So we wanted to build that kind of goodwill. That was our thought process then. So to show that we are building that goodwill for them, we lobbied for them because we were confident that we enjoyed that place, in the international world order. That was, I think, one of our biggest mistakes. One of our biggest mistakes. Yes. Yes.
India always aspires to good boy. Very good boy in school. Unlike Pakistan. Is it affecting our security?
So I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that again?
See, Bharat always aspires to be a good boy in school. Very good boy. Unlike Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't matter. It will announce that it wants to invade Kashmir. It wants to trouble India. It doesn't even hesitate to tell the world foe. But we are a very good boy. We always try to exhibit all good qualities. Is it not affecting our security?
Yes, it does. I think, but it is inherent in us, that we look. So, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is not just a term for us, right? We have that self-confidence, and that self-confidence just doesn't come from speeches of political leaders. This self-confidence comes because we have seen incredible wealth in our civilizational history. We know how to make that kind of money. We know how to trade with the world. We know what the world wants from us. So this is this confidence that we can be a good boy but still reach the heights and lead the world comes from civilizational memory. We've done that before. We'll do it again. But all this jingoism that America को दिखा दिया और China को दिखा दिया और इनको दिखा दिया उनको दिखा, I think we all need to calm down. We have reached the pinnacles of success in our civilizational past by understanding what the world wants from us, by harnessing the monsoon winds, using the Indian peninsula, trading with every part of the world. We need to do that again. Nobody should stop us and nobody should distract us from becoming an economic powerhouse. That is the path to becoming a solid pole of the world.
Hello.
Yeah.
See, my question is it a misnomer that you addressed Jawaharlal Nehru as Pandit Ji, or was it a sarcasm?
So you interpret it as you want.
Thank you so much, Priyamji. We request Sri Shyam Sundar, former CEO of L&T Coimbatore, to felicitate Priyamji.
Thank you.
Thank Priyamji for the
Thank you.
discussion on Bharat's national security and strategic direction. She highlighted how Sabapati to launch the book. Thank you. Professor sir, we request you to stay back. We have few more minutes. Oh. Apologies, a small change. The author will be presenting a few thoughts about the book. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, everyone, to have gathered here. It's actually a great opportunity to be on this stage and share a stage with such illuminaries. I have never ever even fathomed that I would be here. Now the thing is, Pallavas of Kanchipuram was written during a time when I had a very low moment in my life, because I'm actually a kidney failure patient. I've had 2 kidney failures in my life. So this book came at a time and lifted up my spirits and brought me here in front of all of you. So thank you all for being a part of this great moment in my life. Well, actually, the Pallavas are not very much known in today's history. Of course, the Cholas are only now having their moment in history. The Pallavas of Kanchipuram was a dynasty which preceded the Cholas, the imperial Cholas. I'm not saying the ancient Cholas. And what the Pallavas did is something truly phenomenal. As in, we have great kings like Mahendra Varman, then Narasimha Varman the first, we have Narasimha Varman the second, and we have Nandi Varman. Now, the thing about the Pallavas is they traced their genealogy from Ashwathama, who is a hero from the Mahabharat epic. Now, I am going to behave like the Constitution of India by taking a few snippets from everybody, copy paste. So, you see, the thing about the Pallavas was that they were kings, but they focused a lot on trade, basically overseas trade. When they patronized numerous trade guilds like Manigramam, the Ainuravar, who traveled across the east and to the west, they allowed our Hindu ideas to reach other nations. An example can be seen when we see the Khmer Empire. Today we see Angkor Wat, which is a huge, massive, it's actually the world's biggest temple complex in the world. And in fact, these kings took on the suffix of Varman, which they got from the Pallava kings. This is something which is unheard of and which is not taught in our history today. These kings are relatively obscure, which is why I'm trying to get them out through this book. Now, the thing about the Pallavas is also that I'm going to shed a few a little light on Mahendra Varman. So now the thing about Mahendra Varman is he was the first great king of this dynasty because he brought it out of obscurity after the so-called Kalapura interjanam. We do not know much about that. But what Mahendra Varman did is that he focused a lot on architecture, literature, and basically patronizing Hindu, Jain and Buddhist ideologies, and he allowed them to flourish in his kingdom. Earlier he is said to have been a Jain, but fortunately thanks to the influence of the Nayanar saint Appar, he is said to have converted to Hinduism again. Mainly he was a Shaiva king, a follower of Shiva. So if you see his architectural contributions to Tamilagam. I'm taking the word Tamilagam because that's where we are today. That's the land we stand in. If you see his architectural contributions, it is truly phenomenal, and the man made it known. In fact, in the Mandagapat cave temple, which he carved out, he specifically said that he has carved it without using metal, without using timber, without using brick. It's actually a play on words because he didn't make it at all. He carved it out of stone. Now, because you're carving something out of stone, you're not making a structural temple. But this is one of the earliest instances of where we see a man behaving like an ad man. Like he's actually advertising himself to the world that, he is here to show what he can do with architecture, literature, how he can show his ideas to the world. Now, he wasn't just a great architectural patron. He was also a great writer, like us. Like he actually wanted to showcase his ideas in the form of literature also. He wrote a brilliant Sanskrit play called Mattavilasa Prahasana, which it would actually be censored today, because despite being an ardent Shiv Bhakt, he actually poked fun at the ideologies of Shaivism. He poked fun at the ideologies of Buddhism. He showed how these two ideologies existed in his kingdom, and he himself authored it. So, having a play like that today would definitely earn the ire of some Puritans, I guess. He was quite a philosopher also, and quite a great musician also. Well, he was followed by his son Narasimhavarman, the first, who was a bit different from his father. Now, while Mahendravarman focused a lot on literature, architecture, and other marvels, Narasimhavarman wanted to show that he was a warrior. In fact, he even had the name Mamalla in his title. So, actually, Narasimhavarman was, we can't say he was a victim of circumstances, but he faced some really trying times during his youth, because when the Pallava kingdom was under siege from its enemies, the Chalukyas, Narasimhavarman was at the forefront fighting a war. Now, we saw earlier panelists state how first you need to conquer your inner self, your inner regions to fight your enemies. So that's what Narasimhavarman did. Where Mahendravarman was a peaceful king, Narasimhavarman rapidly militarized. He found out good people who could be included in his army, and he started forging alliances with the other kingdoms of Tamilagam, thereby uniting it under one solid entity, so that he could launch so that he had a cohesive force against the Chalukyas. What I'm trying to say is, when he fought back, the Pallavas had truly arrived on the stage, because for the first time in their history, they went beyond the borders of Tamil Nadu and went all the way up to central Karnataka. So when Narasimhavarman had put all his previous debts to his father to rest, he came back and he ushered in a new era in Pallava sovereignty, where he started commissioning bigger, grander structures in Mamallapuram. Mamallapuram is named after him. It's the city of Mamalla, the great wrestler. So Mamallapuram is like the gateway of the Pallavas to the world. Mamallapuram, it's situated on the sandy beaches of the eastern shores, and it's dotted with these sandstone and granite structures which have stood the test of time despite the erosive elements of wind and water. recently, a couple of years ago, Modi ji brought Premier Xi Jinping also to showcase how Mamallapuram established ties between, served as a bridge between the Indian civilization and the Chinese civilization. When Narasimhavarman started building up Mamallapuram from the ground up, he attracted a lot of Chinese attention also in the form of trade, and a lot of wealth flowed into India. So he enriched his treasury, he enriched his culture using those ideas, and he managed to transmit some of those ideas also to China, thereby establishing a dual network. Now, there is one reason why India is called Sone ki Chidiya today. It's not because we have gold deposits as they show in KGF, but it's because of our demographic capital. It's because our merchants actually went across the seas, braved the monsoon winds, and went all the way to lands like Southeast Asia, all the way to China. They went to Arabia and they brought back gold from there. People from across the seas were willing to pay for our goods in the weight of gold. That's why we are called Sone ki Chidiya today. So that wealth which Priya ma'am spoke of some time ago, it came because of the efforts of our merchants, because of the efforts of our artisans who produced these goods. The Pallava king surely patronized all these people, but their kingdom was not run by the kings. It was run by everyone put together. Some time ago, our panelists discussed the Uttiramirur inscriptions. Now, the thing is, the Uttiramirur village as such was formed during the time of the Pallavas. The king Nandivarman II is said to have given a grant to the village, and this was around 750 AD, 750 CE, Common Era. So the thing is, from there on, we see how the system of self-governance also came about in India. The Uttiramirur inscriptions list out how there was one sabha which was run by the Brahmins, and one sabha which is the Ur, which is how we get the word for city today. And that Ura was comprised of all the other classes in the village. As such, each community in the village had a representative on that Ura village assembly, who could present their respective views and accordingly decide on what was to happen in that village. So if you can see, the Pallavas didn't as such need to administrate wholly themselves. They could depend on these village assemblies to harvest, to collect taxes, and eventually remit it back to the treasury. So these systems are not something which we see today only in our times. These systems, the ideas, they were all a part of ancient times also. There's nothing, maybe technology changes, but the way it's exercised, it doesn't. So while the Pallavas may seem like only a dynasty in a history book, they had a lot to teach us. So that's what I would like to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vignesh ji. For our next launch, Operation Phoenix. This book is a story of resurgence, resilience, and rising Bharat. We invite the authors, Sri Jagannathan and Sri Ritvik, onto the stage. now have a discussion between Sri Ritik ji and Jagannathan ji.
Chair. Vignesh.
Namaste to everyone. I welcome everyone to the release function of my favorite recent novel called as Operation Phoenix, Bharat Protocol, written by none other than our very own Jagannathan ji. Thank you everyone. So this book basically is like a Neeraj Pandey movie. It runs so quickly, so fast paced that when I was driving back from Hubli to Coimbatore, I said to my partner that I will read this book and you drive the car. It is so gripping. Many congratulations, Jagannathan ji.
Thank you so much, it means a lot. Thank you so much.
So what and why is this book named as Operation Phoenix?
As the title suggests, Phoenix is rising from the ashes, and post-colonial era or post-invasion, our country has been relegated to a very apologetic phase, and in the last 11 years the rise of Bharat has been phenomenal under Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Hence I just chose this title, and it's inspired by our Prime Minister.
Amazing. So the Prime Minister in the book is named as Jai Singh Rathod,
yes,
right? So who do you think Jai Singh Rathod is? Is he Modi ji or is he Yogi ji or a mix of both?
Actually, our Prime Minister is much greater than any, you can't box him in any kind of a character. Due credit to him. But it's a very humble effort from my side to have, it's a small inspiration I got
from Modi ji.
Yes.
There's one very vital character in the book called Dr. Sanvi Naidu. So I was very much curious about why the surname Naidu. Is Jagannathan ji speaking through that character?
No, actually, I wanted to name she's a very lead scientist in the book. I'm sure all of you will read the book and will give me feedback. Roses and brickbats welcome. I wanted to name the scientist as Sanjana, but then I thought, my daughter, then I thought my son and wife will be left out. So I decided to join all their three names into an acronym, and it became a nice name, Sanvi.
How do you manage time? Because I see you going to Delhi, I see you attending all the Lit Fests, I see you organizing Lit Fests, and on top of that you do stock market as well.
Yes.
And you've written this book.
It's been a very tough thing working on this book. In fact, when I started writing, it was last year with the hope that Trump will be as good as he was in the first term. And I started writing the book, and then it turned out that the man went south. So I had to scrap the book, and then it gave an opportunity for me to write my second book. So the antagonist in the book is the Western world, because they don't have any moorings and bearings. So the second book I'm working on is the sequel to this.
Amazing. So you blend cyber warfare, ancient philosophy, and geopolitics.
Yes.
What inspired you to blend these three explosive subjects?
It was a very, I won't say it's a very conscious effort to blend these three.
but it's a subject which fascinates me. I love watching stuff on Netflix like the spy, what do you call all those genre,
Sci-fi
thrillers and all those things. So it's something very natural. So what came to me, I wrote. So it was not a conscious effort ki ye likhna hai, wo likhna hai. No, nothing of that sort. But it was something which came by the flow, and I wrote. Yes.
So how did you conduct your research? Did you read a lot of books?
No, that credit 100% goes to my late grandfather, because he was an voracious reader, and I'm sure you would have seen a lot of plots across the world.
Right.
And
so one moment you are in London, the next moment
Yes,
you are in
yes.
Czech, and then you go to Russia, then you come back to Hyderabad's laboratory. So it is very thrilling. So I was just curious as to how did you conduct this kind of research?
He was an voracious reader, and he would read on varied subjects and varied, from Frederick Fawcett to you name it. He would Robert Lundlam. He would have read everything, and there will be some random conversations post dinner. That's how I mean, these are things which were, I mean, through conversation picked up and gathered and written. So that's how it happened.
Right. So where do you place China in your novel? So you said that Western world is sinking,
Yes.
and India is becoming the next superpower. So where is China? Where is Russia?
See, Russia has been an ally all along, and in this book also, Russia is a good friend, and then it continues like that for now. And China is a mute spectator. They say that when both India and the West, when they burn, let's pick up the chips. I might have written like that.
Right.
But in the second part, the book ends with murmurs in Marina Bay, Singapore.
Yeah.
So that sets the tone for Operation Phoenix, Asian Crucible sequel.
Right.
And I'm 5 chapters through, and hopefully in the next Litfest,
I'm ready to publish it. So your book seems like a blueprint for the new civilizational rise. So how much of it is vision, is your vision, and how much of it is actually happening?
see, I'll answer it in a slightly different way. Any guesses from the audience? The number of attacks on Bharat terror attacks on Bharat between 1993 to 2025. So sorry, till 2014. In a span of say 21 years, how many terror attacks have been done on this soil?
Close to 900.
No, 6,090. And they say with any major terror attack, which has been the norm for every year, apart from smaller ones, the drop in GDP is 1% per year and 2% drop in investment growth. So no guesses why the perpetrators were keeping India in the back foot. And that's also the reason why I call it Operation Phoenix. With a strong Prime Minister at the helm, things have stopped. It's a new normal which the generals will be talking about today evening and tomorrow. Things are not the same. Stock market is at an all-time high. Investments are coming in. India is a safe haven. Inflation is at record low. All of it is, one man has made the difference.
Amazingly well said. So there is this undercurrent in your novel. Every time I turn a page, it says that Dharma Rakshati Rakshitaha. So where does your protagonist, amidst all these economic vision and everything for the nation, where does he keep Dharma at?
See, to exercise something that is given to you, just to carry forward your Dharma, it results in good karma, bad karma, that's another thing. But Dharma is something which you exercise. And what comes to you, you have to do it. And try to do the best that you can given the situation. So our Prime Minister, what he is doing now is that Dharma Rakshati Rakshita. And it's been the philosophy of our nation. And only when we have protected ourselves and stood up for ourselves that have we I mean, when you don't stand up for yourself, who will? Who else will? It's as simple as that. And that's my favorite quote, and I keep it in all my status messages and everything.
Right. So, in your novel, there is cyber warfare from page 1 to chapter 38. So, where does Dharma stand in this cyber warfare where everybody has hidden their agendas and their name and their profile as well?
A very interesting question, Prithvikji. See, there we have to defend. So we have to be prepared, we have to be proactive, and I think in the book there will be several instances where there is an escalation matrix I have shown.
Right.
So starting from a small cyber intrusion to going to stop power plants, coups, things like that. At every instant, but at every instant we have to be prepared and proactive. That's most important for protecting Dharma. It's as simple as that. You have to be good, but at the same time anticipate what the enemy can do and then be ready. We are a peace-loving nation, that's what we are. But nonetheless, peace can be negotiated only from a position of strength. I firmly believe in this.
So, I just want to ask you again as to why the name Phoenix. So, have you taken the history from 5,000 years in the novel to the present geopolitical system, or you've taken it from, say, 75 years of Indian independence?
I think you would agree, I stand corrected. This book starts where most thrillers end. Most thrillers, or for example, not to demean anything, you would see movies made of John Abraham, Akshay Kumar. There they show he's a raw agent and things are going on, and there's a prime minister who's signing, and they show the chief of RNAW breaking the phone, NSA breaking the phone, and things like that. But this novel picks up from there. So it's all about the Prime Minister leading from the front and driving change and proactiveness.
So what you mean to say is all the movies end with Prime Minister or raw agent writing a new world order, but your novel starts with the new world order.
Yes, it starts with Bharat. From as I said, about 800, 900 years of slavery has pushed us down. But I think the moment has come for Bharat to rise, and we have picked up the chips and we are rising. And the new world order is the broad theme of the book, led by Bharat.
When do you see this happening?
I think it has already begun. We are almost 20-30% on way to becoming Vishwaguru, no doubt.
When will we be termed as Vishwaguru Bharat? 2050, 2030?
No, I think we can confidently call ourselves Vishwaguru Bharat, because there is nothing apologetic to be about, because COVID has demonstrated that we can give solutions to the whole world, send out vaccines to the whole world. What else? What more endorsement do we need? I mean, we can't wait for, Prashant Kishore or somebody on TV comes and says, yeah, last test for Modi. This is the next test for BJP. This is the next test for Amit Shah. No, we are there. That's it.
I agree to this point. And anything else that you want to tell to your readers, that you are a debutant novelist?
Yeah, I thank all the authors whom I have been inspired by all the years, and of course, thanks to you for readily agreeing to, kind enough to publish it.
It's my honor, it's my pleasure.
Likewise, both ways. Thank you so much. And please do buy the book. It's available with Ritvik Subbu Bookstall, and you may read it. And your feedbacks are welcome. So you can mail us at thevarandaclub@gmail.com, and we'll take your feedbacks and improvise. I mean, if there's any interesting plot, we'll use it and give dedications also. Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Srinivasan again. I keep coming for everyone.
Yes.
See, would you be making a book on the nasty dynasty of fake Gandhi and fake Pandits?
A very interesting subject. I think Priyam Madam, it's a subject for Priyam Madam to dwell upon. Her book, No Congress, is a riveting read. You should read it, and I think a lot of it is dwelt in that. Any other questions?
So you are going to give a competition for Ashwin Sanghi?
No, sir. He is a great guru. No, definitely not.
Sir, I have one question.
Yes, please.
Sir, I am a research scholar.
Yes.
I am doing my research in Ashwin Sanghi's book. My title is Reinterpretation and Remapping in the Select Novels of Ashwin Sanghi and Cult State. So you are giving so much of ancient text and also the rituals, the cultic state. So I am hoping, what is your next work? Comparing to ancient, what is your next upcoming works it will be?
Madam, my book is not on ancient text. It is a techno-dharmic thriller set in the present to the future.
Whether these texts connect past or not?
I would like you to read it and... Thank you. Yes, please leave a review on Amazon, Goodreads, Subu Books, Varanda Club, everywhere. Yeah. Ji?
I have not read the book, so I am not able to talk about the book. But one thing I would like to say, you never mentioned Bharat as something else. I would not say what is that something else. That is an English name, India. You always use Bharat. So and you told one more thing. If we don't support ourselves, who else? So if we don't say our country as Bharat, who will? So I request all the people to please tell our country, beautiful country, the beautiful name Bharat, no India.
Well taken, sir. Well said and well taken. You should.
Thank you so much for the lively interaction.
One last question.
One last question.
So can somebody hand over the mic, please?
Again, I would love to contradict only one thing that you said, that we are already towards becoming a Vishwaguru. We are already 30 or 40% towards becoming a Vishwaguru. I think that our Prime Minister realized we are a Vishwaguru already. We have been a Vishwaguru, and what his intention is, he is making us realize that we are Vishwaguru.
Yeah.
So
What I said was the post-colonization we have lost out somewhere. So regaining that, we are in that path.
We lost our confidence. We are Vishwaguru, we were Vishwaguru. We lost our confidence. He is reinstating that confidence. So,
Madam, I will cut in here and tell that let us not falsely gloat about that we are already one. No. As long as we are not on the high table in the global scenario, we are not. And we are getting there.
yeah, I was trying to explain that because we are sending graduates, we are sending CEOs from our education system to rule Google, whatever companies we are ruling already. We are sending medicines in terms of
that all that COVID and other things we have discussed.
They are reinventing what we have already reinvented. So the confidence is now making us
Exactly.
So again.
Point well taken. We'll discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jagan,
Thank you so
for
much. It's been
opting for Suklu Publications.
Always
to publish your books. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I request Sai Solkarji to do the felicitation for Jagannath-ji. Interesting and Ritvik. We will also have Ritvik's book launch tomorrow. We are eagerly looking forward to that as well.
So proud.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now unveil Operation Sindhu and the spirit of sacrifice by Wing Commander Sudarshan. A salute to valor, devotion, and dharma in action. Inviting Sudarshan ji onto the stage. We will have two launches, the English book and the Tamil version. First, we will start with the English. I invite and request Lieutenant General Kandari, Major General Bakshi, Jagannathan sir, for releasing Sudarshan ji's book.
Tamil also we can.
Saravanan sir, please.
Thank you, sir. I think General Bakshi is not here.
Thank you. We now invite Dr. R. Uma Bharati, great-granddaughter of Mahakavi Subramanya Bharatiyar, hailing from Chennai. Writer S.R. Shivkumarji, Shivkumar Bharati, great-grandson of Mahakavi Subramanya Bharatiyar, and Dr. V.P. Rathi, assistant English professor at Mandar Tirumale Nayakar College, Madurai. Inviting all of them for the Tamil book launch.
So you be here. Be here. Major sir, you can also accompany us. Please come. Sir, please come. Vanga.
Come, sir.
Vanga, sir. Sir, please. Jagannath ji, please. Vanga.
Okay. உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் கொடுத்தீங்களா சுதர்சன் சார் உமா மேடம்
Shubham. Please come, ji. Pandit, sir. Yeah, wo Pandit.
Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Sudarshan sir, we request you to share a few words about it.
இது எடுத்துட்டு அங்கே கொண்டு போயிரு அவள்கிட்ட கொடுத்துரு இங்கே பாரு விழுந்துச்சு.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before lunch, I said we have 16 minutes. It's up to Jagannathan who will permit me to speak for 16 minutes. You know, in Bangalore, once in 2 years, we have an amazing air show called Aero India Show. While the steel birds dance in the sky, on the ground, in the pavilions, in the stalls, billions of dollars business takes place. Warplanes, missiles, radars, anything related to aviation. One such Aero India, very similar to Aero India show, was a show in Abu Dhabi few years back, and there was an Indian stall by the DRDO scientists that carried a scale model of BrahMos missile. BrahMos. BrahMos was not an established name those days, so the person who's hailed as the father of BrahMos, Dr. Shivatanu Pillai, he was also there in that stall. One egoistic Pakistani general came. He was floating around like a free electron. They have no money to buy any warplanes or anything. So he came. He saw all the technical details and he asked, Dr. Pillai, will you sell this BrahMos missile to Pakistan? Dr. Pillai very calmly said, for Pakistan it is a free delivery item. So this guy, General, beat a hasty retreat. And the scientist promised, once the scientist promised, we in the armed forces have to fulfill that. So we delivered, notwithstanding each BrahMos cost 34 crores, we delivered it free. Not one, not two, 19 of them. And very fast. Very fast in the sense, 3 times the speed of sound. What is speed of sound? 1150 kilometers at the sea level. So into 3. We delivered that fast. And accurately. Address was given. This is the underground C4I, Command Control Information Center. And underground it is. So it has to go and enter through the entrance. And it has to, like in Noor Khan base, enter through the air conditioning duct. And it was delivered exactly. And there were 20 people, including some foreign nationals, working there. They were all cooked. So Operation Sindoor became Operation Tandoor. So during Operation Sindoor, the deception war was something new that was highlighted. In Bharatiya Itihasa, deception war is not a new thing. It was there in Ramayana. Ravana's son Indrajit adopted deceptive war. In Mahabharata, Bhima's son Ghatotkacha adopted deceptive war. Now, in Indian Air Force, it has become a deception, a force multiplier. What is deception? You want to make the enemy see what you want him to see. What we have to show him is that to fool him, to defy his original, whatever the target system we have to see. What is a force multiplier? Which is slightly a military terminology. I will explain with a situation. Let's say from Tanjore, 4 Sukhoi aircrafts take off, armed with BrahMos missile. Their target is Bholari airfield near Karachi. Now, BrahMos is a very heavy missile and they have to fly hugging close to the Indian. So somewhere they have to refuel. So then comes the aircraft, an air-to-air refueler. Next one. No, previous one. Yeah. So this aircraft refuels these 4 Sukhoi aircrafts somewhere in the middle of their flight plan. So this mid-air refueler is called force multiplier. It is not the 5th aircraft which is added to strike package. It increases the range of the strike. So that means it multiplies the operational capability. That's why it is called a force multiplier. Next. As they get close to the Pakistani airspace, now you see this aircraft with an idli on top. So this is an IL-78 aircraft, which is a flying radar station in the air. It is not just flown by pilots, it's flown by the scientists, it's flown by the war managers, it's flown by the electronic warfare managers. So this is also called a force multiplier. So it multiplies the effectiveness of the strike package. It is the one which directs where there are radar loopholes. They will have to go through that, and where there are the radar sites or surface to air SAM, what we call sites. So they have to jam those radioactive stations along their path before they deliver the BrahMos. Again, BrahMos will be delivered accurately. Once the BrahMos are delivered, the aircrafts become light and they fly to higher heights and return back. So this is what is called a force multiplier. In the deception war, there is another major activity that happened. Not all the activities happened along the border. It happened just 200 kilometers north of Bangalore, a place called ATR Chitradurga, Aeronautical Training Range. It's a proper airport, but it is only for the exclusive use of the DRDO scientists. What happened there is that red one. Yeah, this is also called AEW, Airborne Early Warning Radar. It also acts like a flying radar station. Eye in the sky. It's called Netra in our Indian Air Force. Next. See, this, does it look like a warplane? It doesn't. It's such a chota thing. Banshee Jet 80 Plus it is called. In Chitradurga, what they do, when it is used by us, is when we have to test a new missile, air-to-air missile or surface-to-air missile. It is tweaked in such a way that 100 meters from its takeoff, it is just pulled and released in the air, and it flies up to 30,000 feet with a speed of 700 to 750 kilometers per hour. So when the missile under test is supposed to hit this in the mid-air, and it is programmed in such a way that it climbs, it dives, it carries out hot turns, high G turns, what we call it, and evasive maneuver. So that missile under test has to chase this and hit it. And the role of this drone is over. In case if that missile doesn't hit, then the missile has to be again re-verify its performance. Between 22nd April and 5th midnight, what happened was this drone was transported to the 3 sectors along the border, 6 of them in one batch. So they were tweaked electronically in such a way they look like Rafale aircrafts, they look like Sukhoi aircrafts, they look like Tejas aircrafts. And another electronic device was fitted to that. It is called IFF, Identify Friend or Foe. So each Indian aircraft, every country has its own code. We are given 4-digit code, even in civil aviation, that we have to set it before our takeoff. So that identifies that it's an Indian aircraft and it is not a foe, not an enemy aircraft. And another tweak was done to this, random communication of the pilots. You know, when the pilots talk, Wilco, Roger, hot turn, bogey, 12 o'clock, all those things the military people understand. So, before the main attack, as you all remember, on 6th midnight, 3 minutes past 1 o'clock was the main attack, but these took off 2 hours before that from 3 different places. They entered the Pakistani airspace and they flew exactly like a strike package. They did all the turn, they delivered some dummy load, and they took the entire Pakistan by surprise. They were shocked. Oh, India has commenced their... Then the surface-to-air missile sites started radiating, started firing their missiles, started activating their tracking radars, started scrambling their fighter pilots. So the Mohiniyattam started in the sky. They took it all along Bahawalpur, south of Bahawalpur, and when they realized that we can't engage this, some of them were shot down, that their role is done. What had happened when this Mohiniyattam was going on? The satellite captured all the locations, all the frequencies of radar, all the frequencies of surface-to-air missile, all the location of the fighter planes. That is what we wanted. And then next what happened was something called SEAD operation, Suppression of Enemy Air Defense System. Then commenced DEAD, destruction of enemy air support by the Rudram anti-radiation missile. What happened next is all known to you, and then exactly 3 minutes past 1 o'clock, we entirely perished the 9 terror hideouts. Another very interesting thing, next. Rafale aircraft is almost invincible, it cannot be shot. I am telling you as a flyer myself. It has such a protective jammers and electronic equipment all around. There are jammers, there are signalers. The most important is in that square on top. Anytime there is a missile hit towards Rafale, there is a next. There is a before that. This one. There is a electronic equipment kit which comes out of the body of the Rafale, and what it does, it adopts a technique called DFR, or digital frequency memory. So what it does is it creates 6 Rafale's ghost images, which is more stronger than the actual Rafale aircraft. So when the Pakistanis claimed all the cricketers did this and all that, it was these ghost images that they struck. So that's why we have placed another, Indian Air Force has placed another 114 Rafale aircrafts which are going to be acquired by Indian Air Force. Are we done with that? There are 3 minutes. If there are questions, I can answer. Sorry? Sorry, ma'am, I can't. 6 ghost images.
But this image shows only one and the others are not seen?
On the radar. I'll explain to you briefly what is a Doppler shift. When you're driving, there is an ambulance behind you blaring, with siren. Now you have to give way. But the same ambulance, when it is in front of you, the blaring is not so strong. So that's why even if the actual aircraft is in front, the ghost images are giving a very strong echo. So that's how, even if the missile comes, it is deflected away from the main aircraft.
Loitering munitions, what is that?
Yeah, basically, see, this war also showcases the ability of drones. And the munitions, basically, the drones which carry ammunitions. And they also, what happened in the next day when we hit the 11 air bases was the system called TOT, time over the target. There were missiles fired from the surface, there were missiles fired from the aircraft, there were drone, like you said, munitions. Each speed is different, but they were coordinated in such a way, within 20 minutes, complete annihilation and destruction took place.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
I just want you to elaborate on the role of ISRO, sir, because what we hear is ISRO has contributed a great role in Operation Sindoor. And one more thing is that this Operation Sindoor was able to foresee or forecast or really highlight what was made in India and what was made in Turkey and made in China.
Yeah.
And number 3, sir, a very important topic. You are not even, you put so much of wit and humor into this, but you have never laughed. Okay, so
I will put one more, and I will not laugh. See, all this Pakistan had was Chinese equipment. Chinese equipment, Chinese mall, chale to chand tak, nahi to sham tak. So it hardly took 2 hours for us to entire air defense of Pakistan to go numb, and they never took off. Another record was the last one, please. The Veer Chakra awardees. I'm only scared about Jagannathan, he will come with some danda or something. Can I continue? It's 1:30. ISRO, yeah, you're right. See, we have of all the satellites that ISRO establishes in the Earth's orbit or geo orbit, we have 15 of them dedicated only to the armed forces. And why the navigation of this next one, where the Prime Minister's this thing is? Yeah. The center one, Group Captain Animesh Patni, who established a world record anywhere in the world by hitting a Pakistani aircraft which is flying, the flying radar, what you say, at a distance of 314 kilometers. Never happened anywhere in the world. Why? Because we never relied on GPS. GPS anytime can be spoofed. You know Americans, no? You can never trust them. So we have used our own NAVIC system, indigenous navigation system, which is spoof-free and it cannot be, what is spoofing? When you book a Ola or a red cab, whatever, so it shows you the position, 2 kilometers away. But when the same cab is shown 250 kilometers away, that is what is called spoofing. That cannot be done in our indigenous NAVIC system. And somebody asked me about indigenous content. The indigenous content during operations in Sindoor was something like 67%. Entire. The last one is this table that we not only hit one more. This one. We not only hit 9 terror highlights, 11 air bases, we completely annihilated Pakistan by hitting 70 targets. The last column shows which are done by Air Force, which are done by Army, which are done by BSF, which are done by, like normally when the war is declared, BSF is slightly taken because they have things like camels, which can be, vulnerable. But this time, BSF did a fantastic job. All that yellow boxes you see is done by BSF. Okay, Jagannathan is still there and safe. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We are all surely inspired to pick up the book and read more and learn more about the Operation Sindoor. I request Umashri ji to come on stage and do the felicitation of Sudarshan ji. Announcement. We will be circulating a questionnaire for Honorable Justice Seshasai's session on judiciary. It will be 5 questions. All you need to do is give in your answers and return the responses to us by evening, and those will be addressed during the session. So we will be breaking for lunch now. The next session will be sharp at 2:30 p.m. We have quite a few interesting sessions lined up post-lunch. A panel discussion on Hindu Manifesto, a discussion with Ashwin Sanghi. Then we have the cultural performance, and the climax for today will be on Operation Sindoor. So do not miss any of the upcoming events. Do stay back till the end and be with us. Thank you. We will begin in another couple of minutes.
ஷார்ட் ஃபார்மேட் பண்ணிக்கலாமேண்ணா பண்ணிக்கலாம் காப்பி பண்ணிக்கலாம் சும்மா அவனுக்கு கொடுத்தாங்களாமா சிசிஆர்
Hello, 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 hello everyone, hello, hello, hello everyone, hello, hello, hello.
இருக்கா தகவல் இருக்கா மேன் பேசுறதா இருக்கா நீ கோவப்படுற அது நான் என்ன பண்ண முடியும் நானா பக்கத்துல பேசுறேன் நான் கோபத்துக்கு இடத்துல அவங்க தேடி வந்து பேசி போறா ஏன்னா நீ முன்னாடி பேசணும்
Welcome back, everybody. We begin now. We have a panel discussion. The power of youth is infinite when guided by Dharma. How can dharmic values anchor our young minds in the digital flood? To deliberate on this, we move into our next panel discussion. I invite our panelists, Swami Vidyananda ji, Swami Mitrananda ji, and the moderator for this panel will be Shefali ji. The topic for this panel is the Hindu Manifesto, Youth, Dharma and the Digital Dilemma.
नहीं आपको जहाँ सुविधा हो
पहले बुक रिलीज
Yes. We will begin with the book launch of the Hindu Manifesto. I invite Professor Kanaka Sapapati ji to do the honors.
Yeah.
The video? Jagat? Video?
Video, then we should move on.
Yeah, maybe.
No, this is common. No, not this. Not this.
Which video?
Swamiji's video.
Swamiji video after book.
After book?
After book the youth
discussion?
one. Youth one you want, na?
Yeah. So after the discussion?
Yeah.
ठीक है. तो
When we
फिर we'll
start
start. We'll start.
Otherwise, which video you want? There are 3-4 video. Which video you have?
The youth one you can show afterwards in the end. That's better. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Namaskaram everybody. It's a post-lunch session, I know, and the lunch was especially good. So I also know that you are all, waiting for a little siesta. But I promise you that this discussion is going to be very, very interesting. And if at all you are feeling sleepy, that sleep will run far away. Because we have with us two of the monks in the tradition of Swami Vivekananda's warrior monks. Swami Vivekananda had said that the society needs heroes whose armor is Vairagya, but who are striving continuously for society's good. And both Swami Vidyananandji and Swami Mitranandji, they both exemplify this warrior sannyasi spirit. And it is my privilege to host this discussion. As you can see, I am also dressed in Kashayam. That is for a reason. I wanted this to be the only session or the first session in any literature festival where the entire stage is in saffron. This is good saffronization. If you agree, you can clap a little more. See, now it is about how our Dharma alone, how the Hindu thought alone, and I say this statement with full responsibility, how Hindu Dharma alone has the answers to the world's problem. From IIT labs to ashram halls, from youth camps to global conferences, both our guests have lived the bridge between logic and faith, between the microchip and the mantra. As I said earlier, they both embody the spirit of Swami Vivekananda's vision of a Yodha sannyasi, and I quote Swamiji, someone whose armor is renunciation and whose sword is wisdom. The motto of Ramakrishna Mission says Atmano mokshartham jagat hitaya cha, meaning it is for your own moksha to become a sannyasi, but it is also for the good of the world. And both my guests today exemplify this. Little about Swami Vidyananand ji. He is a technologist turned monk. He is a graduate from IIT Kharagpur. He is the founder of World Hindu Foundation. He is the architect of the Hindu Manifesto, the book that we have just released today. And my other guest, Swami Mitranand ji, the youthful face of the Chinmaya Mission. He is a mentor to thousands of young Indians today through the Youth Empowerment Program and the Awakening Indians to India movement. So together, they represent two sides of Dharma, one rooted in re-civilizing the world through structure and the other through awakening the youth. So today we will explore how Dharma, Hindu Dharma, the world's most ancient living philosophy, and I can't stress this point more, can offer the best answers to the deepest human questions. Swami Vidyananand ji, Namaste.
Namaste.
It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. Your book, Hindu Manifesto, outlines 8 pillars for a dharmic civilization. And these 8 sutras, as you call them, create a 2-tier framework as I see it. The first 4, they ensure structural strength. The one about economy, the one about security, one about education, and one about governance. And this is a collection of all the knowledge that we have in our original Shastras about all these topics. The last 4 sutras, they are more about the moral and cultural soul of this land. They talk about women's status, they talk about social equity, they talk about ecology, and they talk about the civilizational identity of this land. My question to you is, if a group of 25-year-olds came to you saying that we want to live this, we want to live our life according to the Hindu Manifesto, what would be the first 100 days be like?
See, first we have to tell our people, first we have to understand, what Hindu and Hindu Manifesto, as he pointed out. I have structured this book. I don't want to write 500 books. Not everybody will understand. So I just put as a following the tradition of our Gurus, Acharya, Sutra model, So 8 sutra. The first sutra is Dharmasya Mulam Artha. It is from Kautilya, Prosperity for all. Hindu want everybody to be prosperous. And I don't think anybody has any question on this principle anywhere in the world. The Hindu want everybody to be prosperous. Second principle is Satrun, sutra is from Mahabharata. Satrun Jaya Prajaraksha. In a short, defeating enemy, defending citizen. First, you need to identify your enemy, ensure defeat and destruction of the enemy, then only you can ensure the safety and security of the citizen. That is the second sutra. Sutras are very clear. Third sutra is from Mahabharata. Again, Nasti Vidya Samam Chakshu. Quality education for all. Everybody should be given high quality, good, easily accessible education. Quality education for all. Fourth sutra is from, I will give you the background, is from Sakuntala. I will give you the background. What is the background? When the Sakuntala was taken by Gautami, the wife of Rishi Kanava, and some of Brahmachari to the court of Dushyanta. The time they reach, the receptionist, I am using the word modern English receptionist, that lady is in, there was a lady there, receptionist told them, oh, you just came, court is over now. Means you are something little late. But realizing that receptionist is So her statement is wrong, she is correcting. Avishwam Loktantra Adhikara. She has used the word, not Prajatantra. Loktantra, you have right in this Loktantra. King has no rest in the public service. He is a public service. He will come attend to you. This is what our democracy is, So Avishram Loktantra Adhikar. So these are 4 foundational sutra. Now moving towards, she mentioned last 4 sutra is Civilization Sutra. How you measure a civilization? How you measure a civilization? How you treat your women. And how you treat your women, they have given the standard, what is the standard? Istriya cha purusha. Yeah, I don't want to make any some cheap comment, but I am using the English word. A beautiful women, young women, adorned with all the gold jewelry, move alone freely in your estate. Move alone, apurusha, remember the word. Apurusha, move alone freely in your estate. Then you understand that now your estate has a respect for women. And also, you have law and order, everything is maintained, nobody touches. This is very important. Therefore, is the highest respect for women. Sixth sutra is from Mahabharata. Ek varnas tada loko, non-discriminatory social system. I don't want to, I will go in detail later on. Just here I want to just give you the short. Shantanu wanted to marry Satyavati. Who is Satyavati? Shantanu is a Kshatriya king. That Satyavati is a fisherman daughter, And आज का दादा, understand, आज का दादा type, चल तेरी बेटी उठा लेते हैं, I will lift your बेटी and nobody will care. But that fisherman daughter, that daughter father, fisherman has the guts to tell the king, if you want to marry my daughter, you have to fulfill the conditions. See the guts of that person and see the no status in the society. That fellow also has the same status. Finally, king has to come down. Devvrat has to accept that, and finally she was married. So there is no discrimination on that part. 7th sutra is care for nature from the Santi mantra. 8th sutra, morning they were talking about. 8th sutra is from Prithvi Sukta from Atharvaveda. Mata Bhumi, Putram Prithibhan, Mata Bhumi, respect for the land. Wherever we Hindus are, you need to be patriotic, This is what the 8th sutra principle of this book is, and everything is from the Shastra, nothing is from my side. I have only give commentary. And coming to this youth point, the problem with the youth, first, we are not teaching them what is about the Hindu, The unfortunate part, across the world I travel, what is that? Hindu means Dandiya, Garba, Bhangra, Bharatnatyam, Holi, Diwali. This is what our identity is. Very unfortunate. Another nowadays stereotyping our Hindu identity means, butter chicken kya? There is a system, butter chicken and masala something. Something, another stereotyping is, but Hindu means butter chicken something masala. I don't know, I have not eaten. So these are the things. First, we need to educate our youth and society who we are, what is our wisdom, and how we see our world, And once that will happen, then in 100 days, this, realization will come. Nasto mohi smriti labdva, That will happen. Then the real nature of building up society, nation will begin. And that is what our society was lacking. Therefore, it took some time. Sandeep ji is here when I first started working on this book. And now this year we offered, this is my Gurdakshina to the Sangh. I am a Swamsevak and Pracharak also. I thought this is 100 years, there is no better way to pay my Gurdakshina, because many of you are Swamsevak here, you fellows are rich, you make money. I am a sadhu, you can say in English, we are non-producing member of the community. Grihasthas are producing member of community, sadhus are non-producing member of the community. They are non-contributing member of the society, so I thought this is my contribution.
Thank you, Swamiji. Coming to you, Swami Mitrananji, I have heard you often say that tell the young people that don't let your life become your social media feed. Let it be a field, let it be a field of activity. So today when we see our youth, and that's a common complaint of parents like me, that our children are forever, digitally engrossed, how do we find answers in our scriptures, in our shastras, that will help the young people discover a life of silence, seva and self-realization?
My salutations to Swami Vijnananji, Shafaliji, and to everyone present here. Pranam, good afternoon. First and foremost, to the young people, we need to adapt the language which they are familiar with. And when we use that kind of a language, they do get what we want to say. So my working with youth, my working with youth has been making them do what you want, the way in which they like doing it. I'm repeating, get this point, you'll do very well with youngsters. Make them do what you want, but the way in which they like doing it. This formula works. Suppose we want to tell them, let's study Kamba Ramayan. They're not interested. Kamba Ramayan, young people, because it takes time for them to admire the depth of it. At 17, 18, to bring in Kamban, interest into Kamba Ramayan is extremely hard. So what we do there is, let us say, we create a theatre. Saying, now let's write dialogues from Kamban. Let's create a play. So, and then suddenly you will find all of them sitting there and doing research on Kamba Ramayan to pick up the finest lines to write a play. Now, we wanted them to read Kamba Ramayan. Theatre became a source for them to read. You mentioned about awakening Indians to India. That was a book which we did probably 25 years ago, and the book was done totally by young people. I'm talking 2.5 decades ago. We said we need a book with 500 facts on Bharat, different topics. So we sat together, imagine a group of 70, 80 people sitting and doing research on India, what should come. Then that book was made, Awakening Indians to India. We took it to Dr. Abdul Kalam. He did the foreword for it. And we conducted a quiz across the country. More than 285,000 children from universities participated. And then the same quiz went into television for 13 weeks. CTV brought it. Now this entire work was done by the youth. But if I have to call them and say, I give a discourse on Bharat, come sit, they don't get it. But you threw the work back on them, and imagine doing research and making, today research is quite easy. It's available on your phone. 25 years ago, you need to go to all possible libraries to pick this up. So method of working with youth is this way. And then you initiate them into higher thinking, where we tell them, listen, if you need to evolve from human to divine, that's what the goal of human life is. We are all born human. By the time we pass away, we should be divine. Then we have fulfilled the purpose of our birth. Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. So we fulfill the purpose of our life if we realize that the goal is divine. And to reach there, the Antakarna Shuddhi has to take place. The Upanishad says, Manohi Dvividam Proktam, Shuddham Ashuddham Evacha. The mind is of two types, pure, impure. Shuddham, Kama Vivarjitam. Ashuddham, Kama Sankalpam. A mind which is selfish is impure. A mind which is selfless is pure. So to reach the higher, we need this purification of the mind, which is a mandatory. No one can reach to the divine without cleansing the mind. If a selfless work is done in the right spirit, the mind purifies. So giving them work, a higher, nobler goal, which obviously is selfless, and teaching them to dedicate it to the higher, slowly the purification takes place. That makes youngsters turn towards this. Now coming to the digital age, we need to first understand where they spend the time. So when I do classes to the parents, in our schools and all that. I ask even our teachers, I ask, are you aware of on what your child is spending time? Unless you are aware of it, you can't correct the child. So even if we have to make a Balvia curriculum, syllabus, we need to know, because our spiritual class is once a week. 1 hour a week. And how much time do you think a child studying 5th standard would spend on digital content?
5 to 6 hours now.
A day?
Yes.
7 days? 35 hours? 35 hours of digital influence and 1 hour of spirituality. We must be kidding. Please understand the influence. So we need to know that system well and then guide them, that if you have to spend time in that, where all you can spend time, how you can spend time. So we make them work with the, I have done quite a bit with the digital content, show them the way, and slowly they pick up that that they belong to this country, they belong to this Dharma, they are somewhere the protectors of it, then they start voicing out. So in the end, I'll show you once we are done with this. We have just made I've used the youngsters only, totally, all non-professionals, but working with passion. So we have made a digital content, I'll show you the trailer, of Kambaramaya, where our youngsters have worked on AI. Nobody is professional, but it is the passion that Kambaramaya needs to be highlighted. So they learn how to use tools like Midjourney, how to use tools like Nano Banana. They pick up these kind of tools, work on it, and do. So going back, you want to work with youth, make them do what you want. But the field should be what they like doing it. So you give them, right, learn Nano Banana, learn Midjourney. Like, learn Midjourney. So Sannyasi is telling them. And they learn. And then what they produce from it, we create warriors who can handle this kind of a thing. Yeah.
Now, just to add, Swamiji, I will give you my experience. When we were organizing National Hindu Conference in Australia, youth, our small team of youth, their understanding of Swamiji is very hard, very tough, very, this is how my image is, very disciplined, structured man. So when we had a meeting, whatever they demand, I accepted them, Last, they told we will do, during the conference was during the time of this, what is called Easter, they do egg hunt, in European culture, egg hunt. So they told we will do something like that. So I told we will buy Rasgulla from Haldiram, you do Rasgulla hunt. I will tell you, they did 3-day powerful conference, 300 youth, and we were sitting in the back because this conference managed, run by them. They put a board, tell us what to do. Don't tell us how to do. We will surprise you by the result.
That is an amazing parenting mantra actually. I think everybody who is a parent to teenagers would do well to remember this. Awakening India to Indians, with my own experience, I can say that it makes an excellent gift for a child's birthday if the child is between the age of 10 to say 16. I have given, for my children's birthday, every birthday I have given only that book, and that book it's a really, really good book. Every child should read it, every adult should read it. Coming back to you, Swami Vidyanandanji, I would like you to talk a little bit about your first sutra, about Artha, but with a very specific thing in mind. I have often read and I have often heard also people speak that charity is not very habitual to Hindus. Only Christians do charity, or only people from other religions do charity. Hindus don't do charity. So how does, if you read this book, it talks a lot about this. So I would like you to throw some light on this.
See, in this book, first we are two sannyasi, Mayavadi, Vedanti, sometimes talking all these things don't look nice. This first chapter is on economy, I have mentioned here from all the Shastra. The importance of wealth. First is realize the importance of wealth. If we as a Hindu, we have forgotten the importance of wealth, Importance of wealth. Second part is how wealth is created, For that, what type of policy framework is needed. So all those things from the Shastra, these all from the 5,000 year old, Taxation, how taxation should be there, everything is mentioned, Even I have mentioned, people talk about the socialistic thing, only against capitalistic exploitation only came from the Marx and Europe, from Prince Kropotkin, Bakunin and Marx and Engels. Here in the Mahabharata they are talking, you cannot exploit anybody, Their dharma, artha, kama. If you exploit anybody wealth, you are exploiting against that. Coming to the, what he was talking about, the charity thing. Ultimate, we as a Hindu, we are aspiring for the higher goal in our life. What is the ultimate purpose for Hindu? For the wealth creation. When I was running a World Hindu Economic Forum in Bangkok, journalists asked me, what is the difference between other philosophy and your economic philosophy? So I told them, socialistic philosophy talk about the distribution of wealth. America, snatch from the rich and distribute to the poor. Communists talk about the creation of wealth, but they don't talk about sharing of the wealth. Hindu are the one who first talk about, this is from the Vedas, Sata, Hasta, Samahara, Sahastra, Hastra, Sankira. Create wealth with the 100. First, create with the 100 cent. If you are a smart, intelligent, fortunate, you have creating wealth. But same wealth, share with the 1,000 hand, Satahasta, Samahara, Sahastra, Hasta, Sankira. Create wealth with the 100 and share with the 1,000 hand. This is what the Hindu purpose of wealth creation. That is what our concept of charity is, seva is. We are not doing philanthropy for us. It is seva, And coming to this important part, generally, what she was telling, because the Christian only bombard us, we don't do seva. I am just giving example. I don't know about the Coimbatore, because I will give you example in Delhi, because the best colleges in Delhi is all created by society, not by any government. Hindu college, Ramjas college, Kirorimal college, Hansraj college, all the best colleges. I always tell, the best colleges, education institution is all started by the society. Even now, even in the modern time, Banaras Hindu University is the world's largest university in one campus with the departments. It's not created by any government. So, you can see all these all by charity. I don't want to go in detail, otherwise it will be lecture, There is a survey, post 1857 survey, that is 11 volume survey. This Hindu society, why it was not enslaved by permanently, always it was fighting, resisting. So there is a survey, Hume was the chairman of that survey, he is writing, a society living in India based on volunteer, mutual, spontaneous cooperation, You understand, this is what he is, unless and until you destroy this, you cannot make them permanent slave. And he is giving example, here you have those days, you have this is a warm country, everywhere you have pyao, pani ko kya kehte, pyao, what you say here in the
Free water.
Free water, So those days they put ghada, mud pot, ghada, and fill the water. He is telling, if you have to do in England, we have to prepare budget, we have to put the ghada, and every day we have to fill the water in that. Here it is very common, spontaneous. There is nobody budget, there is no guidance. This is part of the society. He is talking about Kumbh Mela. Millions and millions people are coming. No government is feeding. People are fed there. This is how the society is there. So charity, seva was not philanthropy in the European sense. For us, it was part of the seva. Unfortunately, we were made poor by the European, looted, plunder, and become poor. And how much poor person can do seva? This is how the society is now. I was discussing with Mohandas Pai. Mohandas Pai told me, Swamiji, panam, means now the wealth is coming. We are getting prosperous. Our strength is also coming. Courage, is also coming, and we are regaining our pride. So therefore, the first sutra talks about the economic strength of the Hindu society, and the last part I have mentioned why we became poor. So there is a 3 book. There is a famous book you all must read. One book is especially The Case for India by Vildura. How British looted, about that. This is not Sasi Tharoor, that is all old record. So the summary of that book, there is a 2-volume book by R.C. The Economic History of India, part 1, part 2. The summary of the how they looted and we made us poor, and also I have given how we were rich, not from our side, Angus Madison data, how we were rich. So the first chapter is on this.
Swami Mitrananji, in your book Gita for Yuva, You reveal the Gita and you select some shlokas from it and you use it as a life manual more than anything else. So my question to you is this. Today, if Arjuna were to be a 22-year-old startup owner who is flummoxed by the challenges of the market or whatever, what would be Lord Krishna's first WhatsApp message to him?
Before we go into this, though, I'll continue.
Yes, please.
Vijnana said. For us, wealth which we get, and then it is deep in us to give it as service. Very often, when we ask young people, school children, university students, tell some people who served, first name would come out as Mother Teresa. Not Amritanandamayi, not Satya Sai Baba, running free hospitals. So in this regard, some 15 years back, we started. I met Guru Murthy ji and we had a discussion, and Chinna Mission took this up, saying, we will organize Hindu spiritual service fair. So first time when we did, around 35 Hindu organizations came together. It was just like you have the industrial fair. We organized a Hindu spiritual service fair. And slowly it went up. More than 400 plus organizations came. What they do is just put up what is the service done. What is the service done by these people? How many hospitals are there? How many schools are there? How many orphanages we run? How many medical centers are there? This way you just collect the data and you put, and as people are walking out, that would be the biggest banner they have to see. That's when the Hindu woke up, like saying, we have been serving. We have been serving. Imagine the food being served. How many ashrams, how many temples, how many gurudwaras, food is just served. Nobody stays hungry there.
These Kumbh Mela, 650 million people were fed. Yes. No government gave them money.
So collectively what we give is very, very, very high. And last point on this, there is a difference. A service done at the effective level, service done at the cost level, not all will notice. Suppose, let me say, if this place is all dirty, and both of us go there, pick it up, all the dirt, and we put that in a basket, people will cover. Two sannyasis clean the road. On the other hand, if you have visited all the houses and tell them, don't litter, nobody would notice it. That would not be seen as service. When you serve the effect, it will be noticed. When you serve the cause, it is not noticed. Now please think, Ramakrishna Mission, RSS, VHP, Chinmaya Mission, Art of Living, Isha Foundation, Satya Sai Baba, Shankara Mats. You take all the Hindu organizations. If these organizations are not there, what would be the drugs in the society? What would be the, orphanage, destitutes? You prevent all this from happening. Never noticed as service. So our way of serving is like we do it because for us service is prayer. Because we believe seva will purify me. If I serve, I become pure. Really speaking, in a simplest way, if we have to say, the distance between us and God is our selfishness.
Very well said.
The distance between us and God is our selfishness. Reduce the selfishness, we are divine. Seva gives us opportunity to bring God closer. So we work that way. Now coming back to, if Krishna has to send a WhatsApp or Instagram post to Arjuna, probably he would say, I use his own language.
Yeah.
Are you not ashamed spending time on this? Kutastva kashmalamidam vishame samupastitam. When did you land into this, Arjuna? There's much more for you in the world out there to do. And how are you stuck here, hours together, and being influenced? Get out, go out, live life. So Arjuna, Krishna would have screamed at him. Exact same words. Kutastva kashmalamidam. Vishame samupastitam. That should be a good message. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. This question is for both of you, and I take reference from the book, The Hindu Manifesto. When you're talking about defending our country from the enemy, there is a chapter in there about Hindu resistance to Muslim invaders.
Yeah.
Now, this is again one thing that our history has never taught us. It has only taught us that we kept on getting defeated, so that is why we were enslaved. These stories of our valor were never told to us. So, I would like both of you actually to talk about this a little bit.
First morning session, they were talking about the Satru Bodha, you know. This is, I am telling, our Shastras are very clear about the Satru. This word is created from Sadrili Sadhantane, means this purpose of this sutra, root is means defeating enemy. That is the Satru word itself means you need to defeat them, you know. That is actual meaning. Coming to our Shastra, I am telling you, our Shastra telling, Jam Janita Dharmasya Moolam Sarva Sukasya. Victory in war is considered dharma activity. Don't understand, eh? Only doing tan ghanti puja temple is not dharma. Defeating enemy in the war is also considered dharma activity. And you remember there was somebody was telling you, Sarnagati ki raksha karo. Somebody came and morning Sridhar was telling, no, our Shastra is very clear. Those who are good people, they should be given refuge. Bad people should not be given refuge, you know. Daya tasmin na kartabhya sarnagat ityuttata. Those who are bad people, enemy people, don't give refuge. Don't give saran. Defeat them, destroy them. That is dharma. And nikriti pragya hantabhya iti nishchita. Enemy, if it is a crooked, should be destroyed with a crooked stratagem. We as a Hindu, we are such a fool, stupid society. Always these 2-3 words, sarnagat, vasudhaiva kutumbakam, Sarve Bhantu Sukhna, from where I don't know, we have learned these too much. You know, I am telling you how we have lost. I will come to her point. This Prithviraj Chauhan defeated several times to Gauri. Last time Gauri came, we should have defeated, destroyed, finished. Yeah. We left him go. He left him go. That fellow came. Prithviraj again went to all the army in Thaneshwar. He told that Gauri is sending letter, look, I am not coming to fight. I know I cannot fight with you. Because I am sent by the Khalifa, therefore I have come. Give me some time, I will go return back. And receiving that letter, all people relax. And morning 4 o'clock when he was going with the lota in the call of nature, you know, Prithviraj Chauhan, that time Gauri attacked him. And this is how we lost 1,000 of years, you know. So our Shastra is very clear. Defeat the enemy using all the strategic means, you know, nikritya, if, you know, Samarth Guru Ramdas word, sathe mahasati, you know. If enemy is a sat, crooked, you should become maha crooked, you know. Then only you can defeat the enemy. And again remember thing, brajantite mood diya prabham bhavantiye mayavasi mainam. Person, if enemy is mayavi, you know, if you are not becoming mayavi, then you will be loser. So Shastras are very clear. Coming to her point, you know, I am just giving you, first after death of Muhammad Sahib, you know, Islam captured entire Central Asia, half of the Europe, North and East Africa, and entire Arabian Peninsula within 100 years. That is known as the greatest military victory in the world. Same Islam first attacked 636 Common Era in Bharuch first. Then they attacked Thane, that there was no Mumbai that time. And 712 somehow they got foothold in the Sindh. It took them come to Delhi 1196, almost 1206. It took them 500 to travel from Sindh to Delhi. 20 generations our ancestors fought with them, you know. So it is great resistance, and many times we have defeated them. And somebody was telling you, we have not attacked. These are all bakwas, you know. You know, we have a Confederate army. That time these all historians have given. Many times our people have organized Confederate army. Nobody, no doubt, some king will be led, but he was supported the Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, UP, Haryana, all they were supplying with the army, soldier, ration, everything. And this Confederate army used to go and attack. We have attacked up to the Basra. This our Kashmiri king fellow, our Lalita, this has attacked up to the Beijing, you know. We have attacked Beijing, all the Turkish, Central Asian. So we have always doing this, and this coming, so unfortunate part is that this thought is not given. So what I did, there was one professor in Meerut University, Ram Gopal Misra. He wrote a famous book, research book. Before retirement, he took his PhD leave. He went to the Aligarh Muslim University. There he went through all the Islamic chronicles. And through that he wrote Indian resistance to early Muslim invader, you know. So that book summary I have given here, ki how we as a Hindu society resisted to all the foreign attack. And also Sitaram Goyal wrote a book, Heroic Hindu Resistance. Both the book summary is given here, ki how we resisted. We have not surrendered. Still we are fighting. And remember, our ancestors fought with almost 115 generation. Post independence, 3 generations you are getting tired, you know. You remember 115 generation our ancestors fought and resisted. Therefore, in this air-conditioned hall here in Coimbatore, you are enjoying. Otherwise, many of you will become Joseph and Samuel, and we will become Muhammad, Falana, and Dikan.
Before coming to Vikramanji for the answer to the same question, I want to ask one question to the audience. How many of you have heard of Swami Vidyaranya? Okay, but even in a room like this, even in an audience like this, 100% hands did not go up. There is a reason why I am raising this question. Sage Vidyaranya was the guru of Hakka and Bukka who actually got them back into Hindu Dharma. They were forcibly converted. And Chinmay Mission did a wonderful theatrical production based on Swami Vidyaranya's life, and I have seen it. And they have made it so beautifully relevant to the current scenario that everybody who is watching this knows the story of our true heroes. So I would like to ask Swami Vidyaranya about his opinion on this and about using stories like this about our heroes and how we can make it more approachable to the youth.
Yeah. Vidya Bharati and Chinmay Mission came together 3 years ago. We worked on history books for standards 6, 7 and 8. The books are titled Radiant Bharat, Resilient Bharat, Resurgent Bharat. So 6th standard was, for that age we have brought out what was Bharat. How did we have 32% of the world GDP? What was the kind of richness across the country what we have? So that was a very, very good introduction to the standard 6 for the history. So all the Vidya Bharati schools and Chinmay Mission, Vidya Bharati for you, Vidya Bharati runs around 26,000 schools. RSS.
They are the largest schooling program in the world.
Correct. And like-minded Hindu schools have joined. So last time when I got to know around 60,000 books were out last year. People buy these books and it's the school curriculum. So 6th standard is all about the glory, radiant. 7th standard is all about resilient. Like Swamiji said, when there was from Sindh to come to Delhi, it took time for them. That's because there was always a resistance. Very, very strong resilience. Otherwise they would have wiped out long ago. These resilient heroes are not discussed. We talk about conqueror, we speak about what they did, etc. Who resisted them? So we have picked up all the resistance forces. And that's the research which we did, and that's the book for the 7th standard. 3rd standard is resurgent. That Bharat is now coming back. Yes, we had our own time of weakness, etc. No more, it is not anymore the same. We are rising and we are moving. It's like today, in my understanding of Bharat, we must be very honest about it. We must thank RSS first. They served for 100 years. Biggest resistance force which brought Bharat together and move forward. So it's like a U-turn. We have lost the road, went on the wrong side, Now we have made that turn. It's a matter of time we come to the point. Since the turn is made, we have to just grind the last bit of it, grin and bear, come back to the point where we lost, and after that it would be a speed in which we will progress. Nobody can find us. We would really go forward. Because it's that U-turn we have already made. Where we have lost, now we are getting back to that point. But the wrong route which we are going, the turn is already made. I think the next generation maximum, they'll reach to the point where we went off, and from there won't be any turning back. So, radiant, resilient, resurgent, we have to be aggressive. I 100% agree with what Vijnananji said, and we are friends. So I cannot even disagree. We have been friends for a very long, maybe 20 years now. So, and our thinking is the same. I endorse every bit of what he said, that we have to be aggressively good. Krishna did not spare. If Karna has to be killed, he said, kill him. There's no weapon, nothing. Don't talk all these. Because what he did, he deserves a death. Just finish him. Because Karna did that. I mean, he could go and cut a teenager's string, the bow, from the back. 7 of them attacking Abhimanyu. Where are these guys? They deserve mercy? Definitely not. So when his chariot was stuck road, and he could not move, he said, cut his head. He did not mince words. He was straight. He was very clear that these deserve that punishment. Do it. So that Hinduism, that spirit is something which we need to be bringing it back. We need to bring it back. We have to be vocal. If that aggressive goodness can come back, you don't harm anybody. Krishna did not go to harm anybody. But those who deserve that punishment, he showed no mercy. And he went ahead with it.
Just to add, I forgot one thing. Ram Gopal Mishra thesis is why we lost to Islam, because we started behaving with Islamic invader as a football tournament. So we should not behave with the enemy as a tournament. Enemy should be always identified, defeat and destroy.
That is a very, very inspiring and very necessary thought at this time of the day. Now I come to another controversy created actually. There is tons of literature available, atrocity literature, about how women are ill-treated in India, how women were always given a secondary position in Hinduism. You know, the usual tropes of sati, this, that, whatever. But when I read your book and the chapter on women, it gives a totally different picture. Now my question to you is, how is this concept of Stree Shakti different from the Western notions of feminism, one, and what is our thought relating to women?
So first we have to understand just for your clarification, some conservative will say women has no right of reading Veda, chanting. I'm telling you all these are bogus, this bogus completely, I'm telling you the Rig Veda, Brihad Devata has mentioned 28 Mahila Rishi. I am using the Mahila, women Rishi. They have not used the word Mahila Rishi, female Rishi. They have used Brahmavadini. 28 Brahmavadini Rishi. Rishi is gender neutral. Don't, feminine, masculine. This is gender neutral. That is the highest position. 28 female Rishis are mentioned in the Rig Veda. I have collected all their mantra, put it here. I have not translated because the book will become very big. So, providing highest respect. Remember, not equality, Equality, what is the difference between men and women, X and X and X and Y? 2 chromosome difference, XX chromosome, XY chromosome. Rest is the same thing. Haddi, all the bone, marrow, everything is the same. There is no, equality is given in the nature. How as a civilization we are giving, so I have written as a sutra, highest respect for women. This is from the Rig Veda, Agra Eti Yuti Haryana, Come to the Western concept. See, Western concept, in the name of equality, I'm telling you, this is Western, in the name of equality to the women, they have snatched their dignity, You understand? In the name of equality, they have snatched their dignity. Oh, I don't know how to explain in English, when you are saving also, there is a women there. I don't know how they do add, when you are saving, there is also women. When you are selling car also, in ad there will be women in a scanty dress. Everywhere objectification of women is there, That is what they have portrayed. And therefore, I don't want to go, I don't want to say, per capita, the amount of law you can create, amount of liberalism you can create, where is the highest rape capital of the world? Britain. Per 1 lakh, there is 170 rape happening in Britain. In Sweden, which is the richest paisa-wala country, 84, 85 rape is happening per 1 lakh, and Bharat 2.8, because still we have hold the respect for women in our society. So this is difference. They are talking about equality. We are not talking about the equality. We are talking about the respect. Shastra say, I have mentioned in the book, in any circumstances, women should not be killed. In any circumstances, they should not be insulted. Any circumstances, they should not be insulted. And even if they are at wrong side, they are not at fault. That is what all I have mentioned. This is not new. This is all from those days. And coming to you are talking about how the difference is there. Satyabhama is asking Draupadi, how come Pandavas are doing dharma activity? So the Draupadi is telling, I look after the income and expenditure of the state. For your point of view, modern times, she is a housemaker, house lady is green, homemaker. She is not employed any bureaucrats, CO, PO, she is not CO. But what she is telling, I look after the income and expenditure of the state of the Pandavas. I look after the finance and administration of Pandavas. Then they have time to do the dharma activity. You can see the involvement, the decision making of that state. That is what our status of women is different from European concept. In the name of equality, they have snatched their dignity. What is our feminine divinity? We have to give respect, And coming to the again higher point, in Shastra say, Upadhyana dasacharam satapita sahastrin pitrin matra gaurvena preaching. One teacher is a greater, one principal is greater than the 10 teacher. One father is greater than the 100 principal. One mother is greater than the 1,000 father. This is what our concept is.
Swamiji, would you like to add?
I had a few points on this, mainly to you and to the organizers. This is something which we need to look into, because these kind of narratives have been pushed on us very strongly. It has to be handled intellectually. It has to be handled with facts. So how do I fact check a book? How do I fact check a book? If there is, let's say, Bhagavad Gita, how do I fact check Bhagavad Gita? How do I understand what is Gita talking about? For literature festival, this is very important. Maybe, like Western Ghats Lit Fest can think about this as one of the things to do further. In our method of analyzing a book, we call it Shadvida Linga. Shadvida Linga, 6 points. It's a very time-tested Hindu methodology of analyzing a book.
Analyzing knowledge.
Knowledge, basically. First point is Upakrama Upasamhara. A book should have a beginning and an end. In case of Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna was confused. Arjuna got clarity. The book had a beginning and an end. Upakrama Upasamhara, first point. Second point, what is that book repeating again and again? What is repeated in that book constantly? Abhyasa. What is the book repeating? Which point? Yes, Bhagavad Gita speaks about heaven. Mrityu lokam vishanti, shine punya mrityu lokam. You go, heaven is spoken in the Gita, maybe 5 verses. But moksha is spoken more often. So what is the point is repeated again and again in that book? Abhyasa. Second point. Third, what is original about that book? Look at the way of analyzing. If we write a book, it should be, is it an original thought? Or is it a plagiarized? Or is it taken from somewhere? Is there original? Now look, there was never a book like Mahabharata. Or in a battlefield of war. I mean, in a war, knowledge being given. Very, very unique, Apurvata. Absolutely new, fresh, not copied, original idea, Apurvata. The next point is Arthavada. What is the book praising about? Is the book praising about realization of God, or is the book praising about X, Y, Z? So you need to check what is the book praising. That is called Arthavada. Upakrama Upasamhara, Abhyasa, Apurvata, Arthavada, Phala. If I read this book, what will I get? Phala. Sixth point is Upapati. Is it logical? Is it rational? Does it follow a method of understanding? Or it is random thoughts put together? Or there is a step-by-step growth? It doesn't follow. Now these are the 6 methods, Hindu method of analyzing a book. We must bring this. Put this concept, let the judgment be our style, not somebody from outside giving us a method by which they will judge a book. We must keep our method to judge our books. If we adopt this matrix, this lens of Shadvida Linga, what Swamiji said, from Rig Veda onwards, how women are respected. You will bring it down and you will see Arthavada would be women. Apurvata speaking would be women. Abhyasa, glory of women was repeated. And Phala, how she holds the family, how one is benefited. Everything you will see how we have praised and positioned women. That would come out. We should use our lens to prove our point. If we can do this, we will definitely change the narrative. So this is called Shadvida Linga. Literature. Hereafter, any book or any talk, if a person gives a lecture, you keep the 6 points and analyze, you will get the gist of the talk. It had a beginning, had an end, repeated these points again and again. This is the uniqueness, never heard anywhere. This is something, this is what the person praised. If I follow, I'll get this. And there was a logical flow. So it can be a talk which can be analyzed. It can be a book which can be analyzed. If we can do that, we will show to the world every aspect of ours where we have positioned different values. It is called Shadvida Linga. Introduce this into the literary fest so that we will be in a position to examine, investigate, understand a book perfectly. Thank you.
Wonderful. It's 3:25. I have 5 minutes. This discussion can go on and on and on. There are lots of points to be covered, but I will take questions, yes. So I am ending it here. Thank you very much for such an enlightening discussion. I really enjoyed hosting this. And I will now open the floor for questions. We just have 5 minutes. So please just ask the question. Do not make any observations.
Swamiji, the Shadvida Linga, where can we find out more about it? Read the basics.
It is there in many of our books.
This is
This
is not a Hindu methodology. Those who understand what is Swamiji mentioned, you will get Vedansar, many you will get it. We have
Vedansar is one book, but there are many books.
Many books everywhere.
Any one will do.
Yeah. You could go Chat GPT, you ask Shadvida Linga.
Not Chat GPT.
I will give you all 6 points.
Chat GPT will not
because no, Swami, it will give. Because we trained it. We repeated it and made it understand. Yeah. It will give.
Any other questions I would like all the students here to ask?
Before a student, I will just, because time there is no, see, I am talking about the territory of Bharat. Morning somebody was telling, so King Mandata said, King Mandata said that under his rule, the region included Yavanas, Greeks, Kirata, Central Asia, Gandhara, Afghanistan, China was under us. They used to pay taxes. Sarvara, Barbara means Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, Mali, Niger, Mauritania, Saka, Tusara, Kanka, Palwa, Iranian, Andhra, Madrika, Pondra, Pulinda, Ramatha, Cambodia, Upper Hima, Afghan. These are all the area under us. We have lost this territory. Just I wrote this only because China say we have captured this part, that part. I told whole China was under us, so you should return back.
One second. What he read out, what Swamiji read out is very important. Whether we do it or not, but this flame should be on. We need to reclaim every lost territory. That torch has to be handed over. It has to go to the next generation. It can't be done in our lifetime. Certain goals are few decades. So it has to be passed to the next generation that every inch of the territory lost should be reclaimed. Every position which we lost has to be reclaimed. If we were once guide to the world, that position we should reclaim.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, when we are educating the youth about the glory, past glory of Bharat, see, when is that we are going to declare certain monuments like Taj Mahal, Red Fort, see Qutub Minar as an Indian, made by Indians, made by Indian Rajas and Rishis. Why it is not happening still? Still we read that, see, these are the monuments made by Mughals. Why is it so?
So, you see, I am telling you, see, still we are holding this political power in last 1000 years, only 8 to 12 years, 12 years. It will take little more time, everything will come. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So, you should strive for that.
No, sir, once again, I'll explain further. You can't take all battles at the same time. We don't have the bandwidth. We don't have it. It is easy for us to feel about it, but we really don't have the bandwidth to take all battles at a time. And to win these battles, you need political power. So the whichever party is willing to support these things, we should favor them. So, and they should stay in power. So, one by one, the battles can be taken over. It will happen. What you feel is a feeling, not 1, 2, at least 70% of India feels for it. It will come.
The young man there.
Swamiji, so many people like Dorothy, they ridicule our gods and they make like a lot of bad comments about our religion. So is it really necessary to engage with them and prove them that they are wrong? Because we know that it is nonsense, and engaging with them will give them support, as that issue will get discussed more even though it's not there.
We should know to give it back to them in a very smart way. You should have wit for it, satire for it, put it out in that way that guy feels ashamed. And you should have your own team. This can't be taken one. You put a comment, let us say, someone posts something derogatory. You counter it. You need support. Enough. I'll tell you. There was Kurukshetra once. Okay. Today it is all logarithms. The war is there. You need to have your support. You should convince your friends, etc., that at this I'm countering, and you counter this way. And if 20 of them pounds on that one person, he'll be silenced. So you need to counter that way. It can't go away like that, because there are some people who do not know to counter, read it and get frustrated. That frustration is not going to help us. We need young people, intellectual warriors, who will know to give it back intellectually. That is important.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful.
Before just concluding, I just want to mention in this chapter 6, I have explained what is the original meaning of Varna. What is the actual meaning of Jati? Jati is not the what Brahman Jati, Kshatriya Jati, Jati, Akriti Jati Lingakya from the Shastra, It is cognition in the mind, that is actually Jati. What is actually Jatiya, national, You have Bangladesh Jatiya Party, BNP, that is national, Jatiya Sansad, it is in the national meaning. You have there is the word Gyati. Gyati means Kulam Vansaparam. That is a misconstruct, this Gyati word has become Jati, that is a big mistake in our tradition we have done. So all those things I have explained here. In the last, those who say that our society discriminated Karna because of caste, this is totally wrong. Karna was educated in the same Gurukul along with the Pandava, Kaurava, along other prince in the same Gurukul by Dronacharya, Kripacharya, So this is all bogus thing. There is no fact. This is only TV created thing, Namaste.
Thank you.
I have a request. We have created a AI Kambaramayan AI version. It's a 2-minute trailer. Young people, someone who's in school final, someone who's in the first year university, these youngsters made it. We would release it very soon, but you can just see the trailer of it.
And then you will see how internationally Hindu youth are thinking about society. That video I will also play.
Play cameraman now, and then if the lights can go off, it will be better. Thanks. Yeah, sure. Volume. Rewind, please. Rewind. Volume.
Youth one will do it. Hindu youth, that video will do it. Yes. There? They're doing it. Some technical glitch. Rewind.
என்ன என்னத்து
என் சூரிய குல மன்னரில் ராமனைப் போல புதல்வனை பெற்றவர் யார்?
கோரி ஒன்றுலகிற்கும் எடுத்துரைப்பார்.
ஒன்றிதான் என் செய் உலக அழிவதற்கு.
விண்ணாட்டவர் மன்னவர் யாவரும் நிற்க நீ பெண்ணாட்டம் போட்டே.
இவன் அயோத்திக்கு வந்தேன் வா அன்றே அவன்
என்னத்து
என் சூரிய குல மன்னரில் ராமனைப் போல புதல்வனை பெற்றவர் யார்?
Forward. Yeah. Why did you rewind?
today.
It is not the youth one. No, left one. No, yeah, left, that, yeah. Yeah.
Namaste. Hindu sisters and brothers, this message is for you. We live in a time where the world is changing rapidly. As Hindu youth, we are the descendants of a profound, knowledge-rich, contributing and ancient civilization, and the builders of a future that awaits us.
But it's not without challenges. We can only succeed by taking up leadership, by continuing to be an engaged driving force in all spheres of of human endeavor.
But why? What is a necessity? Whether we like it or not, believe it or not, accept it or not, the reality is Hindu youth are the ones who have to face the future. We can either be prepared for it or deal with the consequences of our inaction. For thousands of years, our ancestral homeland has endured countless challenges, standing resilient through it all. Generations ago, many of our ancestors were taken far from home as indentured labourers, enduring hardship and carrying the weight of indignity. And today, the challenges haven't disappeared. From Pakistan to Bangladesh, Sri Lanka to Malaysia, human rights struggles continue for Hindus across the globe, and it is continuing to spread. Even now, our Hindu sisters and brothers are facing these atrocities bravely. However, together we can shift this tide and overcome these challenges. Our strength lies not just in our temples or festivals. We build economies, push the boundaries of education, and shape academia. Our stories resonate through the media. We stand firm in the defense of human rights, and we play a vital role in shaping the politics that guide our nations.
To make an impact in these spaces, we need Hindu youth stepping forward. Stepping forward as academicians, entrepreneurs, journalists, actors, artists, lawyers, human rights defenders, civil servants, diplomats, bureaucrats, political leaders, and much more. Leaders who will not only uplift our community, but will shape the future of your nation positively as a whole.
When we participate in these sectors, we take a seat at the decision-making table, ensuring that the voice of Hindu society is heard, and that the interests of Hindu society are furthered. In addition to becoming leaders of our community, we take leadership for the wider society and country. And you are not alone in this. Across the world, there are thriving examples of Hindu youth and student organizations where young people just like you are leading the way. From Hindu Youth New Zealand, Hindu Youth Australia, the National Hindu Students Forum in the UK, Hindu Students Council in the USA, KMHDI and Parada in Indonesia, Hindu Yuva, and many more. Youth from all denominations and all walks of Hindu life coming together to work for the betterment of society.
These organizations remind us that when we unite and work for the collective, we strengthen the Hindu society as a whole. We can create a movement that is resilient, capable, and prepared for the future.
Now is your time. Step into leadership in your community and beyond. Contribute to the sectors that shape our world: economy, education, media, administration, diplomacy, politics, and human rights.
Together, we will not only protect and strengthen our Dharma, but build a future where young Hindu voices lead in every space.
Let's build a future worthy of our heritage. A future led by us.
On that note, we request Sundar Ramachandran, Director, Veranda Club, to felicitate Swami Vidyanandaji. Shri Jayakumar Vishwanathan to felicitate Swami Mitranandaji. And Shri Tushar of Agami to felicitate Srimati Shafaliji.
शिवाजी के तलवार है we have to take it by post, otherwise airlines will not allow us to take it. सब है ना शिवाजी का तलवार है.
This is actually faithful reproduction of Shivaji Maharaj's Salwar, which is in a museum in UK. And Agami Rahul Tushar, who presented this to me, he is the one behind the faithful reproduction.
We thank the Swamijis and Shefaliji for their powerful discussion that called for a return to Bharat's civilizational parity, where seva is the root of service, not financiation. With Srimati Shefaliji, this session explores how Bharat's timeless narrative, instinct, continues to shape the stories we tell and the truths we seek. I invite Sri Ashwin Sanghi and Srimati Shefali Vaidya for a discussion around myths, murders and manuscripts. Why India loves her stories again.
One more.
Excuse me, just take this also, bring it in. You need some water?
Yeah, I'll take.
Yeah. Hello. Namaste. I am back. For one more hour, you'll have to endure me. But I promise you again, this is going to be a very, 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 very interesting conversation, because the speaker is one of the most erudite and one of the wittiest people I have come across. I've heard him lots of times. I'm a big fan. And in an age where we complain that our young people don't read, I remember I was at the airport once and I sent him the picture also. And there was a group of young people waiting for their flights. There were about 20 of them. And 19 of them were looking into their screens. There was only one girl who was reading a book. And guess who was the author of that book? No prizes for guessing. It was Ashwin Sanghi. And I sent him that picture also, because it's really remarkable that the one person who was reading that book was reading your book. And I think you deserve a huge round of applause for that.
Thank you.
So I am calling this session the Sanghi Sutra. See, you can't help it. आपके तो नाम में ही संगी है. He wears many hats. He is an entrepreneur, he is a businessman, he is a thriller writer, he is a best-selling writer. He is also a writer of self-help books. I don't know how many of you know about that. Have you read any of those books? 13 Steps to Good Health, 13 Steps to Parenting, 13 Steps to Good Luck. There are 13 steps, right? But most people know him as a writer of thrillers. I also primarily know him as a writer of thrillers. This is an honest confession. This 13 thing I only realized when I was researching on him, and I realized that he's written these books. But I would like to know more about this. My first question to you.
I'm going to adjust because I can't see your face.
Please.
थोड़ा सा मैं इसको एंगल पे कर दूं ताकि we can see each other. हाँ जी, perfect, lovely.
So my first question to you is: you were a businessman long before you were an author. So what made you transition and write the Rosabal line, which was your first book?
Nowadays that word transition is very dangerous, no? Hot dangerous word.
Yeah, these days, yes.
But no, I was born in a family where my father is Marwadi, my mother is a Baniya from Kanpur. So Marwadi Baniya combination deadly. And it was taken for granted that this guy is going to get into business. He's going to trade. He's going to do a job of a merchant. As we would say in Hindi, ये गद्दी पे बैठेगा. So the one uncommon factor in my life was my Nanaji, who lived in Kanpur.
Okay.
And Nanaji was, of course, he was a businessman himself, But more importantly, he was a person who was very well read. And he was fluent in multiple languages. He spoke English, Hindi, Urdu, Arabic, Persian, and Latin. And he had a vast library in Kanpur, thousands of books. And he would very lovingly send me one book every week from Kanpur to Bombay. And he would say, "Beta, isko padho." And the rule was that the moment I was done reading it, I had to send him a letter telling him what I had read, whether I liked it, didn't like it, why I liked it or disliked it. It was the earliest form of writing a book review. And of course, my father was equally determined that I must get into, properly trained into business. So it was taken for granted that by age 21, 22, you finish your MBA and start working. And which means that from a young age, during my summer holidays, etc., I was sent to my father's either factory or to the office. There was a Munimji, a Marwadi Munimji, who used to teach me the Bahi Khata, how to write both single entry as well as double entry systems. And he would tell me, he said, you know, all these books that you read, there are so many words in them, but in your life you only need to remember 2 words, debit and credit. And if you can master those 2, then everything else is taken care of. And so I would go back to Nanaji when he would come to Bombay. I would say, "Nanaji, Munimji says that don't waste your time with books." And Nanaji kept it going all the way till the mid-90s. Till mid-90s I was receiving books from him. Even when I went for my MBA to America, his books used to come there, but once a month. 4 or 5 books would come together. And during his lifetime, he sent me a little over 300 books. But he would always say that, "Beta, look, at the end of the day, you are a Marwadi Banya. So, you will always, your primary worship will be Lakshmi. तुम तो लक्ष्मी जी की पूजा करोगे, because that is in your DNA. But he used to always say that there is a very curious relationship between Lakshmi and Saraswati. He would say that Lakshmi wants to be wherever Saraswati is. So if Lakshmi is in this room, if Saraswati is in this room, then Lakshmi also wants to be here. And if Saraswati gets up and goes away, then Lakshmi is curious, why is she gone? So let me find out, let me also go." So he would always say that, "Beta, you know, even if your objective is to go for Lakshmi, the route to Lakshmi is through Saraswati." And he would also say that in our wisdom, in our ancient wisdom, the only deity who can sit between Lakshmi and Saraswati and keep them in the same room is Ganesha. So live your life like Ganesha, which is why I look the way I do. But at a more serious level, it's actually what he was trying to tell me was that wealth and wisdom and Lakshmi and Saraswati and books and business, they all go hand in hand. And I think that was the learning. So he had hardwired my brain. I finished my master's sometime in the early 90s. I came back, started working, and then I forgot. Nanaji passed away, I think, in the mid-90s. And I forgot about all of the stuff that he had inculcated in me, because I went into a life of business. And then sometime around 2002, my father sent me for a day to Kashmir, to Srinagar, because a very close family friend, the daughter was getting married. And it was height of tension in Kashmir at that time. Everything was closed down. There were, I reached there because father had said, "I can't go, you please go for 1 day and come back." So I went, and unfortunately the next day when I was supposed to return, my flight got cancelled. And those were the good old days of IAC, Indian Airlines, where you had 1 flight or at the most 2 flights happening in the day. So I was stuck in that hotel. Most of the hotel was lying shuttered up. I could hear my own footsteps in the corridor, and I was getting totally mentally psyched out. So I told the driver, I said, take me to some, मुझे सैर करवाओ. He said, साहब यहाँ पर सैर? Srinagar was really a sort of under lockdown. So he said, will you go to Hazrat Bal? I said, I've been. He said, you want to go to Shankaracharya? I said, I've been. He said, Chashmashari, and all the touristy places I've been. Then he finally said, Roza Bal. I said, what is this? So he said, Roza Bal is also famous, a lot of people go there.
Okay.
So I said, okay, let's go. And we went through all these winding gullies, and at that time it was terrifying. Let me tell you, in 2002, going through those old winding gullies of Srinagar is a little bit like sitting in a thriller movie and you're sort of like the sitting duck. Anyway, we reached this very, very ordinary sort of tomb, maybe around 15 feet by 15 feet.
Okay.
And simple whitewashed walls. Walked in, and there is a sarcophagus with the head pointing towards Mecca. So the board outside reads that this is the tomb of a Peer. His name is Nasiruddin, and he was buried there sometime around 13th century. But what is really fascinating about Roza Bal is that there is an earlier burial under Nasiruddin. And that dates back to the origin of the tomb. And the local land records show that there has been something standing at that point since 112 AD.
Okay.
So 2000 odd years.
Okay.
The person who lies buried there, the underneath wala, that is not with the head pointing towards Mecca. That is an east-west burial, which was the direction in which the ancient Jews used to bury their dead. The common story around that is that there was a saint who came from a very far off land. His name was Yuz Asaf. And Yuz Asaf means, translated, the leader of the healed.
Okay.
So the great healer. And he came and he preached love and tolerance and kindness. And then when he died, he was buried there. And then, of course, later on, 1300 years ago, Nasiruddin was also buried there. But what is fascinating is that outside the burial space, there is a carving. And the carving shows a pair of human feet. And on those human feet, on that carving, there are little cross marks. Those cross marks are the points where the nails for a crucifixion would have been hammered. So it is the common folklore is that Yuz Asaf was none other than Jesus Christ. And of course, there are many, many parts of that puzzle, including the Nicholas Notovich theory of 1887 that the lost years of Jesus Christ were spent in India and all of that. And I just got fascinated by that place. And it reached a point where I wanted to talk to anyone who knew about it. I wanted to read anything. I spent the next year and a half, 2 years reading over 40 books on various parts related back to that. And eventually my wife got fed up of me. She said, you know what? She said, you have become a pain. Because anyone opens a topic of discussion with you and you will come back to this. So she said, you have a kida inside you. And you got to get rid of that kida. So I said, what do I do? She said, write about it. So I started writing a thesis. And that thesis was going to be about 30-40 pages long, where I would take all the bits and pieces of this story and try and connect the dots. I wrote it. I gave it to my wife. I said, read it. Tell me what you think. Next morning, she said, Ashwin, congratulations. So I was very happy. Congratulations. That means it's good. So she said, no, congratulations, because I think you have discovered a cure for insomnia. Because it is so boring. In one page, I was flat out. I fell asleep. Who is going to read this? And that's the time I realized that if I need to tell something, I can't tell it. the way it is meant to be told, I will need to find a different way of telling it. And that's when I ended up converting that 40-page document into the Rosabal. Sorry, Shefali ji, एक question पे अगर इतना time होगा,
No, but it's a fascinating story, and you're talking about making your books interesting. I think Ashwin is probably the only person here who has in the audience a young lady who has written a book on his books. So popular are his books, and she would like to meet you after this conversation. But it's really fascinating, the kind of books, and you've said that you like to explore India's DNA through your thrillers. I've gone through some of your past interviews. Now my question to you, and you also referred to your DNA, Abhi. So when you start thinking of new themes for your thrillers, which DNA is it that's working out? Is it your entrepreneur's risk-taking DNA, or is it your seekers wanting to know more DNA?
For me, I don't know. I take this for granted. Maybe it is my upbringing with Nanaji, who sent me some wonderful books during my growing up years. But I feel a tremendous sense of pride to be a son of this soil. Yeah, this country is a place where, and for me, Bharat is not a geography. It is not a landmass. For me, it is almost, you could say, an arc of ancient Vedic wisdom almost. I still find it fascinating that today we are talking about Afghanistan and Kandahar, but we forget that Kandahar was Gandhar and that there was a Gandhari. Or we forget that the word Iran comes to you from Aryan Vaija, which is the land of the Aryans. We forget that way back in 1300 BC, you had two warring tribes, the Hittites and the Mitanni, and which is now today's modern day Turkey and Syria, and they were signing a peace agreement, and they were invoking Varun and Mitra and Indra. We've forgotten that we had someone called Bodhidharma who was part of the Pallava kingdom, who went to China and took martial arts there. We've forgotten that the largest Vishnu temple in the world is not in India, but in Cambodia, Angkor. Or the fact that in Malaysia you still have the Ramayana being performed under the name Hikayat Seri Rama. Or that the kings of the Thailand dynasties are still the Chakri kings. They are Rama. So if you really look at the expanse, the sheer expanse of this thought, it was amazing. And to my mind, we have to find a way to be able to distill that, and that rus, that extract, we have to find a way for the next generation to be able to be damn proud that I'm here, that I've survived, I'm here to tell a story. You did your worst for thousands of years, and I'm still here.
But you're still there, yes, absolutely.
So I think somewhere that is where I'm coming from in these stories, that it's not only about thrill. It cannot be only about thrill. It has to have a wider purpose. And so my approach really is that all my stories, I work on what I call the 3 E's. And it works in a 70-20-10.
Okay.
So that 70% has to be entertaining. Okay. Because if I cannot entertain you, you will put down the book after 20 pages. So then the rest of my objective is not met. So I have to entertain you. So even when I'm talking with my editor, the question is not, how was this word sounding, or how is the grammar or the syntax? No, it is, did you turn the page or did the page turn itself? Because if the page turned itself, that means I'm entertaining you.
Okay.
The second part of it is that maybe when you read the book, you come across things which you didn't realize earlier. So, for example, there could be something, let's say, related to the Mahabharata, which in normal course you may not have understood or known, but it comes across in the format of a thriller. So you end up becoming a little more knowledgeable by the time that you are done reading the book. So that I consider to be educate, which is 20%. And that final, by the time you reach that last chapter, you should have a bhakti on moment. That bhakti on moment should be, arey, yaar, why didn't I think of it this way? And that is the moment of enlightenment. It's that aha moment. So 70, 20, 10, entertain, educate, enlighten, and that's all I do.
That's fascinating. Another thing I noticed about all your thrillers is that they are not linear narratives. They don't just take one subject and stick through it.
When
It's a
Rosa
cocktail
Line
of-
was
yeah.
written, the first person who read Rosa Line asked me, Ashwin, what were you smoking when you wrote that book? It is so difficult to figure out what the timeline is. So when people tell me, sir, I am a fan of yours, I love that person because they have put up with me. They have put up with my nonsense.
So you wrote about quantum physics in a book.
Yeah,
So,
Kalchakra.
and you are not even an engineer. So
No, I'm
how
not.
do you make sure that the research that you do is authentic?
It's not. It's not. See, at the end of the day, I'm a storyteller, Shefali ji. So for me, it is all about being able to make you a little wiser than where you were.
Okay.
I do my best to try and cover all the bases. So for example, go back to Keepers of the Kal Chakra.
Yeah.
Keepers of the Kal Chakra happened to me one night. I got up at about 4 o'clock and I was drenched in sweat because I had been having a nightmare. And I was feeling like it was so real, so real, so real. So the next morning I asked my wife, I said, you know what, I'm just realizing one thing, that what if when I'm sitting here and talking with you and the life I'm leading now, this is the dream, and my real life is when I go into the bedroom and I lie down on my bed. And is there a way that that could be connected to quantum theory? I started looking into that. I ended up reading some books. One of the books that really influenced me was Fritjof Capra, The Tao of Physics. And then I said, no, there's much more than what meets the eye. But I realized that without quantum theory, I couldn't write it. So I had a friend of mine who's an IIT product. And I said, look, I'm not a scientist. I need to be able to figure out what is the overlap zone between quantum theory and spirituality, right? And I need to be able to put that into a story. So to do that, I need to understand quantum theory. So he said, okay, fine. You give me whiskey every Saturday night for the next 4 months.
Okay.
So for 3 or 4 months, he would come 3-4 times in the month.
Okay.
And of course, the absorption used to be better as the night wore on. But it gave me a very good grounding to be able to tell the rest of that story. See, I don't claim that I am some scholar or theologian or historian, and please, I keep telling people that please understand that as fiction writers, when I wrote Rosabal, someone asked me, what gives you what is your qualification to write a book on theology, and that too about the life of Jesus Christ in India? And I said, you know what, through the years when I was growing up, my mother always used to say that you are a bloody good liar. You tell a lie with a straight face. And as fiction writers, we are liars, right? We are telling a lie. We know that we are telling a lie. But the flip side of telling a lie, the flip side of telling a lie is that if you're going to tell a lie, then tell the lie close to the truth. Because when you tell it close to the truth, then it becomes that much more believable. So that's what I try and do, that I'm spinning a yarn. I know that I'm telling you a fictional story, but it is based on a bedrock of research. And that research can be 80% right, 90% right. I don't claim to be 100% right. That would be foolish. But then the flip side of that also is that, it is the question that happens between this word which I hate, mythology, because
Yeah.
people use it for me,
Yeah.
and the word history. And they say, no, myth is fantasy. Myth is something which is just imagination. And on the other hand, history is a factual narrative. But you know what? One of my favorite definitions of history is George Santayana, who said history is a pack of lies about events that never happened, written by people who were never there. So,
Maybe he read Romola Thakur.
Possibly, but the reality is that, and when you look at the corollary to that, it was C.S. Lewis who said that a myth is a lie that reveals a truth. So in that sense, sometimes a myth is actually more honest, is much more honest than what the so-called historians are telling you. So for me, even though I'm writing fiction, and I know that I'm writing it with the aim of entertaining you, I also know that my aim is to convey a deeper truth to you through that fiction. So in that sense, I feel I'm being more honest than the average historian.
You're definitely more honest than Audrey Fouché or historians like her. But you lead a very interesting life. You know, you breakfast with Chanakya, you have lunch with Sri Krishna, you have dinner with Mazda. So in all this and all the books that you have written, which did you find most challenging to write?
I would say probably, if I see, the first book was the Rosapal Line.
Yeah.
And the Rosapal Line was a book which I found very challenging because it was the very first book I was writing. I had never written anything longer than a couple of pages before writing the Rosapal Line. So it was challenging in that context. The next book was Chanakya's Chant. In Chanakya's Chant, I just had a party while writing it. I mean, honestly speaking, there are some books where you just have so much fun writing them that you know that your reader is going to have fun reading them. The Krishna Key, again, much more research, but not exceptionally challenging as it were. I would say after that, Sialkot Saga, again, 70 years post-independence India, easy. Keepers of the Kal Chakra, tough. Vault of Vishnu, tough, because the whole China story, I mean, honestly, writing a book which is based in your dharti is much easier than having to pick yourself up and go there and then try and figure out as to what those connections are. So even traveling in China became a real pain for me because I had to take a couple of trips into China. I'm a vegetarian. You can imagine the places I was going to. So it became a real issue. Then after the Vault of Vishnu, there was the Magicians of Mazda, which was a bit of a challenge, but not so much. I would say the toughest has been the Ayodhya Alliance.
Okay.
Because that entire space, I mean, how many of you know that there is a story which goes back to 42 AD, that's 2000 years ago, of a princess from Ayodhya who travels to Korea. And in Korea, almost, I met the Korean ambassador a couple of weeks ago and I told him that this is what the book is about. And he said that, do you realize that almost one half of Koreans trace their lineage back to this royal couple? So in other words, they have Indian ancestry.
Yes.
And they have a great deal of respect for this couple because they trace their descendants through this line. So it is a very common story as far as the Korean part of it is concerned, but in India we've lost track of it.
Nobody knew about it, yeah.
The same thing I found even with the Bodhi Dharma story for Vault of Vishnu. That, I mean, you go to Shaolin, and in the middle of Shaolin you have this massive statue of Bodhi Dharma looking absolutely almost lunatic-like with long hair and fierce face. And it's celebrated that the fact that this man came from India and he taught meditation, and he taught yogic breathing, and he taught martial arts. And in India, when you say Bodhidharma, Bodhidharma meaning you're talking about Buddhist religion, or what are you talking about? People don't understand that we are talking about a person who went. You know, you ask people about the Bodhisena story, people are not aware. So the connectivity between India and the rest of the world, the rest of the world has nurtured those stories, whereas we have forgotten them. This is my problem even with the world of non-fiction, because I genuinely believe that today we have forgotten the Arthashastra. We are not teaching kids the Arthashastra. We are not giving it the importance that it should have, whereas the Chinese are. So they are not only learning Sun Tzu, they are also learning the Arthashastra. That's the point. I think somewhere along the way we need to find a way to bring all of this into greater public discourse, and that's one of the things that I'm trying to do, because I'm repackaging a lot of this material and presenting it in a format that this generation can understand.
You talked about non-fiction, so let's delve a little bit about your 13-step books. 113.
You want the short version, long version?
We have time.
So, I had just published the Rosabal line.
Okay.
And after I published, not even published, I had finished writing the Rosabal line. I started writing it sometime around 2004, 2003, 2004. I had finished it by 2005. And then from 2005 to 2007, I was trying to find a publisher. And the average reply was thank you, but no thank you.
Okay.
And the reason for that was because publishers in our country were not familiar with this genre at all. They could not understand it. They said, look, if you are an Indian author, then either you should be writing a how-to book, like how to make a great biryani, or you should be writing a campus romance, which talks about your breakup. But these sort of stories, which are dense, very dense, packed with history and packed with philosophy or spirituality or having a different angle, they could not understand it. So almost about 25-30 months had gone by and I couldn't find a publisher. So I was feeling rather down, and there was this friend of my father's, I shall not reveal his name, Punjabi gentleman, and he used to come very often and spend evenings with my dad, and they used to show a lot of love and affection to one another through the Johnny Walker Black Label. So, you know, it's like, I won't pour for myself, but I'll pour for you. Now, if I pour for you, then you'll also pour for me. It's almost like that. So they used to pour themselves generous drinks, and they used to, you know, there's a joke, no, that if you have one finger, then it is a small peg, and if you have 2 fingers, it's a large peg, and if it's 3 fingers, it's a patiala peg, and if it's 4 fingers, then it's pagal hai kya, right? So, and of course, in their case, it was 4 fingers of whiskey, but not held like this, but held like this. So they would be doing this. So one day, this gentleman, he saw me and he said, "Beta, kya ho gaya? Why are you looking so down?" And I said, for 24 months, 30 months, I've been trying to find a publisher, and I can't get published. And he said, he picked up his drink, he tossed it back effortlessly, and he said, "Beta, remember one thing, in life, 99% is about luck." I was really irritated to hear that. I said, "But what about that 1%? That must be hard work, it must be networking, it must be resources, it could be talent. There are so many things." So whatever was remaining in his glass, he knocked it back. He says, 99% is good luck.
Okay.
1% is bloody good luck. 99% good luck, 1% bloody good luck. So 1% bloody good luck, you cannot time it. So you keep working, you keep doing your best, but that timing of that 1%, when it has to kick in, you can't figure out. That will happen when it has to happen. So that day itself had made up my mind that one day that I'm going to now keep at it. So I had a board in front of me in which it was written, J.K. Rowling 12 and Stephen King 30 and Gone with the Wind 38 and Chicken Soup for the Soul 33.
Number of editions.
Number of rejections.
Oh, okay. Okay.
How many times they had been rejected. And of course, by the time I closed, it was about close to, I think, 43.
Okay.
But between agents and publishers, over 3 years this went on. So I said, I have to be better than them because after all, I'm getting so many more rejections. I kept going. Then, many years later, after I had become famous, I was in Chennai for a lit fest. And I narrated this story. So a young lady, she was not convinced. She came outside and my publisher was standing next to me, Gautam. So she says, but Mr. Sanghi, if 99% is good luck and 1% is bloody good luck, then I may as well sit in my room all day, watch TV, because everything will just happen from that 99 plus 1. So my publisher started laughing. He said, now she's put up a challenge. Now you need to explain yourself, what is that 1%? Bloody good luck.
Okay.
So I started writing like a novella.
Okay.
That something which can be read like in one afternoon. That what is bloody good luck? And then when we were trying to figure out, it just so happened, I said that everyone has a problem with the number 13. It is counterintuitive.
Okay.
It is counterintuitive. You somehow or the other think of it as, Friday the 13th, or the fact that the ancient code of Hammurabi, the 13th one was the death sentence. So there is a lot of negativity associated with 13. So I said, what could be better than to say that there are 13 steps for bloody good luck? That's how it was born.
Quite a story that is. You got me so engrossed, I forgot what was my next question. Next question, and I've always wondered this. In every chapter of your thrillers, you sort of keep the readers hanging. Those cliffhangers are, you're kind of, it's become like your signature step. Ashwin Sanghi, you expect a cliffhanger. So, do you have those cliffhangers in mind before you start to write, or do they just come to you as you start writing?
So it depends. Some things, see, first of all, remember one thing, that the material that I'm covering is in itself a cliffhanger. I remember in 2014, Dan Brown had come to visit Bombay. So his publisher, Penguin, got in touch with me and said that, Ashwin, you are called the Indian Dan Brown. So we are having an event at the NCPA. So will you please be in conversation with Dan?
Okay.
So we did that in the evening. Then after the event was over, he said, what are you doing now for dinner? I said, no, I'm free. So we crossed the NCPA, we went to the Oberoi.
Okay.
And then we sat at that restaurant till 2:30 in the morning. And after several hours, he popped a question. He said, what do you think is God? Now this is a question coming up at about 1:30 or 2 in the morning. After several rounds of lubrication.
Okay.
So I had a napkin in front of me. And I wrote on that, G is equal to infinity minus K.
Okay.
I said, here's your definition of God. So he said, what does this mean? So I said, see, G is equal to what we consider to be divine, divinity. And infinity is the whole wide universe. Everything that is known, everything that will be known, everything that was known, everything that has existed, everything that will exist. It is the egg-shaped universe, Brahmand. Brahm, Anda, Brahmand. And I said K is the extent of human knowledge.
Okay.
So infinity minus K is divinity. So he said, now explain this to me. I said, see, the Egyptians saw the sun rise in the east and set in the west. They didn't know what it was. They said, this is Ra, the sun god. He gets up in the morning and he flies across the sky in his chariot. And when it's night, then he goes to sleep, so it becomes dark. And then later on, whether it was Aryabhatta or whether it was Copernicus or Galileo, they all explained to us what the sun was and the reason for day and night. And so suddenly the poor Ra was no longer divine because we could now understand it, right? So in that sense, divinity is that part that we don't understand. Yet. But I said in mathematics, the little that I know is that when you have an equation with infinity anywhere, it is an indeterminate equation. So in that sense, that's what God is, indeterminate, because on one side you have infinity. And he said, you know, I agree with you because in my next book, I'm also talking about the Lord of the Gaps. In other words, the gaps of human understanding. So for me, the thrill in these books comes from those gaps. That what is it that I can tell you which makes you wonder, what if? I know he's a liar, but what if on this occasion he's telling me something that is more than what meets the eye. So that is one part of it. So getting that material together is the first part. The second part is the structure. And you know, I wrote 2 thrillers with James Patterson. And he had a very simple formula. Put a dead body in the first chapter. So, I mean, in the first draft I wrote of that book was, sorry, should I shut up?
No. We have time. We started late. We have some time.
No, whenever.
No, we have some time. We started late.
So, he said, you know, I think that manuscript of mine had the murder happening in chapter 10 or 12. He said, no, I need this in chapter 1. So, the first chapter has to be like a Bombay pothole.
Okay.
You fall in and you're stuck and you can't get out. So the rest of the book follows quickly. You keep the chapters short so that before a person has a chance to absorb what is going on, the chapter has already changed.
Yeah.
And make sure that every chapter ends on a hook. So there are writers who say we get up in the morning and we look at a blank piece of paper and we figure out as to where the mood is going to take me. That sounds romantic. That's not the way I operate. Typically for me, 6 months goes away in the research. Sometimes it can go 9 months. Then 2 to 3 months to actually develop the outline.
Okay.
And the outline, for every chapter, I already know how that chapter is going to end.
Okay.
And I know exactly what will be the 2 lines that I will end that chapter with. So that you will have no alternative but to go to the next chapter.
Okay. That's interesting.
Right? And finally, after I'm done with the outline, that's when I start writing. And when I'm writing, that's the easiest what I'm doing because it's like a child with a coloring book. He already has the outlines. Now you use a red crayon or a green crayon or a blue crayon
to
fill in the space. And then of course the most taxing part is the rewrites. I've always maintained that I'm a pathetic writer, but I'm a good rewriter. So I rewrite a lot. So I'll go back to the chapter, I'll polish it, I'll again sort of figure out, no, maybe this chapter needs to move here, or this can be shortened, or this is dragging. So by the time it reaches my editor, it will have gone through multiple rewrites. And that is eventually I can't remember who it was who said that easy reading is damn hard writing.
That is true. That is very, very
Damn hard writing. So I don't think we are given enough credit for the fact that we make mass consumption. So we will never be given that sort of sense of respect or regard as the literary greats of the world. But frankly, what you do, I like to compare it that there is one artist like an M.F. Hussain who has a blank canvas and he decides broad brush strokes. Or on the other hand, there is someone like me who's a carpenter making a chair. But by the time I make my 100th chair, probably that 100th chair will be better than the first. Because it's a craft, not an art. For me, it's a craft.
That's a very, very, very pertinent point that you made. It brings me, it's a continuation of the previous sentence. Okay, you said that you know the outline, you know how your storyline is going to progressing. But has it ever happened that when you're writing, the characters or the theme takes its own life, and whatever you had in mind, you feel that no, this is not it. I want to, or the character takes you in a different way.
It happens sometimes, which results in a little bit of tweaking as you're going along. It's not necessary that you're going to follow 100% of the outline, but I would say that I pretty much know the origin, I know the destination, and I know the main inflection points of the story. Take for example a book like, hypothetically, let's say Sialkot Saga. That is 70 years of the lifetime of two individuals, starting from 1947. Now, if you see the outline of that book, one day I will share it in a writer's workshop. That entire outline is on Excel.
Okay.
And every year is plotted out on one column, 1947, 48, 49, 50, going all the way 70 years down. And in each year, the two characters, what are their ages? Those have been plotted. What would they have been doing in those ages? That has been plotted. What was happening in India at that time? What was the social, cultural, political, historical backdrop? That has been plotted.
Okay.
And what happens in that chapter, and how does that chapter end? All of it is there in one single row.
Okay.
And that outline runs to about 15,000 words.
Okay. Just the outline?
Just the outline. So that is something where I genuinely feel that if you've done that level of work, then the writing becomes effortless.
Okay.
But I know that a lot of people shy away from that because they say he makes it so boring. The whole process, he makes it sound like as if he is doing it, as if it's operations research, manufacturing process. But the reality is that I need to keep a track of what is going on with the story. The only way I can write it is with a detailed outline.
That's fascinating, actually. If there were last question before I go to there's a rapid fire round also for you, especially for you.
I hate rapid fire. So, there is nothing rapid in my life. I move slowly.
So what if there were no publishers, no readers, you were writing only for yourself? What is that one story you would like to tell?
I don't know. I think for me, as I said again, I think somewhere that one story is lurking within me where I want to be able to talk about the fact that when I look around me at the rest of the world, it amazes me that you had a great Roman civilization which had the Mithraic cults of Rome, and today no one talks about the Mithraic cults anymore. Christianity took over. Who remembers Zeus and Apollo and Hercules in the Greek civilization? Gone. The Zoroastrians saw their entire culture demolished.
Yes.
The Aborigines of Australia, their culture is gone. The Inca Maya civilization is gone. So, what is it that has kept us here? we are a pre-Bronze Age civilization. And it's not as if the attacks on us were less. The attacks on us were probably more vicious.
Yes.
So in that sense, there must have been something. Either it was, I would like to attribute it to our own resilience, that we were fighters, but this is something which doesn't come across in our historical narratives.
Our previous section
We are-
actually talked about
We
that.
are a bunch of losers. In our historical narratives, we are a bunch of losers. If you see the history of India, it's a history of losses.
Or
Losses
at
to
least
the
that's
British.
what has been told to us.
That's exactly where I'm coming from. So I think before I die, I want to write that one book. That one book, whether it is in the space of fiction or non-fiction, I don't know. But I want to write that one book where I feel that that is a legacy where I'm setting the record straight.
I hope, Isha Ganesha, that this book comes out soon. So now we'll go to rapid fire and I'll open the floor for questions, but it's going to be a very short question and answer round. Rapid fire, a line from our scriptures that guides you personally.
Adi Shakti Namo Namaha.
Okay.
That was the line which I used in Chanakya's chant. And for me, always, people say that why is this, sorry, I know this is rapid fire, but I have to explain it. Why is it that every character in your book is a woman? And genuinely, I feel that in my life, it is Ma that has been guiding me. When I look back at the pages I've written, the next morning when I read the stuff that I wrote the previous day, I can't believe I wrote it. So at that point of time, I know that it is something else that is happening. And with every milestone in my life, I make an effort to bow down to Ma Saraswati and say, Ma, तुमने बहुत दिया है and तुम्ही ने लिखा है, and I just hope that you will keep me grounded and not ever believe that I wrote it.
That's a beautiful thought. One word that defines India for you, just one word.
Resilient.
Amazing. If you could spend an evening with any historical figure that you've written about, who and why?
Oh, Chanakya, no doubt.
Why?
The two figures that I hate figures that are black or white, but shades of grey. Oh, that's exciting. That's mysterious. You talk about this person who 324 BC, and this is a man who explains as to what the duties of a king are, but in the same breath describes in the Arthashastra the technology for creating a Vishkanya to assassinate his political rivals. That's fascinating. I think what should be the depth of a king's treasury so that robbers cannot loot it? Who should construct that treasury in the depth of the jungle and then have them wiped out so that they cannot tell anyone else? What should be the angle of a chariot road so that the water drains? What should be the width of that road so that one chariot can overtake another chariot? I mean, honestly speaking, it was an ancient McKinsey manual. Better than a McKinsey manual. McKinsey manuals are recycled. This was an ancient treatise which was way ahead of its times. And I think genuinely, if there is one thing that we can do, is bring him back into public discourse, because
Absolutely.
I'm not saying you can transplant everything that Kautilya said into today's context. There's a lot of stuff that you will not agree with. But at the same time, at a broad level of governance, that which is good for the country is good for the king. What an outstanding thought process. I wish we could have more of that.
Amazing. I will open the floor now to questions. Just 2 questions, please. One from this side, one from this side. Just 2 questions. Yes.
So, by the way, the latest book in the Bharat series was the Ayodhya Alliance. So I don't know if you picked it up.
Yes.
If you haven't now my Banya instincts I'm marketing to you. So please do pick it up.
Just ask the question, please, and make it really quick.
Just really. The question is just really, your first book did not have an alliterative title and you have an alliterative title since then. So it's one week I have about your title. So do you have a plan to bring out 26 titles in different letters or how? And do you have regrets in not naming it in alliteration?
Hello. They've turned off my mic.
You can take this.
They want me to get off the stage quickly now. So, the Rosabal line, honestly, at the time I wrote it, I didn't realize it was ever going to become a series. So, the Rosabal line was written as a standalone book. Chanakya's chant was also written as a standalone book. It was never thought that this is going to become a collection. But then, when these 2 books did brilliantly, that's the time when I got down to writing the Krishna Key, and my publisher turned around and said, Ashwin, this Chanakya chant is sounding good. So let's follow this formula on the titles. Krishna Key, Sialkot Saga,
Magicians of Mazda.
Yeah, Vault of Vishnu, Magicians of Mazda, Keepers of the Kal Chakra. So let's follow that pattern and let's make it, brand it as the Bharat collection, because all your stories deal with different facets of Bharat. So that's how. So that's why that first one stands out.
One from this side.
All the books of Dan Brown, which is the best? Say you found it and why?
Da Vinci Code, I think.
I must tell you, the Da Vinci Code undoubtedly a lot of people will say, but I believe that his writing was at its peak with angels and demons. And Digital Fortress was at a different level altogether, which unfortunately I believe it's underappreciated. But I would say probably Angels and Demons, he was at the top of his game with that book.
Hello. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Beta, you can meet him afterwards. Or can I take one more question from the Chinmaya student? Bacha hai. Come on, ask.
Namaste, sir. It's an honor to sit here and listen to the discussion. And I read and admire a lot of books similar to these. And as a student from a culturally rooted school, my question is this fictional literary close to the truth, misleading the youth who don't know much about it? Can you please throw some light on it?
You know, the way I see it is that all of our narratives, this is a country of stories, this is a land of stories. So if you take, let's say, an epic like the Ramayana, right now we had the beautiful session before where we saw the animated work and AI work that was being done. But isn't it surprising that one epic like the Ramayana could be written in 300 different ways? That you not only had the Valmiki Ramayana or the Tulsi Ramayana, but you also had the Kamba Ramayana. You could also have the Adbhut Ramayana. You could also have the Mapila Ramayana. I mean, the Mapila Ramayana, Ram is a sultan, and it's written by the Malabari Muslims. Or for example, you have the Jatak Ramayana, which is the Buddhist version where Ram is a Bodhisattva. So there are 300 versions of the Ramayana, and which are different versions going all the way up to Malaysia, Indonesia, etc. Now, the one way of thinking about this would be that, listen, at the end of the day, everyone was putting their own spin on the story. They were adapting that story to the sensibilities of the audience that they were catering to. But the question you need to ask yourself is that would that story have been told 300 times if there wasn't some truth that some great event happened, that some great king called Ram was there. And on that basis, people found 300 ways of being able to narrate it. Why did you have something which had 50,000 verses called the Jaya become, I think Jaya was 25,000, then Vijaya.
The Jaya was 8,000,
Then Vijaya, then Bharat, then Mahabharat. What was the increase in the number of verses every time? Almost doubling. Do you think that again generations would have spent evolving that story in case something real was not there? For me, my wake-up call happened many years ago. I was in Kolkata and I went to a temple. Once I entered the temple, I realized when I looked closely that that temple had a green-colored throne, and on that throne, people were worshipping a portrait of Amitabh Bachchan. It was the Amitabh temple created by his parents. I came outside. I was waiting for my car, and I thought to myself, that little boy came with to sell things. I bought one little book from him. It is in my library. It's called the Amitabh Chalisa.
in Tamil Nadu you will find more.
But the point is, I was asking myself, I said, supposing Ashwin right now your car comes, he knocks you down, you die on the spot, and as per our reincarnation theory, karmic theory, you take birth 1,000 years later. And by then the habit of worshipping Amitabh is not limited to one temple but has now spread to 1 lakh temples. So it has become very ordinary. And someone asks you, do you think Amitabh could be real? Do you think he was a historical figure? But that's the question you just asked me about Ram and Krishna. There is always a kernel of truth which results in the layers of masala that are applied to these stories. So I'm not saying that you need to take these stories literally, but I don't believe that these stories would have been told the way they have been over multiple geographies, over multiple generations, over multiple versions, if there wasn't some kernel of truth.
Thank you so much for an amazing discussion. I really enjoyed hosting this.
Thank you.
We request Shri Rajagopalji to please felicitate Ashwinji.
It's really good. I really had fun.
You know which buttons to press.
As we proceed into a short break, a couple of announcements. We will be having very important, very eye-catching.
Can you announce that I've signed about a couple of hundred books outside?
We will be having a cultural performance presented by Guru Srimati Nurula Raji and the disciples.
Can you just inform the audience that before we signed about 100 books, so we
Also, the girl who wanted to meet Ashwin and give her a book on Ashwin's books. Yeah,
Yes, and the show-stopping event for tonight, we have the other keynote address by Lieutenant General Vinod Khandareji, PDSM, ADSM, SM, shortly after the cultural performance. So please do stay tuned. Lots of things upcoming. So see you soon after the coffee break. We also request you to please hand over the questionnaires after you have filled it here at the desk. It's very essential for us for tomorrow's sessions. Thank you so much. We'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. This is your thesis?
Yes. Day after tomorrow is my submission, and I'm giving 21st.
டோரை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி அவங்க யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஏதாவது சேஞ்ச் பண்ணணும், காஸ்டியூம் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணணும்.
ரூம் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்கன்னு நினச்சேன்.
போய் மாற்றிட்டு வரதுக்கு டைம் இருக்காதுல்ல.
ஆமாம்.
இந்த டோரை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு இது வேணாம் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். எவ்வளோ ரூம் யூஸ்
பண்ண முடியுமா? எடுத்த முடியுமா?
எங்கேயும் அந்த பஸ்ஸில் தேவையானப்ப காணாமல் போயிடுவாங்க.
லைட்டு கேட்டாங்க. லைட் ஆனால் இப்போ லைட் அந்த சொன்னாங்க.
யார் அவங்க கேட்டீங்கன்னு நானே கேட்டுக்கிறேன்.
இல்லை சொல்லிட்டேன்.
டைமிங் எடுத்து
மட்டும் மூடுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி மாற்றி மாற்றி அதை கிராஜுவலாக மாற்றிட்டாங்க.
அதெல்லாம் மாற்றி
டப்பு டப்பு அப்படி மாறி
அதுவே செட் பண்ணி தான் வச்சிருக்கேன்.
அவங்க நம்மளை மாற்ற சொல்கிறாங்க. மேனுவல் இந்த மேடம் சொன்னாங்க. சாங்ஸுக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி நீங்களே மாற்றிக்கோங்க. சரி லிங்க் ஆகிற மாதிரி வேண்டாம்.
ஷோப் நாங்கள் எதுவுமே வைக்கல. சரி ஓகே.
எதுனாலும் கிராஜுவலாக எதுவும் குறைங்க. டப்பு மாறுற மாதிரி வச்சா
எங்கே குடிக்க கூட்டிங்க முக்கால்வாசி வச்சு அப்படியே ஓடி இருக்குண்ணே.
சொல்லி அவங்க சொல்லி 5 நிமிஷம் மேலே வச்சு அவங்க நீங்கள் அப்போ தான் போனீங்கன்னா தூங்கிட்டு வந்து எழுப்பி
எனக்கு தெரியுங்க தெரியும் ஒன்று தெரியும். நானும் டிமார்ட் அதை எப்படி தெரிஞ்சுருக்கேன். நம்ம தான் கேட்டாச்சு.
இங்கே இந்த ஸ்டேஜ் மேலே அதே
எனக்கு இங்கே லைட் ஒரு டான்ஸர் 2 இருக்கு.
We have come to a very important, very rasatmik part of today's event. An evening steeped in rasa, where rhythm becomes devotion and movement becomes meditation, awaits us. Presenting a cultural performance titled Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum, offered by Guru Vidushi Srimati Mrudula Rai ji and her disciples.
Gurubhyo Namaha. A warm evening and welcome to each and every one of you present here. We take immense pleasure in presenting our art form in this esteemed literary fest for the second year. Today we will be presenting a thematic portrayal called Krishnam Vande Jagat Gurum. As the name portrays, Lord Krishna came to the world himself for various reasons, upholding Dharma being the main one. But that being the culmination, his process of his avataram has a lot of charming aspects and equally important aspects that has left the world the way it is now. We will be starting with the birth of Krishna, even before he was born, when he was in the womb of Devaki. And one more special part of this production is that this is from a theme called Celluloid, where we have chosen all film songs right from the old songs till the new ones that suits Krishna's birth, his life and his karmic involvements. Starting with when Devaki was pregnant with Krishna, she has a lot of dreams and hopes that how she wants to raise that baby, to shower him with love and affection, but only to realize that Kamsa is waiting to kill him. She is helpless and she seeks for help at some point to save this child. And then she has the pangs of separation from her own child. When this is on one side, lucky Yashoda, who is not yet aware that she is going to bring up the child as the God himself, she is relishing with joy, with all the hopes and promises that she would give the best of all to her son. And this is depicted with the first two songs. As Krishna grows up, Yashoda realizes he is such a naughty person with the complaints of all the gopikas in Vrindavan. They come complaining of each tantrums that Krishna has been into, but Krishna somehow convinces Yashoda that this was all not him. It is all such a lie. And Yashoda also believes him. And later on, the gopikas who were tormented by Krishna's atrocities start loving him when he is in the age of adolescence and young age and cherishes with all the leelas of Krishna's Ras Leelas. Later on, when it's time for Krishna's act of upholding Dharma, he leaves Vrindavan and goes to Mathura to do all his deeds, killing Kamsa, going to Dwaraka, and going to Mahabharata is the main picture where we depict the important scenes of Mahabharatam that has been the turning point through the very famous theme song of Mahabharata series that was telecasted in the television. This is going to be our full portrayal. We request you all and welcome you all to join us and relish in the Krishnatvam that we are going to do today. Hope you all enjoy the program. Thank you.
Gracias.
சிங்காந்தனே உனையல்லவா செல்லத்தென்றலே உனைந்தவா அழைத்தேன் உன்னை என்னோடு இருப்பேன் என்றும் உன்னோடு அன்பே உன் கைகள் என்னை தேடுமா மிதந்தேன் காற்றில் காற்றாது நடந்தேன் இரவில் நிழலாக கண்ணே உன் கண்கள் என்னை காணுமா ஆராரிரோ 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 சின்ன சின்ன மலர் குவியலை போல் எனக்குள் மலர்ந்தாய் என்னை என்ன உயிர் சிலிர்க்க வைத்து கருவில் அசைந்தாய் உன்னை பெறும் மண்ணை வலி வலியில்லாமோர் வருமே உன் மார்பிலே கூடிவிட்டே நீ உலங்கிடும் நாள் வருமே பால் கசியும் இதனோடு உன்னை காணவே தெய்வம் கூட ஓசையின்றி வந்து போகுமே சிங்காரனே உனையல்லவா சின்ன பெண்களே உனைந்தவா அன்னை நெஞ்சில் அனல் எரிகையிலே மழை போல் வந்தாய் எந்த திசையிலும் இருட்டுக்குள் நான் வெளிச்சம் தந்தாய் ஜன்மம் ஒன்று போதாதென்று 7 ஜன்மம் நான் சுமத்தேன் என் வாழ்விலே ஒரு இன்பம் கண்ணில் வைத்து காத்துக் கொள்வேன் உன்னை தோஷம் தீண்டாமல் காப்பெனந்தே கலம் முழுதும் உனக்காக வாழ்வே நன்றே ஆராரிரோ ஆராரிரோ
பேரழகு என்னை மறந்து உன்னை இசைத்தேன் உனக்காக இனி நானும் வாழவில்லை திருக்கோவில் மணி போல உன் சொல் கேட்கிறேன் உன்னை தாண்டி பேரழகு எதுவும் இல்லை இங்கே ஜீவன் நீயே வாழ்வும் நீயே தெய்வம் தந்த வரம் நீயே ஜீவன் நீயே வாழ்வும் நீயே தெய்வம் தந்த வரம் நீயே கண்ணை விட்டு நீயும் சென்றால் நெஞ்சின் வலியேறுமே பிள்ளை ஒரு மாயம் என்றால் உள்ளம் தடுமாறுமே வானம் பூமி கேட்கும் யாவும் உந்தன் பரிசாக்குவேன் கல்லோ முள்ளோ நான் ஓடி சென்று உன்னை உருவாக்குவேன் கண்ணே உன்னை விட செல்வமேது தாயானையும் பேராசையெல்லாம் உன்னோடு வாழ்வதே ஜீவன் நீயே வாழ்வும் நீயே தெய்வம் தந்த வரம் நீயே ஜீவன் நீயே வாழ்வும் நீயே தெய்வம் தந்த வரம் நீயே ஆலாலோ ஆலேலோ ஆலாலோ ஆலேலோ ஆலேலோ
எப்படி வாயடிக்கிறான் பாரு. பிடிக்கலாம் என்றாலும் பிடிப்படுறானா? பருவ பெண்களும் ரகசியமாக வெகுவாசல்களை காத்திருந்தாலும் பருவ பெண்களும் ரகசியமாக வெகுவாசல்களை காத்திருந்தாலும் ஒரு வீட்டில் அவன் சதுமை நாதமும் ஒரு வீட்டில் அவன் வேணு கானமும் ஒரு வீட்டில் அவன் சதுமை நாதமும் ஒரு வீட்டில் அவன் வேணு கானமும். இதோ திருடன் சிக்கினான் என்று வேகமாய் தேடி ஓடிய போனா எப்படி வருவானோ எப்படி மறைவானோ எப்படி கிருஷ்ணனை கேணும் எப்படி வருவானோ எப்படி மறைவானோ எப்படி கிருஷ்ணனை கேணும். எனக்கு என்ன தெரியும், நான் அங்க இல்லவே இல்லையே. பின்ன எங்க இருந்தாய்? கலிங்கி மடுவை விஷமாக செய்யும் கலிங்கங்களின் மீது கடவாடி கலிங்கி மடுவை விஷமாக செய்யும் கலிங்கங்களின் மீது கடவாடி பலம் விஷம் பாவை சம்ஹாரம் செய்தே மலைகளின் மீது வந்தேனே பலம் விஷம் பாவை சம்ஹாரம் செய்தே மலைகளின் மீது வந்தேனே மலைகளின் மீது வந்தேனே.
உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் கமலதான கோபமகமதிரி உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் அதிநவநீதா அபிநய ராஜா குலபாலா கோட்டி பிரகாஷ விரக நரக ஸ்ரீ ரக்ஷகமால தலைமுறையால் எங்கிக்காவில் பித்தமனை இணையா கொள்வாய சூரிய வாடனை சூரிய வாக்கள வாடிய சென்றதை ரொம்பக்கா உதவியாக படித்திடுவாயா பாவை விரகம் பரகிடுவாயா ஆயர்கம் மாயா நீவா ஆயா மாயா ஆயர்கம் மாயா நீவா ஆயா மாயா ஆயர்கம் மாயா நீவா ஆயா மாயா உன்னை காணாத நான் இன்று நான் இல்லையே பிழையில்லாமல் வேறில்லையே உன்னை காணாத நான் இன்று நான் இல்லையே பிழையில்லாமல் வேறில்லையே மாயத்தீருடன் கண்ணா கண்ணா காமக்கலைகள் கண்ணா கண்ணா மாயத்தீருடன் கண்ணா கண்ணா காமக்கலைகள் கண்ணா கண்ணா உன்னை காணாது நான் இன்று நான் இல்லையே விடையில்லாமல் வேறில்லையே நிதம் காண்கின்றவா கூட நிஜமல்ல இதம் சேர்க்கும் கணா கொண்ட சுகமல்ல நீ இல்லாமல் நான் இல்லையே உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் உன்னை காணாமல் தென்னெஞ்சு தடுமாறுது விடையில்லாமல் வேறில்லை மோக ಶ್ಯಾಮಲರಂಗ ನಟನ ಭಾವಶುತಿಲೆಯ ಗಂಗ ಹರಿವರ ತುಂಗಾದು ಬಾಡು ಮರುದಿನ ಉನಕಾಗಿ ಎಂದು ಪ್ರಾಧಾದ ಉನಕಿಡರಾಧಾದ ಉನಕೊಡುರಾಧಾದ அவ்வாறு நோக்கினார் எவ்வாறு நானுவே கண்ணாடி முன்னின்று பார்த்து கொண்டே ஒன்றாக செய்திட உன்னோடு நாடகம் ஒத்திகைகள் செய்து எதிர்பார்த்திருந்தேன் எதிர்பாராமலே இந்த பூலோகம் என்றொரு பொருள் உள்ளது, இந்த பூங்கோதை மறந்தாலடி. இந்த பூலோகம் என்றொரு பொருள் உள்ளது, இந்த பூங்கோதை மறந்தாலடி. मधुबन में भले कान्हा किसी गोपी से मिले, मन में तो राधा के ही प्रेम के ही फूल खिले। किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले, बिना सोचे समझे, किस लिए राधा जले, किस लिए राधा जले। तारे हैं चांद राधा, फिर क्यों है उसको विश्वास आधा। कान्हा जी को जो सताए इधर उधर ध्यान रहे, राधा बेचारी को फिर अपने पे क्या मान रहे। गोपियाँ आई गानी राधा तो मन की रानी गोपियाँ आने जाने राजा तो मन की रानी राज सखारे जमुना किनारे राधा राधा जी कंधा पुकारे हाय 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 राधा कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण 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 राधा 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 புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே எங்கள் புருஷோத்தமன் புகழ் பாடுங்களே புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே எங்கள் புருஷோத்தமன் புகழ் பாடுங்களே மண்டாடும் கங்கை மல தோட்டங்கள் எங்கள் மதுசூதனன் புகழ் பாடுங்களே மண்டாடும் கங்கை மலர் தோட்டங்களே எங்கள் மதுசூதனம் புகழ் பாடுங்களே புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே எங்கள் புருஷோத்தமன் புகழ் பாடுங்களே புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே பன்னீர் மலர் சொரியும் மேகங்களே எங்கள் பரந்தாமன்மை அழகை பாடுங்களே பன்னீர் மலர் சொரியும் மேகங்களே எங்கள் பரந்தாமன்மை அழகை பாடுங்களே தென்கோடி தென்றல் தரும் ராகங்களே எங்கள் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி புகழ் பாடுங்களே தென்கோடி தென்றல் தரும் ராகங்களே எங்கள் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி புகழ் பாடுங்களே எங்கள் ஸ்ரீ கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி புகழ் பாடுங்களே புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே எங்கள் புருஷோத்தமன் புகழ் பாடுங்களே புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே குருவாயூர் தன்னில் அவன் தவழ்கின்றவன் குருவாயூர் தன்னில் அவன் தவழ்கின்றவன் ஒரு கொடியோடு மதுராவை ஆள்கின்றவன் ஒரு கொடியோடு மதுராவை ஆள்கின்றவன் திருவேங்கடத்தில் அவன் அருள்கின்றவன் திருவேங்கடத்தில் அவன் அருள்கின்றவன் அந்த ஸ்ரீரங்கத்தில் பள்ளி கொள்கின்றவன் அந்த ஸ்ரீரங்கத்தில் பள்ளி கொள்கின்றவன் அந்த ஸ்ரீரங்கத்தில் பள்ளி கொள்கின்றவன் புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே எங்கள் புருஷோத்தமன் புகழ் பாடுங்களே புல்லாங்குழல் கொடுத்த மூங்கில்களே பாஞ்சாலி புகழ் காக்க தன் கை கொடுத்தான். பாஞ்சாலி புகழ் காக்க தன் கை கொடுத்தான். அந்த பாரத போர் முடிக்க கங்கை எடுத்தான். அந்த பாரத போர் முடிக்க கங்கை எடுத்தான். பாண்டவர்க்கு உரிமை உள்ள பங்கை கொடுத்தான். பாண்டவர்க்கு உரிமை உள்ள பங்கை கொடுத்தான். நாம் படிப்பதற்கு கீதையரும் பாடம் கொடுத்தான். நாம் படிப்பதற்கு கீதையரும் பாடம் கொடுத்தான். है कथा संग्राम की, विश्व के कल्याण की। धर्म अधर्म आदि अनंत, सत्य असत्य कलेश कलंक, स्वार्थ की कथा परमार्थ की। कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्।
The artists truly deserve a huge round of applause. Such a captivating performance, bringing together devotion, beauty, rhythm, rasa, everything in just one complete performance. Thank you. We request Shefali Akka and Shri Ramachandra Prasad ji to kindly felicitate the artists.
Adya Guru, Vidusha Srimati Mridula Rai. Performance, Ritanya, Gayatri, Karnisha, Kritula, Harini, Abhirami, Varshashri, Harshini, Darshana, Megha, Pragati, Pratoshini Devi, Samita, and Meera Shri Dandapad.
We will now proceed towards a power-packed keynote address. It gives me great honor to invite Lieutenant General Vinod G. Khandare Ji, PVSM, AVSM, SM, to deliver his keynote address on Operation Sindoor, Defending Dharma. His talk has been much awaited, and I request you all to please welcome our chief guest with so much honor and so much applause.
நீங்க கொடுத்தீங்களா?
ஆமா. பென் டிரைவ் சாங் போட்ட பென் டிரைவ் வாங்கிக்கிறேன்.
பென் டிரைவ் வாங்க.
Namaskaram, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. May I have your attention, please? Okay, I am the last speaker for today's session, but I am very pleased to see the hall is full. So obviously everyone seems to be interested in Operation Sindoor. But it is always the last person who takes the team to victory. Now I basically, by now so many of you would have heard, read so much about Operation Sindoor. So why am I here, why am I talking to you, is because of Shefali ji when she asked me to speak about Operation Sindoor and defending Dharma. So there is a linkage to our ancient civilization, wisdom, and I am specifying on the wisdom part. What you have been witness to or what you have been seeing so far is information only. What is coming out in newspapers, what is coming out in media channels is information. But what is the analysis of that? What is the assessment of that? What are the lessons that we need to learn? And is it that lessons are to be learned only by a few people while we will only watch? That is not true. There are certain statements which I will make and I will request you to focus on that. My first statement is, nations go to war, militaries execute. So if anyone thinks that it was a military conflict was just a way of executing what the nation thought is appropriate through a mechanism where the political goals were given to the military and military planned it as per that and executed. Now I will specify this. Again, a lot of people feel that Operation Sindoor started based on Pahalgam. Was that the start point? Let me take you back a few years and remind you that our western neighbor, whatever you can describe, has always been a part of a global plan to tie down India. Our development and growth strategy or trajectory has to be stunted because our growth is so fast that the existing powers do not see you happily coming ahead. So let me take you back to 2014, 2015, and that is the time when Prime Minister Modi makes an attempt, goes to Lahore end of 2015, while he's coming back from Afghanistan, breaks all protocol, takes a huge risk and lands up in Lahore with the aim of spreading goodwill to do what? To ensure that both the countries can be at peace, so both countries can progress. That is the vision, that is the desire which the Prime Minister has, and within a week you have the Pathankot airbase attack. Within a week. Even then, there is still an attempt. We give an invitation to their intelligence agency to come and see which of their rogue group was involved. What happens? Nothing. Then Uri, in which 16 Indian army soldiers are killed. Now few of you who may not know, Uri is in Kashmir, absolutely on the line of control. And these soldiers, when they were killed, now I was the Director General of the Tri-Services Intelligence, which is called the Defense Intelligence Agency. And Akshardham Temple, you look at Bangalore, you look at Calcutta, you look at every place, the kind of terrorist attacks that has been inflicted on us, on our innocent civilians who had nothing to do with what was happening on the border. So what do we do? And how did it affect our society? Look at how your behavior had changed. Your children, you were told, look under your seat in the bus, is there an unclaimed bag? And if it is so, report. The entire life comes to a standstill. This is how we were growing up, which was not the best sign of a civilizational state. This is not the way you behave. You cannot always depend on non-violence and keep suffering. So when you start analyzing how did we react to various situations, when 26/11 happened, what did we do? Nothing. Why? Decision making paralysis. Then Parliament attack. What did we do? We mobilized. We mobilized for nearly 2 years. We were along the border. But even then, what happened? The army was not given, or the Army, Air Force, Navy were not given orders to go. So nothing happened. So what was this decision? This decision that we will go onto the border and be a threat to them and hope that Pakistan's behavior changes. It didn't. Now comes the time when you say, okay, if Uri has happened, and now I want to quote what the Raksha Mantri at that time, late Shri Manohar Parrikar, he told us in one of our secret meetings. He said, whatever pain has been inflicted on this side of line of control has to be magnified and passed on the other side many times more. And that's exactly what we did. But now again, I'm linking this. We said this was a terrorist attack, so the punishment has to be given to the terrorists. So the launch pads of the terrorists at 7 places were raided by us, destroyed, and we all came back safely. Not a single soldier got killed of ours. Now a lot of people, they have a misnomer. They say, this is the first time we did surgical strike. It's not so. Many years we have been doing raids across the line of control. My battalion, I have myself done that in 2000. black and blue. Becoming a prisoner of war is not easy. Seeing this, Ayub Khan decides that now in the year 65, Prime Minister Nehru has died. He feels that Lal Bahadur Shastri is a simple man, 5 feet tall, so he can be overpowered because Ayub Khan is 6.5 feet tall, and he feels that here is India at its political and military worst, and that is the time when he starts attacking. I was a child, school child in Delhi when this started. Lal Bahadur Shastri, in his booming voice, people used to love him, and he said that we are in a bad situation, we don't have food grains for our military. So he, as a Prime Minister, said he'll eat 1 meal a day, and once in a week he'll have complete fast. Including me as a school child, we all did that. Why did we land up in that position? Too much of simplicity and innocence can be a major nightmare when the emergency comes. Anyway, the military did very well. We captured something which was one of the most difficult territory to capture, Hajipir Pass. Major Ranjit Dayal went across with his company and captured that. Many people feel that the ceasefire which took place was because we had lost. On the contrary, we were on the outskirts of Lahore at Ichhogil Canal. We were across that, 3 Jat had gone across. An Anglo-Indian commanding officer, Colonel Desmond Hayde, was leading his Jat troops. You had Ranjit Dayal, a Sikh gentleman, leading his troops from Para Battalion, which were not Sikhs. So when we are talking of Indian Army, all of you have been saying unity in diversity. That is exactly what we are. We are a living example, provided people have the vision to see it. When Shastriji did not come back, he came back in a coffin. And I, as a child, have attended his last rites, and I know exactly how painful it was. You lose a Prime Minister who should have continued for another 10 to 20 years to make India great. And after that, again, we got serious in trying to prepare ourselves. The military did what it did its best with Field Marshal Manekshaw, and 71 war was a major victory after World War II, when 93,000 prisoners of war and a separate country created. Now that, how did it happen? Professionalism. The interference from the political masters or the bureaucracy was just not acceptable. So when we talk about the military is the last resort to a nation. So when all of you talk about the factors or how we decide on national power, we say diplomacy, information, military, economics. No, this is what the West teaches you. This is wrong. Economics has to come before and military has to come in the end. So here comes the issue about we also in the military were shedding off our colonial baggage. We were getting into ancient wisdom, and very recently we did a project called Project Udbhav. You can go on internet and check. Project Udbhav is basically to rediscover our wisdom, because India is a land where we have seen major wars, major battles. This business that non-violence was something just in the last couple of decades. It had nothing to do with our heritage. And we have to learn lessons from the wars that our forefathers fought. So when we start coming further, and then Kargil happens, and this is all leading to Pahalgam. Now why does Kargil happen? Again, a lot of you have not connected the dots because nobody has told you. Somewhere in 1980, 81, 82, we find that the northern areas where we have glaciers, where Siachen Glacier is, which is our area, Pakistan very merrily was issuing permits to mountaineering expeditions to visit those areas. It is like I give a permit for someone to visit my neighbor's house. I have no lien over it, but I am saying that is my area, go. So in 1984, Captain Sanjay Kulkarni and his team of officers from Fort Kumaon go to Siachen Glacier where the temperature is minus 45 degrees. The altitude is 16,000 to 21,000 feet above sea level, where the oxygen is so less that you can't breathe and you don't have the luxury of oxygen cylinders for everyone. So he jumped from the helicopter. Before he jumped, he threw a bag of atta because he didn't know where he was jumping, because on the surface it seems it is snow or ice, but that could be just a cover over a crevasse, and if you go into the crevasse you just can't get your body out and you'll freeze to death within 10 seconds. So the complete lot lands up there. This was in 1984. 1985, Pakistan attacks, they are beaten back. 86, they attack, they are beaten back. 87, they attack, they are beaten back. 88, they again attack, they are beaten back. Who is the now the point is, who was the brigade commander for these 4 years who was leading these attacks? Parvez Musharraf. He lost 4 times. He had it in his mind that I cannot accept defeat, and when he became the chief, he did Kargil. So this is the story which needs to be connected. Your enemy, my enemy, will never accept defeat, and if he is still defeated, he'll tell lies and make a field marshal out of a defeated chief. So now with the social media and with the kind of digitization of media, even a defeat can be projected as a victory because it depends on your narrative, and you are a born liar, so you will do it. India believed in action more than words. So when we did Operation Sindoor on the night of 6th, 7th of May, we decided, when I'm saying we, it was a decision of the CCS. What is CCS? Cabinet Committee on Security. A democracy always keeps the decision making to elected representatives of a democracy, and that is the CCS, a committee of 5 people headed by the Prime Minister. So it's the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, the Defense Minister, Home Minister and Finance Minister. These are the 5 people. Who advises them? The National Security Advisor, the CDS and the 3 service chiefs advise them. So they advise them that, look, as an elected government, you please decide what targets to be chosen and then leave it to us how to do it. What is to be done, you please tell us. Rest we will do how we will do. The choice was between 2, military targets or terrorist targets. The political decision was terrorist targets. Which terrorist targets? 3 tanzeems. Tanzeems are those groups of militants: Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen. These are the 3 prominent tanzeems which have been troubling India all through. There are a whole lot of atrocities which they have committed. 26/11, Lashkar-e-Toiba. Parliament attack, Jaish-e-Mohammed. All atrocities in Jammu Kashmir, Hizbul Mujahideen. Hizbul Mujahideen, Sayyid Salahuddin is their leader. And look at the travesty of justice. Sayyid Salahuddin belongs to Kashmir. His village is a village called Soibuk. And how does the government function in Kashmir? His sons are in government service of the state. What kind of scrutiny is this? It is only after the present government came that they dismissed these two chaps. Otherwise, they were busy enjoying the fruits of our taxpayers' money. The second person, Masood Azhar. Again, when you look at Jaish-e-Mohammed, it is possibly somewhere a mistake happened. In 1999, when the entire world was looking for a new century to dawn, that is the time around 25th of December, a plane, Indian Airlines plane, starts from Kathmandu, is supposed to land in India, but Amritsar and then Lahore, then Dubai and then Kandahar. Masood Azhar is one of them who's released. It is not the first time that had happened. Even during VP Singh's time, when Mufti Muhammad was the Home Minister, when his daughter was kidnapped, within a few days, Ghulam Nabi Azad's nephew is kidnapped, and a whole lot of about 20 to 30 terrorists are released. And this was the period after Kargil. I was commanding my battalion during Kargil operation and during this part of Kandahar. The Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was a thorough gentleman, was pressurized so much by the parents of the people who were in that hijacked plane that perforce he sent Jaswant Singh, Minister Jaswant Singh, and Mr. Ajit Doval also went in that plane, and or rather he was already there. Negotiations took place, a lot of hard negotiations took place, but 3 of these terrorists were released. They moved into Pakistan, and 2000, this happened in 99, 2000 and 2000, Jaish-e-Mohammed was created. Now Jaish-e-Mohammed since that time has been on a rampage against India. So if we say that the CCS after Pahalgam decided to, this is exactly, they had clarity of thought that we will go for the terrorist camps, we will go for the terrorist headquarters. What is your imagination about the terrorist headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed? 6-story building, concrete building. Where? In Bahawalpur. Where? In Muridke. Those were the revered buildings where youth, Pakistani youth used to be brought and said, look, you will be a part of this system. These are the people who are teaching the Kafirs a lesson. Now we wanted to bring these buildings down to convey a message that nothing is invincible for us. So far what we had done, we had crossed line of control during surgical strikes, during Balakot. This time we said we will cross international border also and hit in Pakistan, Punjab. The power of Punjab is in these areas. Now the point here is, the military decides, okay, we will use these aircrafts, we will use these missiles, we will decide on the time, and we decided that this particular time will be such that civilians will not be there. This will not be namaz time. Whomever we are going to kill will be those associated with these terrorist groups. Otherwise at night 1 o'clock, no civilian has any business to be in these madrasas or in these headquarters. So night 1 o'clock, past 1 o'clock, Operation Sindoor starts on the night of 6th and 7th of May. Scalp missile is used, and those pictures are available for everyone to see on social media. Videos are there. This time we did not make a mistake for our own people because we showed them evidence. How does Pakistan react? And immediately after that, there is a hotline, permanently hotline between the two Director General Military Operations. Our Director General Military Operation, Lieutenant General Rajiv Bhai, rings up his counterpart and says, we have destroyed your terrorist camps. We do not have any further intention, but should you retaliate, we have plans. And this is the deceitful. we were fully aware that when he says that Janab hum kuch nahi karenge, he is going to do it. And we had a plan which is called the escalation ladder. Today morning escalation ladder was mentioned by Jagannathan. So we always plan it in a manner that I do this, what will he do? And if he does this, I am ready with this. So that escalation ladder is always planned and prepared in a manner that when you finally do conflict termination, you should be a winner. So we had planned that. And how did he react? He immediately started his drones and missiles on whom? On our civilians along the border. He attacked our civilian villages at Uri, Punch, Rajouri, Jammu, Amritsar, Barmer. And what was the condition of the civilians? They had to be evacuated from there. Their houses got damaged. A Gurdwara got damaged. He tried to attack a church also. Now, this is where, when Shefali gives me that Dharma, what is my Rashtra Dharma? My Rashtra Dharma is protection of my population. And when today morning we were talking of what Kautilya said about Saptang and Janpad, in Janpad there are two things, which is my territory and my population. It is my Rashtra Dharma to protect both. Now it has got added. Now we are also in the age of new warfare, and in the new age warfare we are a digital superpower. So I also have to protect my digital sovereignty. So when Rajnath ji, when he speaks and he says, Bharat apni 1 inch zameen bhi nahi dega, means we will not give even 1 inch. Now we have to start saying, I will not even give 1 bit or byte. Everything of my data is my data. Nobody has any right over that. So we were prepared for that. So during Operation Sindoor, one thing which has not come out very clearly is that there were a whole lot of cyber attacks on us. And we withstood them beautifully. I think 0.01% of those cyber attacks would have succeeded. But we did not make it known, because when such things happen, you have to tell the enemy you have succeeded. Because he will falsely believe and then rejoice. So when we were talking about how do we behave, how does the military or the security system behave, don't believe in what you see in Bollywood, that the moment we succeed we do a bhangra. We don't. We don't even utter a word. We just look at what next, what next, what next. We keep looking at that. So in this cyber attack, we kept quiet. We waited and we saw where is the gap. We were doing the same thing to them. What was going wrong is what I need to tell you. So their drone attacks, we had beaten back. Missiles, we had brought down a PL-15 live. Now we are doing reverse engineering of that Chinese missile. The drones which we brought down, it did not, our counter drone system was not a very expensive weapon system. In Indian Army, in the air defense, the Army air defense, there are two types of guns which we have been using since 1965. The L-70 and the Zu-23 twin barrel. At a particular stage, somewhere around 2015 or so, everyone said, now we must shed this off. And some great Indian brains who are so good at innovations, the kind of innovations that we do, somebody said, sir, we can make use of this. Let's do some modification. 3 modifications were done on these guns. One was open sighting system, which is taken for aiming, was replaced by a digital system. The second, the entire firing mechanism was given a hydraulic system so that it becomes smooth. And the third, the ammunition was modified of an airburst capability, that there is a swarm of drones of 400 swarms, and this ammunition goes and bursts. And with those pellets, it brings down 20, 30, 40 drones in one go. These were the ones which succeeded. Now I must tell you what was going wrong was our media. And I am not ashamed in saying that we made a fool of ourselves. There was one channel which was showing that, the Indian army has attacked Lahore. There was one who said, we have gone into POK. There was one who said, the Navy is destroying Karachi. What happens as a nation? Please look at it as a nation, don't look at it as a channel. The entire world says the credibility of Indian media is zero. Hereafter you say anything, they are not going to believe you. They didn't ask anybody. In fact, the Home Ministry said, stop, don't do it. But we still have some great champions who continue. Now, why did this happen and why is it happening? The fault line lies that our law is either weak or we don't have a law. There was a whole lot of spies who were detected, arrested, interrogation, put behind bars. The maximum sentence that a spy gets is 3 years. The act is of 1923. Where are we? Is this the way to fight a war? Here again I am trying to stress that when nations go to war, please don't look at military for every solution, whether it is information, whether it is law. We as a nation need to find our way correctly. So in the first session, Priyam ma'am, when she said that is India ready, and she said we are not, I agree with her. I agree with her fully. We need to do much more to be ready because the threats are real. And if we see whether this war that we fought, Operation Sindoor, was it India versus Pakistan only? No. We were fighting Pakistan, China, Turkey, Azerbaijan and the great Trump, who had nothing to do with it, but he behaved exactly like that third empire who sits in AC environment and raises the finger. So the point here is, why do we expect, and since morning there have been people saying India doesn't have a friend. You will not have a friend. You as a nation and Israel as a nation will always struggle to find partners. There are nothing known as friends in international relations. You either have partners or allies. We do not believe in the theory of allies, because then it is conditional. You have to do something which your ally wants you to do, and that is the reason USA is unhappy with you, because in Quad they wanted us to fight China. India does not believe in fighting somebody else's war. Pakistan is always, it puts itself on offer for a price to fight somebody else's war. You look at how there is a difference between the two militaries. Not a single prime minister, president or a military chief after retirement settles in Pakistan. They are all either in UAE, Dubai, they are in Saudi. This person now will go to USA because he's been bought. There's plenty of money that has been given to him. So that is why he is parroting the language that has been given to him. One more thing. So when I'm talking of Shatrubodh, I must tell you about their military. All our chiefs are living in their 3-bedroom flat in Noida, Gurgaon, Chandigarh, Mohali, Pune. That is how we believe, because this is my land. I need not go out anywhere and I have to stay with my own people. That is the difference. The other difference, the entire Pakistan economy, why doesn't it do well when Indian economy does so well? We were partitioned at the same time. Or they can say they were one day older than us. But most of the things, when I say most is in all bloc capitals, most of the commerce in Pakistan is controlled by their military. Ayesha Siddiqa's book, Military Incorporated, Military Inc., please read it. Ayesha Siddiqa is a Pakistani who has done a lot of research and seen that the entire transport system, the real estate, the industry, cement manufacturing, cornflakes manufacturing, sanitary napkins manufacturing, steel, everything is manufactured by that industry which is owned by Pakistani military. All the profits come to one particular place that is distributed among the members of those people who retire there. Plots are given for free twice in the career. We don't have this silly system here. And that is the reason when every time in Pakistan the democratic parties come and try to demand their political rights, the Prime Minister is sent to Dubai. Nawaz Sharif, one unique Prime Minister who appointed 5 Chiefs of Army Staff and all 5 of them sent him going. So this is the kind of army that you are looking at. So please, for God's sake, do not look at them with that same innocence of Bharatiya Sanskriti. You cannot trust them at all. So when somebody says that, look, we are not going to do anything, and then they attack Punch, Uri, we know this is coming. When I was commanding my battalion and during the Kargil operation, my corps commander was Lieutenant General Khanna. He came and he asked me, Vinod, which is the battalion of Pakistan opposite you? So I said, sir, they are 15 Punjab of Pakistan. He said, I am a Punjabi and I'll tell you a secret. Punjabis understand a language of kicks. You kick them hard and they will behave. And in my entire tenure there, I kept kicking them and they kept behaving. You have to know how to control your enemy. And unless you look at them in that way, and all these issues which people say, Aman ki Asha, human rights, let's be good people, it doesn't work. It doesn't work with this lot of people at all. You listen to their media, you listen to those videos which are put out. Shahid Chaudhary is one of them who puts out. He asks a small kid who's studying in class 4, who is the enemy of Pakistan? He says, India. Okay, what will you do? He says, I will destroy India. Class 4th kid. Because this is the education they have been given. The history syllabus, everything is given like this to them. There is another person, he asks, India is planning to do Operation Sindoor Part 2. That person says, we'll destroy them. But how will you destroy them? They are so powerful. No. We will destroy them. No, but you have some logic. हाँ, हमारे में जज्बा है और हमारे पास एटॉमिक हथियार है. This is his concept of destroying India. So when we went in for Operation Sindoor, this is one point that you have to see. This was one high technology war which the entire world is acknowledging, because in this war not a single plane crossed the international border, not a soldier crossed international border, but the effect on the other side was felt using missiles, ammunition in a manner that they had to ask for a ceasefire. What was that? You heard about the accuracy, precision and speed of BrahMos. Now BrahMos is one weapon which is Indian property. For many decades, we kept on depending on imports of our arms and ammunition, every weapon possible, ships, everything imported, something from Russia, something from France, and we were very proud of it. During our growing up stage, people used to say, India is so powerful that we are the largest importers of weaponry. I think we should have been ashamed, and we were ashamed. And that is when we started this Atmanirbharta initiative, in which we decided that we have to give it a push. We created a number of schemes. The BrahMos is a joint venture, Russian and Indian company, where the bulk of the share is of India. The IP is now with India. So this is high tech. Even in low tech, the AK-203 rifle is also a joint venture between Russians and India. This is not only enough between the government sectors. Now, when we talk of transport aircraft, C-295 is an aircraft which is a joint venture between Airbus and Tata. And this is in Vadodara. More and more joint ventures, because we have been fooled enough for a number of decades that transfer of technology never happens, and by the time it happens there is new technology around. So we have started that new model of joint venture, and bulk of what we are acquiring now, we are trying to be Atmanirbhar, but here I must tell you, at the press of the button everything is not possible. So some critical components will still come from abroad, but gradually we will ensure that the percentage of indigenous content by cost or by component will keep rising on India's favor. So when you keep hearing that the chips, the quantum mission, the artificial intelligence mission, we are trying to speed up. In a way, Trump is helping us because our young smart kids are coming back. A lot of NRIs have already started coming back. Pessimistically, a lot of people used to call this as a brain drain. We are optimistic. We said this is a return on investment. We have a young means about 35, 38 years old person in Atlanta, and he's got a factory in Texas also. He's from Pune, and he's very good in AI and robotics. I think about 10 years back we contacted him. We said, why don't you bring back your technology and money? You create a factory here on your mother's name. He did that precisely, and there are many of them. I'm just giving you one example. He has 70 people working in USA and 700 people working in Pune. So Operation Sindoor is not only about military alone. It is about all those pillars of the comprehensive national power that we talk of. A lot of people criticized us to say we shouldn't have stopped. A lot of people said, what has Indus Water Treaty got to do with that? Now I will explain both these to you. Why did we stop after 88 hours? What is our Indian vision and mission? Viksit Bharat 2047. My future generation should be in a developed country. The only thing this is missing here, but we on our own ensure that Viksit Bharat should be accompanied by Surakshit Bharat. If you don't have Surakshit Bharat, history will repeat itself and you'll again get enslaved, especially when you are rich. Because everyone will make a beeline for this country and you'll again be enslaved because you are again possibly intellectually deficit and you don't know how to protect your wealth. And this is again from the ancient wisdom. Some examples were given. We also believe in it in the military. The Shakti part, Shakti, Saraswati, Shakti of education. We want that, and we always train and educate our people very well. With that comes wealth, so Lakshmi comes automatically. But if Durga is not there, both will be lost. So that is the reason we must look at complete end-to-end solution, otherwise you will not have things properly. What else do we believe in our ancient wisdom? I went to Shantiniketan once, and the fourth generation caretaker who had been with Rabindranath Tagore, he insisted that he wanted to conduct me and have a dialogue with me. And when we were going around, so under the mango tree, there are circular open places where students sit. So I was amused seeing this because I had not seen this in any university. So he straight away looked at me and said, there are only two places in the country where such open air, close to nature training takes place. One is Shanti Niketan, second is Indian Army. We sit under a tree. Our guru is in front. We are in a semicircle. He is looking at us. He is teaching us about a weapon, about ammunition, about everything possible. Most of our training is outdoor, not in air-conditioned environment. Because when we fight, we will be fighting with the vagaries of weather, not in air-conditioned environment. So that is the reason. There is another deep thought, which I do not know how many of you possibly will think of it. In our Gurukul system, there was no concept of backbenchers. Everyone was front bencher. But when we blindly imitate and ape, so the people backbenchers, they decide to sleep. I don't know whether they're sleeping now. But this backbencher concept is not a part of our culture at all. Everyone is connected to the Atma of the Guru. You are looking into his eyes and imbibing everything. So that is another thing which I thought I must tell you, that frequent accusations that the military is colonial, it is not true at all. In fact, many places we find that we are much more than that. Okay. Now, why did we stop at 88 hours is Viksit Bharat? Because wars are costly. If our entire budget gets into that, we will not be able to recover, because when you go into a full-fledged war, take it from me, 2 decades of your economics is destroyed. So you will have to postpone 2047 to 2067. So better teach a lesson and teach a good lesson, and then put a threat that I am coming again. He can't sleep. Now when Operation Sindoor has not stopped and Indus Water Treaty has been suspended, what does it mean? When nations go to war, your kinetic and non-kinetic leverages have to work. Water is a very good leverage. Why is it a good leverage? 1960, there was a treaty signed between the two countries, division of water of the 6 rivers which flow either from India into Pakistan or from China, India, and then actually it is not China, it is Tibet. So when these waters were divided, I think again we were in that falsehood. We are a great nation, we are a great civilization. We gave away 70% of this water to Pakistan and only 30% to us. I think this is the most foolhardy treaty I have ever seen. And in 2019, when I was in the NSCS, we decided to review this. A proper study was done by one Mr. Devinder Sharma, whom we took into the National Security Advisory Board. The National Security Advisory Board is a captive think tank of the NSCS. He, along with one of the university, I am not naming that university, they did a thorough job of it. And this presentation was given by us to the NSA. He looked at it, very happy. He went to Modi ji and he said, this is what we should do when we get a chance, and we should take 50% water and give them 50% water. Because our population is more, Punjab, Haryana are fighting for water, Rajasthan is not getting water for agriculture. So this is stupid. You are giving water to them, they are growing something, and then that growth, economic growth, they use that same money to buy weapons and fire at us. In those areas where this water is going, they grow drugs, sell it to our people in Punjab, send it all over the country, ruin our youth. So let's switch off the tap. That is the thought behind which we started looking at Indus Water Treaty. So somebody made a mention, Modi ji सुबह उठे और उन्होंने Indus Water Treaty suspend कर दी. We are in 2025. This study was done in 2019 and locked and kept for a trigger which Pakistan offered to us. Now, I know I have completed my time, but there is so much to tell. And why I want to tell you this is because what you get to see from media and what you get to see from people is second hand. What I am telling you is primary, because I have been a part of what we did in Uri, I have been a part of what we did in Balakot, I have been a part of Operation Sindoor. My term had finished in March, and I kept telling Rajnath ji that it's been 6 years since I retired. Now I need to go to Pune, look after my family. My father-in-law is very old, I need to look after him. And he said, dekhte hain, General Sahab rukiye, dekhte hain. And 22nd April when it happened, I didn't have the heart to again talk to him about this. So only when Operation Sindoor stabilized on 12th of May, I requested that I think now we have stabilized. And I know for sure that we are not going to do anything, although we keep telling we are doing it. So on 16th of May, I left. So whatever I have told you is from a position of knowledge and authority that I have told you. And my only request to all of you, because I am firmly of the conviction that everyone in this hall is a nationalist and a patriot. So most of the things which I have told you should not go out of this room. You must hold it close to your heart for the simple reason, if something goes out from here, it is the lives of the soldiers who are on the border which are at risk. There is so much which needs to be done for internal cohesion. And I had told M.R. Venkatesh, my good friend, that I will talk about the constitution. So this is the last point I am making. I am of the firm conviction that half front needs to be corrected, and for that either a constitution amendment on a number of things or a new constitution is required. I am of the firm belief that charters, policies, processes are not cast in stone. They have a life, they have an expiry date. Things change, aspirations change, and you cannot say that whatever was given in that book, now nothing will happen. Why am I saying that? Last 70 years plus, maximum damages to the nation have happened because of two things: poor governance, bad law enforcement. It is a state subject. How can national security be ensured if you have Kerala on its own stream, Manipur going somewhere, Bengal on its own, Gundas in UP, the kind of political turmoil in Maharashtra? How can you have this? You obviously need something better, and that is exactly this good thought which came up, unity in diversity. Unity is something where people start saying federal structure. Okay, you dreamt of federal structure, it didn't work. Change it. You don't expect somebody else to come and tell you change it. COVID, classic case of health failure. Again, a subject which is uniquely divided between the state and the center. When we had to buy ventilators, Maharashtra government was bidding against MP in China. How can you do that? Every primary health center, as per a design, is supposed to have 5 rooms. One is for the doctor, one is for the paramedic, one is for the dispensary, one is for the medicine store, and one is for detention. Most of the primary health centers which I have seen have 1 room and a veranda. Corruption has ensured that 4 rooms have gone to somebody's bank account. Corruption is a major issue here that needs to be controlled drastically. Education. If we say that a child educated in Kashmir should be able to get a job in Gujarat or in Manipur, or today, is it possible? It's not. We need to get our act right on this. And the funniest part is about environment. How can environment be divided between states? There is a cloud which is coming from Maharashtra to MP. Maharashtra does seeding, it goes and rains in MP. There is a fight. There is a tiger which crosses, he is my tiger. How can that happen? Something wrong with us. We need to correct that quickly. And last but not the least, law, legal. No, I just want to say reforms is not a bad word. Judicial reforms and police reforms much delayed. A very famous and a very good ex-DGP police Prakash Singh, please Google, all those who have not seen, Padma Shri, he put a PIL in Supreme Court. Supreme Court gave a ruling for 9 changes to be done. It has not happened till date. Why is it not happening? There is something where the bureaucracy, and when we started about mock drills, all of you heard about mock drills. In 1965, when the air raid sirens used to blow and there used to be a trench opposite my house, we used to go and jump into that. Today, I rang up one of the district collectors and I asked, do you have a siren? He says, no, I don't have a siren. So after 1971 or after 99, we did not do mock drill. We don't know how to do civil defense, and we've left our security to God. How does that IAS officer not understand that he is not a collector of British era collecting revenue? He is the CEO of this district, and he better think and behave like that. So civil defense, internal reforms, media reforms, we are making fools of ourselves. The whole world is moving very fast. Operation Sindoor 2 can succeed only once we cover our fault lines, and in that every citizen is responsible. In any case, 51 alpha of the Constitution lays down fundamental duty. The first line of that very clearly says that it is the duty of every citizen to protect the sovereignty of the nation. I just want to do a very rough check, please don't feel bad. How many of you have read the Indian Constitution properly, complete? Please look at this. And I asked the same question in one university. Nobody raised the hand, so I looked at the VC. He also did not raise the hand. So I asked him, at least get a copy in your library, the Indian Constitution. We talk about Constitution, and all those who talk about Constitution have not read it. They show a red book, I don't know, Mao's red book or what is it, I have no idea. In our Army Chief's office, in our Chief of Army's office, there is a Constitution kept, and the preamble is on the wall. We all, military officers, General Bakshi is also here, we all respect the Constitution so much that in entire South Asia, India is the only country where the army has not revolted nor done a coup. I think we deserve a big clap. I will stop here. Pardon my taking some time extra, and I am here for any questions that you have. In addition to whatever questions you have which you want to ask me, and I'll request Jagannathan ji and Shefali ji also that I will leave my mobile number here. Any one of you can connect with me on WhatsApp. I do not pick up unknown number calls. That I must safeguard myself on that. So you can send me a question. I'll see when I can answer. So any questions, please feel free to ask.
General ji, now what percentage of our defense manufacturing is domestic and what percentage we are importing?
See, when we look at percentage of manufacturing, I look at every system, I look at every product, because within that product, that percentage actually does not give you the correct picture, because the most critical component of that, if it is Chinese, then the whole thing can be hijacked. I'll give you an example. If I have a precision guided ammunition, say artillery shell, and the fuse is not made in India, while cost wise or component wise it may be 5%, but that ammunition is not going to be effective to me. So what my calculation will be, the critical part should become here. 16 lakh engineers every year we are churning out of engineering colleges. Our IITians are going to Silicon Valley, but we are not able to get many of our things, and it's not somebody's mistake. 2019 we did corporatization of Indian ordnance factories, 41 of them. There has been some change, but there is still a lot that needs to be done.
Over the last 10 years, this indigenization has been taking place at a faster pace, isn't it?
Yes, now in indigenization, nobody gives you the best technology. You have to make your own drawings. You have to get your metallurgy. That metallurgy is not here. Rare materials are not here. So you have to depend on somebody. But in these 10 years, there has been a new culture of startups which has started. Now we have to balance the big fish not being able to eat the small fish. There is a gentleman here who is wanting to discuss with me about the startups. I will talk to him and I will see what we can do about it. So in these 10 years, what has happened is marvelous. In 2014, defense exports were for 650 crores. Last year, we reached 25,000 crores. And by 2030, we want to reach 50,000 crores because that is the same money which we are going to use. And there is lethargy in the work culture because in this defense sector, two things are important. This labor union business has to stop. And second, the L1, the lowest bidder, because the lowest bidder is normally one who's getting things from outside, white labeling it and passing it on. So these two things have to stop, and for that the military has no control over it because it is the citizen who has to be honest. It is the citizen who's doing some certification, who's doing some inspection. I'm not doing inspection, but I'm using it with the trust that the gentleman who's doing it in Bangalore or Hyderabad is honest. And why did we go for corporatization? Every week we used to have one accident of artillery ammunition, tank ammunition, and our soldiers were dying. This was shown to Prime Minister Modi ji, and he said, how can we accept all this nonsense? But we accepted nonsense for 70 years.
Once, some 10 years back, I went to for the first time DRDO office and to meet one of my friends, and in the lounge there were many foreigners. Then I asked him when he came to take me inside. He said, you know, we are all dependent on foreign companies. So that was the position.
So this is exactly how I told you our thought process was. Foreign ka hai, acha hai. Hamara hai, galti hai. Now it is the other way. So we are saying, instead of getting a white skin, let me get my NRI back.
Okay. Excellent presentation. Thank you.
Excellent perspectives. In fact, I can't agree more. A couple of points. In fact, I did write to the Prime Minister on the day when the ceasefire was announced, and two things, you know, I found it a little odd. One is, for the first 3 days of the Operation Sindhu, the Foreign Secretary was briefing the press. In my view, that was a mistake, because we willy-nilly internationalized the issue. What was the bilateral matter? For the first time, that hyphenation came back. India and Pakistan, you know, were put on the same level, same plane again. So that was a mistake. And he also was, you know, like a true diplomat, hedging his bets, you know, escalation ladder, which you quoted, you know, saying that we'll be proportionate, we will be doing this, as if, you know, we were doing a tit-for-tat business here. And I think that was a mistake, and I pointed it out. The Prime Minister, you know, truly acknowledged the email. The second point is, you know, what you mentioned, you know, the CCS in its wisdom said, you know, attack the terrorist targets. But the terrorist targets are part of the army setup in Pakistan. You know, the army, the ISI, and the terrorists are all. Terrorists are funded by the terrorist organization. The three you mentioned are funded by the army through the ISI. So, you know, you can't say he is enemy, you know, I wouldn't go after the other person, etc. And, you know, quite rightly, as you said, they didn't honor their word. They came and attacked us. They also attacked the military installations very quickly. So I think, you know, it's been said many times, Pakistan is an army with a nation, not the other way around. The civilian government, in fact, reports to the army on international issues. That's why you had General Munir, or now Field Marshal Munir, in Washington, D.C., negotiating. So I think that mindset needs to change. I would like to have your perspectives.
Two things. Firstly, in every situation, every conflict, we always have the foreign secretary starting the business. Even during Operation Vijay Kargil, we always started with that and then handed over to the military, which happened subsequently also. Because when you saw the media conference handled by the Director General Military Operations, all three, the kind of conviction and the kind of depth of knowledge they had, we don't expect anybody else to have it. So, and the point which is very clear here, a diplomat will talk diplomatically. A military person will talk straight. He means business. So when we showed them the evidence of the satellite imagery from American commercial company Maxar, it was for the entire world to see that we were not showing them the ISRO satellite Cartosat 3 imagery. Because if we had shown that, again people would have said, oh, you manipulated it. So problem is here. And the other thing, whether this does leave an impact over our bureaucracy and the political leaders, that selection of your political aim has to be realistically done. And advice of military, obviously it will never come out in open as to what advice was given, but that will still be more realistic, and I think people do learn with that. And maybe when immediately on night 9th, when we went in for those 11 air bases and we destroyed those air bases and the radar stations and the air defense systems, the result was for everyone to see. So I think there are many things which cannot be spoken in open public, but after every war, conflict, undeclared war, you still learn.
With that, we will... Sir, we will have to close now. If there are any more questions, maybe we can take it offline with the permission of...
Sure.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. It was truly an enlightening conversation and discussion. Thank you so much for all the insights that you have shared with all of us. We're truly honored. We request Air Vice Marshal Vijay Kumar ji to kindly felicitate Lieutenant General Vinod Kandare ji. May I please have Vijay Kumar ji, Air Vice Marshal Vijay Kumar ji on the stage.
It so happens.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It so happens that Air Vice Marshal had to rush for something, so I'll request Major General Bipin Bakshi to.
And as General Bakshi comes here, I'll tell you a small incident. How did Abhinandan come back? We told them 9 Corps headquarters will get 9 missiles tomorrow morning.
Having concluded day 1 on a powerful, power-packed note based on Operation Sindoor, we will begin day 2 too, with how all of this has created a new normal. We will have the keynote address by Major General Dr. Bipin Bakshi ji tomorrow. Please do join us again for tomorrow's sessions as we continue the conversations. Please assemble at the venue by 8:30 a.m. sharp. We will begin sharp at 8:45. Until then, may the wisdom shared today